Man, there's some freaky ass niggas out there, some real 69 gods, you know? I don't really know what to do about that, but let me turn my lights on. Where the fuck is my phone? I should have been prepared. I had everything ready except for my phone. That's embarrassing. Oh my goodness. Okay. Turn the lights on here. How unprofessional. Somebody call the fucking cops. I guess my career's ruined. My stream isn't going flawlessly. Well, guess what, bitch? I don't give a fuck about streaming shit. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. You're all faggots, bro. And I can prove it mathematically. Don't blame Neff. Don't blame Neff. That's the song's title there. Don't blame Neff. No handouts. I don't. That doesn't apply to the situation. Hey, look. Don't blame Neff. All right. Like that's just the truth. Look, we all came here for a reason. Okay. We've been hearing a lot of talk. Okay. And I know what the audience really craves, and it's not Andy being second chair to Ashton while he talks over him nonstop. It's really not good content. Like, how many times can you watch the same show over and over again, man? It's the best day ever. Then everyone seal claps in the chat, or their fake chat bots are spamming emojis and shit. And it's like, dude, how, like, are you applying critical thought to anything we're doing at all here? And like, I wasn't. And it put me in a tough spot, alright? It put me in a very tough spot, and I have to apologize to people. Not necessarily, because I wasn't really active aside from announcing shows on Twitter and shit, and kind of shit posting on the Twitter. But, hold on. Maybe I'll shut my pockets. I don't like sitting on my wallet. It makes my ass like sore. I have a bony ass, I'm sorry. But anyway. So yeah, I've been doxxed, bro. Dude, I can't be doxxed. I've already been doxxed. Dumber people have doxxed me harder than the brown hands of Snort Hogan, okay? Dumber people have successfully doxed me better than Snort Hogan, who supposedly is good at this shit. I don't know. Listen, I don't want a career in streaming. I don't want an audience. I have nothing to gain from this. That's how you know I'm telling the truth, because I absolutely have nothing to gain from this at all. I'm just going live and saying my shit. And it turns out the culture in my friend circle became this weird, like, walking on eggshells. You can't say this, can't say that, don't say this, don't say it. And it's like, after a while, it's like, wait a minute, where'd all my friends actually go? Because, like, I noticed that, like, suddenly all my friends were disappearing, one by one, because I left the internet for 2 years. I was in a relationship and trying to pursue that seriously, you know? And I just kind of left. I kind of dabbled, you know, but I just kind of focused on that. I got a normie job. I got a 9-to-5 gig, did great at it, still doing good at it. Everything's awesome right now. Been better, certainly. You may have heard, my girlfriend of 2 years committed suicide about 5 months ago. I have to remind myself how long ago it was because I can't remember sometimes. I have to mentally add it up because to me it feels like 10 years, right? And you think to yourself, what would someone want in that situation, right? They want a friend. They want someone to set you the fuck up. You know, because me and Andy worked together on Twisted Mind, and we were great. Whenever we got together and we were jamming and creative, everything was awesome. Like this, there wasn't this like, we'll do this someday. Oh, we should start the gaming channel. We should start the gaming channel. We should start the gaming channel. And it's like, okay, let's do it, dude. Like, you're all talk now. He's weird. He's like a different person. I don't know who that is. That's why I don't care about doing this either, because the friend that I called Andy is dead, bro. The person that comes in there and just talks about the shit they care about and doesn't listen to anything else is not Andy. It must be the brain damage from doing a lot of blow over the years. Because, yeah, wait, when is Andy making the game, by the way? Speaking of the game, there's a lot of culture in Andy's inner circle where there's a lot of don't tell anyone this, don't tell anyone that. And you got to remember the things that you can't tell that person in that social circle, and you can't hang out with that person because they're bad for this reason. IronWolfSpear is Hitler because he thinks Osir is a faggot, which Osir is a faggot. That's just like saying the grass is green. You know, the coke truck, I guess. But yeah, if you want the honest to God truth, like, I have nothing to gain from this. Hand on my heart. I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up, alright? Alex, that stupid, like, seriously, that's the situation right now. I have nothing to gain. I do not want a career online. I don't want to usurp the throne of Kino Casino. I don't want to destroy their show and then, like, invade their audience and gain them. No, not really. I don't even want to do this. To be perfectly honest with you, I don't. I just feel compelled to tell the truth. Because whenever I see, like I ignored that for a long time because I've known these things in my head. I know Andy isn't sober for a year or whatever. What are you talking about? Like, for real. I've known that, and I just didn't say anything. So whenever he said that shit on fucking on Kino Casino, I'm like, bro, what? No, like you went to the hospital like in February or some shit because you like got schizoed out and thought you were going on Joe Rogan because you know that comedian from the show. Like you thought you were going on Joe Rogan because you like went into psychosis from like drug abuse. I don't even know what you were doing. Like what the fuck did you even do to like get you in that mind state, bro? It wasn't coke. It was probably xylazine, shrank, cut up with coke because you can't buy good coke anymore. So why would you even do coke as a drug? You're retarded. Like, why would you pick that drug of choice? At least with meth, you know you're gonna get meth if you smoke it, because you can't really smoke fentanyl and die, right? If you snort it, you will, like, obviously, but I think if heat destroys fentanyl. So if you smoke meth, you'll probably feel as good as if you did, like, a few lines of coke, and it probably won't kill you and drop dead. Like, if you're gonna do street drugs, at least apply critical thinking skills to doing them. Like, nowadays, street drugs, unless you know the plug, or you know, like, at least, like, a upper middle class, like, not middle class, but upper middle tier runner, like, just don't buy it. Find out who has it, and then find out who they're getting it from. Make friends with that guy, because that's going to be less cut, dumbass. Like, how long have you been doing coke for when you don't know this? Especially nowadays, like with xylazine and trank and, like, fentanyl that can kill you, basically. So who knows what you got in that batch? You probably got fucking, xylazine or some shit and got tranked out. From the sounds of it, what your behavior was like when you did relapse on drugs and did a bunch of blow with Leon or whatever the fuck. Osier, like, y'all doing uppers and shit. Because Osier does blow, too, and tells us. So, like, why? Tell me why. Tell me why. Tell me why. Can someone tell me why a recovering coke addict is choosing to spend his free time and shack up with a meth addict who I don't know is recovering or not, because I don't know her that well. I don't know the cunt. Honestly, I don't. She seems like a wretched cunt the more I read about her, honestly. I don't know. That's the thing, too, is, like, why is Andy, out of all people, picking Psycho Gungear last sub? Let's go, bro. But, yeah, speaking of faggots, bro, like, holy shit, this is water, boy. Like, you're the host of Kino Casino. You're making, like, tens of thousands of dollars a stream, supposedly. Why wouldn't you pick a better-looking woman and not, like, a weird troll? Like, you have the weirdest taste. I'm almost thinking you're gay, or, like, really closeted gay, because your taste of women's weird. They're all fat and boxy-looking, and they're abusive to you and weird and controlling, and you love it! You love it! You love it, and I don't know why. Like, you choose the shittiest things in your life, the shittiest people to surround yourself with. So tell me why that Andy, a coke addict, is shacking up, flying in, importing, not even quality, pussy from Australia. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Somebody make that make sense. I dare you. Somebody make that make sense. I fucking dare you. Nobody will. I got a phone number up there. I'm on Blog TV with my fucking hands up. Warski gets the scraps. Warski gets. You know what Warski does? Warski jerks off to my girlfriend. That's what he does. He comments on the size of my ex. I guess she's my ex because she's dead. How does that fucking work? Can someone tell me? No, we're not. Okay, so if someone's saying post. Okay, we're not doing that. No. Yeah. You can say what you want in chat, just don't advocate for anything crazy, because I don't know what Kicks TOS really is. Like, it isn't, like, somebody, I dare you, there's a phone number on the fucking screen, call, nigga. Call my nigga, you won't. You won't, because it's true. It's 100% true, and then nobody can deny it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, my nigga. Somebody make it make sense. Andy gets scraps, yeah. It's not true, stop lying. It's not true. Liana does not live with me. Yes, she does. And from the sounds of it, that bitch doesn't cook very often. You guys order out. I'm gonna go get the food. I'm gonna get the food. I'm gonna get the food. Like, what the fuck? And I can't control it. It's a fucking AI mod. I got it turned down all the way before. I didn't know the AI mod was a thing. That's weird. Warski food like slop. Yeah, Warski's entire existence is slop because he chooses to surround himself with slop people. Like, okay, so, you know what? I can't even finish the fucking train of thought here because his life choices are so nonsensical and utterly fucking crazy that, like, I get sidetracked. Because I'm like, wait, how did he do that? Wait, why did he do that then? When I'm on the original point. The original point was, like, tell me why he's hanging out, choosing to spend his free time with not me, who's sexually got off drugs. I used to do creative and get drunk every fucking night on Twisted Mind. Me and Andy would be substance abusers. You know what? When me and Andy drank, we didn't abuse liquor. we were like mean to it. We fucking with ferocity. We were wild drunks. And when Andy got drunk back then, it was funny because the vibe was funny. We were funny people. We were like creating. We were vibing. We were making more stuff, right? And it was fun. This kind of Twisted Mind was like a live riffing session, with comedy, right? Like bumpers off. You better be funny, otherwise it's a bummer show and you're losing viewers, which happened a lot. Because you lost interest in the show and wanted to do something else, which is the pattern of everything. Motherfucker came to me, okay, you want to tell me Warski isn't high on something when he tells me, oh, you're going to be a game developer, I'm going to pay you to develop games, and we're going to do this, and I'm just like, okay. And he's like, I just need 5 hours of your time, I'll pay you $100, And he did pay me, I'm like, fuck, $100, I'll take it. And he taught me a few things in Blueprint on Unreal Engine 5, but it's like, I could have learned this shit on my own in like 1 hour. Like he's like learning the most basic shit in Blueprint Unreal Engine 5. And he's like, guys, check it out. I made a character jump. And it's like, okay, dude, great. Go make a fucking game now, retard. Like, goddamn, go make a fucking game now, retard. Like he's like, look, I made a wall jump, and he would show it to us for an hour and painstakingly detail how he did it, and nobody cares. He's like spun out on something. Like, he's high on something now that I'm thinking about it, because, like, I just accepted it because Annie's my friend, and, like, whatever, he just does what he does. But when he came around lately, he's like, just, like, hyper-focused on one thing, and will not talk about anything else. He will not discuss anything else. He'll just talk about that one thing and hone in on it. If you should just try and discuss something else with him, it won't work, and Liana will, like, tag in and stuff, too, which is what started this whole thing. To bring it back to the beginning, and why I'm pissed off, you know what? That walking sentient like flesh tube with 2 legs, Liana, who provides nothing for nobody, is too old to be a mother. Her eggs are all fucking gone. Like, Andy, get with a younger chick. They have eggs. They're fertile. Like, it's just math, bro. What are you thinking? Like, what was the thought process? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You're on this show called Kino Casino going, retard alert, when you're doing retarded shit all the time. It's hypocritical, and I'm fucking tired of it. It's not Kino. It's crap. It's crap-no. It's not Kino. It's crap-no. My nigga? My nigga? I know he doesn't need kids because he is one in a 36-year-old's body, but like if he wants to have a family, like shacking up with like a 38-year-old meth head bitch from Australia isn't really like the smart move. Like the first woman that shows you attention, you're like, okay, I'm gonna fly you out and fuck you. And the moment that Liana was flying out to fuck Andy for the first time and take his little Peter in her fucking nasty fucking hole, like, bro. She was already starting shit with all the women in Warski's old Discord, and I found out that's where all my friends went. I was like, wait a minute, we used to have hella bitches in here going crazy. We used to get I love you too, Grandma. I thank you for everything you do too. I appreciate you. Sleep good. I love my grandma. She said, I don't know if you know it, but I appreciate you and everything you do. I love my grandma. I take care of my grandmother full-time and I work a full-time job too because she can't take care of herself. I don't have the money for a full-time caretaker. So if somebody out there wants to pay somebody to pay the shit that I do, then I would love that. But I can't afford it on a full-time job to even pay someone to do the stuff that I do. Drive her around. I have to go to a doctor's appointment at 10:30 in the morning. I'm going to be streaming until 2:30 in the morning. And I'm going to wake my ass up at 8:30 in the morning, clean some more shit, and take her to the fucking heart hospital. That's what I do. You want to expose me, motherfucker? What do I do in the darkness? That's a good point. You know what? Fuck this shit. Let's talk about me, right? Let's talk about me. If you want to go, like, say I'm crazy or whatever, I'm unhinged, because they are trying to do this angle with me by saying that I'm crazy or implying that I'm, like, mentally unstable. Actually, I'm not. I have developed some tendencies since the passing of my girlfriend. It was very traumatic. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it wasn't, but it was. So yeah, I developed a few, like, tics and things. One of them is obsessive tendencies. It sucks. One of them is I talk too much. I chit-chat a little too much. Obsessively. A little bit. It's borderline. It's not, like, ruining my life obsessive, but I get a little chatty sense in. You know, like, fuck. Sue me. Kill me, right? I just want people to fucking talk to. Oh, my friends? You know, whatever. Like, okay, I wanted to talk to my friends in Discord. So supposedly one day I was just too fucking chatty. I guess. And guess what? Liana, the wretched, dried up old bitch, meth head, retard who filters all her pictures and embarrasses her boyfriend by filtering them and making him look weird in them. Like, are you self-aware? Liana, is there any brain cells? Like, is it just internet, Twitter drama to you? Is that your whole life? Like, you don't have any perspective on real life? Because this isn't real life. And guess what? I'm bringing real life to your motherfucking doorstep. And everyone's saying thank you to hear that my girlfriend died. And it's fucking gay. I agree, it is fucking gay that she died. It's a gay thing. Suicide's fucking gay. Don't do it. Like, what the fuck, bro? You want to see some real darkness, motherfucker? I'll take you there. I've seen that Dark Knight, man. That obsidian mirror that lies in the back of your head. That dark, cruel night that awaits you. That is where you'll find me, staring back at you, my nigga. My nigga. Yeah, fire Warski live tonight. Fuck that faggot. Or he's complicit. And in fact, I might have information that Ashton may even be complicit. I don't know. Because to be quite honest to you, I do. But I don't know Ashton. I was never friends with him. He always seemed like kind of a shiesty faggot. So I never was friends with him. I never had the desire to. Nothing about him was interesting. I tried befriending him once and like talking to him about Star Trek, but it didn't seem like he was interested. So it was like, whatever, dude, okay. Like you're a fat guy who lives in Canada. I'm not gonna go on my way to like, oh, I need to be friends with PPP. It's like, okay, that's Andy's co-host now. Or no, I'm sorry. Let's take that back. Andy is Ashton's co-host. Let's get that right here. Because we've all seen Kino Casino. We know who's bringing what to the show for real. Warski can be replaced tomorrow. Replace him with me. I have a higher IQ. I'm smarter than him. I have a better vocabulary. I'm funnier. Let's compete, Ashton. Bring me on the show. I don't know. Fuck. Let's plan something out. Like, he brings nothing. Like, you realize that? Legends don't exist. There are no legends. Fuck legends. After Mike Tyson said that shit, I was like, you're right, Mike. And I ain't calling you Iron Mike never again. And you know what? I'm not calling Andy Warski ever again, because that's not a real person. There's a person named Andy Perez somewhere, and he's a massive faggot. Massive faggot. You can like who you want to like. That's not what this is about. I'm just on my stream saying what the fuck I want to say for once. Like, this is the most fun I've had streaming, and this is the most viewers I've had. I mean, honestly, it's not. I didn't earn it. This isn't earned. This is drama farming. Sure, whatever. But it's just like, dude, I can't see it anymore. Now that Andy's not my friend anymore, I'll just tell the truth. Like, I'll just tell the truth. You know, for a motherfucking retard-ass show that always goes on and on about the fucking dumbass truth and shit, you sure do lie a lot, boys. Because, you know what? I have 128 viewers right now. This might be peak. 124, we're losing viewers, okay? I gotta tell you this. It gets crazier. It gets deeper. The truth, the actual truth of some things that I know, and I have a recording, by the way, that I made last night. Without the consent of the person saying it. But you know what? If I ask them right now live on air if I could play it and they know what I'm talking about, I hit the record button when they say it. They would say, yeah, you should play it. You should play it. Because they wouldn't care. It wasn't gay ops. I just knew at some point they would want me to drop the nuke. And I recorded it. Because I didn't want to make him waste the breath of telling the story again. Get back to the story. Okay, yes, back to the story of what Liana. So, you know what she did? Here's the funny thing right now. She played Shut the Fuck Up voice clips over me while I was having one of my chatty episodes in the VC. And instead of like people seeing that their friend's obviously in distress and having a mental health issue, they just treated me like I was a fucking alien, quietly left, lied about where they were going, and then went and played Call of Duty without me, and with Osier of Saul, Riley Shore, one of the biggest faggots to walk the earth. Like, really, nigga? Like, if I'm talking too much, I'm a little chatty, say something. You know, one of the people in the room, I won't bring him into it because I actually kind of like the guy, but he has a bad taste in friends, unfortunately. Sorry I got caught in the crossfire of this. Welcome to the internet, nigga. That's how it is. You know, that's the sector, boy. It's all dark. Your friend Andy brought you here. No, they didn't let me in Black Ops Squad, bro. I'm over here ready. I've been training. I prestige, bro. It's bad gay. I know, right? 131 viewers. Okay, this is the most people I can reach. If this is the most people, if this is peak, it gets crazier. If you're watching the replay, I don't have permission, and I don't have, you know, it just isn't there yet. Because I swear to fucking God, if any of these dickless faggot pieces of shit, including Andy Perez, Andy Cardozo Perez, I know your true name, demon, and you're a fag. Like, there's nothing there. There's nothing. Outside the internet bullshit, in your real life, you're nothing, bro. You're nothing. I'm smarter than you. I'm funnier than you. And I'm just some guy. Any retard can hit live on OBS and collect super shekels. It's not hard. It doesn't make you special. You were just there long enough, and you were the turd bowl that floated to the fucking top. You know, turd that floated to the top of the punch bowl. However, you know. But I digress. You know, I've speak my speech. Anyone gonna call in and say some shit? I dare somebody to call in and say some shit. Oh, Google Voice isn't open. I'm sorry. You know, I kind of said what I wanted to say. I might just fucking end it here, bro. I'm not trying to milk this shit. But if someone says some shit they want to say, and they have some shit that they want to call in with, that's fine. Because I'm not trying to go there. I don't want to go there. But I swear to fucking God, if any of these retards, absolute Mongoloid retards, if Ashton had any... I know why Ashton won't do it, and watch. He won't. But according to his own morals, and he's a liar, and he lied about his sobriety, Ashton may have been there for most of it, and he knew. I don't know. I don't know. Who am I? Just the guy who was on the fly on the fucking wall while you said all your dirtiest fucking secrets to me hours at a time. Right? Who am I? You're crazy. You're mentally ill. Maybe. That may be the case. You know? Yeah, you try going through the shit I've been through and not coming back out of it, you know, a little bit chipped and damaged, you know, a little bit, parts a little rickety. Yeah. But if I am, then let me be. Because... if what I'm saying is not true, then it won't be true. Simple as that. If it's not the truth, then look your audience dead in the eyes and tell them that you've been sober for a year straight off everything. And if you can't really make that one in your heart feel right, sober off of blow, which isn't true, by the way. So, like, you've done weed, you've done booze, you've been drunk. Whenever you get drunk now, you just get, like, really paranoid and fucking weird, dude. That's what everyone says behind your back. When you get drunk now, you're different. You're just a weird fucking guy, like paranoid. I'm not playing anything. It's not my recording to play. It's not my recording to play. I don't have permission from the person, but the person watching knows what I'm talking about. Okay, whoever has Cog in their name, okay, Cog, you're a fag, bro. And again, just because you don't like Andy doesn't mean I like you. This is my new show. This is the Chemo Casino. We're going through a purge, baby. I'm tired of this fake Kino. Fake Kino. It is Kino light. It is like a plastic molding of Kino. It is false Kino. I'm tired of it, frankly. So that's basically it. I feel like I'm rambling. Now. Oh, I need to open Google Voice up. Oh shit. Hold on. Oh, I can pre-screen this. Actually, let me mute the microphone. Perfect.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
Hey, yo, Ralph, I need to open up Google Voice on my desktop real quick. Would you mind calling back in like 2 minutes?
Certainly. I'll call back in 2 minutes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I got him. We got Ethan Ralph on the air, everybody. The internet's Ethan Ralph coming on the air live on the Bone Zone, Twisted Mind. What the fuck show this is now? I don't know. The shit show, shit radio, shit mania, shit central. Satan's fuckhouse. I don't know. Like, what should we call this show? Satan's fucking fuckhouse. I don't know. What's happening? What even is real life right now? Like, I have no animosity towards Ralph. I don't, like, you can call. That's cool. Yo, hello?
Call from.
This is Ethan Ralph. You already know.
To accept, press 1.
You already know who it is. Yeah, we already know. We already know who it is. What's going on, Ethan?
Right. What's up, man? Yeah, and first off,
It's been a while.
you know, it has been a very long while, actually. And I know we both said some shit about each other. There's never been any real animosity on my end. You know, it's just you're around.
It's
Andy,
just like guy
so.
stuff. It's like, I fuck your
Yeah.
mother, whatever.
Yeah, there's no real animosity there.
It's not that deep,
Smaster
bro. None of this
33
shit should
$1
ever
on
be
Rumble.
that deep.
Ku Klux content. Is
I
on the menu
agree,
tonight,
and you
boys.
know,
Unless someone's like docs like swatting you or whatever, that's crazy, right? That's against the law. But like, I'm just telling people the truth. That's all I'm fucking doing. I'm tired of this shit, bro. It's just gay. It's the gayest shit ever.
You know, obviously, things have gotten to a poisonous level between me and Warski and Fat Ass and all that.
Yeah, motherfuckers hate each other.
We legit hate each other.
That's a universal concept.
Yeah,
that's
but
one of those equations on the math board.
Right? Yeah, that's like pi. Yeah, exactly. Not the pie that Fat Ass shoves down his throat. I mean the.
Let's not get carried away here. Yes. Let's not use food terms.
Yeah. Sorry, I might confuse some people here. But anyway,
there are some very confused people out there, Ethan. Very confused.
So can you tell me? Look, I just heard about this within the last 5-10 minutes, and I'm just kind of getting up to speed, so I really don't know what all was said.
Basically, Andy's retarded as a girlfriend. He didn't keep her on a short enough leash, and for some reason, she had to be in every VC his guy friends hung out in. And one day, okay, here's where I think this is where it started, right? Because like ever since, look, I'm being real, man. I witnessed the suicide of my girlfriend. And ever since then, I've developed some things that are not, I'm different now. Come back from that the same. I fucking dare you,
Well, first off, I'm sorry to hear that. I didn't know anything about that, of course, but.
I mean, no, because I don't say shit, bro. You don't know that because there's proof right there, right? Because I don't run my mouth. I don't say shit. I don't go on the internet. I don't say shit, right? But I'm saying shit now because fuck these faggots. Straight up, bro. And it's not even like oh, it's your side versus that side, and it's gay ops, and like I'm on this team. Oh, he's talking to Ralph now on stream. He's on Ralph's team. No, you just called me randomly.
I did. I just well, no, we haven't spoken literally in probably 4 years.
Troll saying the N-word. I thought it was gonna be like a troll call where they just spam the N-word, but now I'm like, holy shit, that's Ethan Ralph. Okay, well, fuck me.
Yeah, that was
Please don't say the N-word.
I won't. I'm kidding. No, I'm not.
I mean, like. That's possible. You can still do that. I mean,
no. That'd be the last thing I would do. But I just saw the number on the screen. I actually.
I say the N-word, dude.
If you want to say it's fine, I'm on Rumble. But like,
dude, do I have a pass or not? Like.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Memphis. I'm like honorary black with a felon and out of wedlock kids and all that. So yeah, I give you the pass.
With heroin on me.
On behalf of blacks, I give you the pass. My honorary blackness, but don't do it. Because they'll try to take you down.
I want to do on behalf of my niggas soft day.
Yeah, the soft day would probably be okay. That'll probably be okay. But
Nick doesn't give a fuck about soft day.
Yeah, I don't think they care about that. But I saw you were talking about Google Voice and this and that, and I wasn't even paying attention. Then I saw the number on the screen. I was like, oh well, I have Google Voice too. Why don't I just call you?
Did you call my personal number or what?
No, just the number. No, the one on the screen.
I was like, damn, Ethan hit the fucking Kyler button on that one. He was just like, break the glass, like, fuck this shit. Like,
no, man. I saw it on the screen. And I was like, maybe I should call this number. And you're talking about signing off.
Somebody watching this could construe this right as like, oh, they planned this out. There's this course.
No, that's not the case at all, dude.
Well,
I wish.
Yeah, of course his enemy's here. No shit, Sherlock. I put the signal in the sky. Of course he came. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, people have been trying to alert me for 20 or 30 minutes, and I wasn't even paying attention.
And you better believe me, Ralph, on a human level, this is not necessarily what I wanted to happen. I didn't want to just bury Warski on with his enemies on air, but it seems like he loves doing that to other people. So maybe he could, take a little taste of some medicine. I've only got 160 viewers. What kind of damage could I do?
Well, it'll get around. Don't worry. But what?
Yeah, don't just stay here. I'm just some guy. Don't worry about it. I'm just some guy.
No, well, see, I know the history. For those who don't know, this was Andy's longtime co-host. I think you've been working with him behind the scenes on the show even since then.
No, you're wrong.
Really?
Co-host and what? Co-host and what, man?
Well, the Twisted Mind.
And what?
Twisted
Co-host and what?
Well, friend. Yeah.
Friend.
Yeah. A good friend. Yeah.
Good for
That's what I say. Yes. For years.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Not just co-host, but like.
Well, you're acknowledging that you're a third-party witness. So we weren't really around you too much after the Killstream things, when Andy and you got a little soured up on whatever the fuck that was.
Sure.
And I was like along for the ride, like it usually is with Andy. I was like, yo, we hate somebody else today, so now I can't talk to them. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm just wavy, dude. I'm grooving out. I'm just saying whatever the fuck I want to whoever the fuck I want. So I'm nobody's bitch. I'm not Psycho Gun Gear. I'm not Gorgoth. I'm not afraid of offending.
By the way, both those guys you just mentioned used to be on my nuts and give me money every single day.
I was there.
Yeah.
I was there, bro.
Gorgoth,
I remember them.
I met Gorgoth, and of course, I won't reveal everything that might be happening to Gorgoth in the future.
All they did was just pivot from one East slug to swing off the nuts up to another.
Yeah, well, I met him in Vegas, and he put his arm around me and said, "I love you like a brother." And so, yeah, literally. That actually happened in Las Vegas.
Vape, supposedly. Did you do that?
Nah.
Okay. If you did, that was rude, but I don't give a fuck. I mean,
Nah, I wish I would have. Now,
I love feeling bears. It's funny. It's like you pay
Rick
20 bucks
Harrison,
for this shit, left on the
69 cent,
couch,
$1
fuck you,
on
bitch is
Rumble.
mine. You know, like it's funny.
Why did
It's
Kyler and Andy
face.
break up?
You know?
yeah, I wish I would have stole his. I wish I would have stole his fucking car.
I wish
now.
you did too.
I wish I would have stole his bitch and nutted in her and knocked her up. At this point,
I wish you had a talisman that, like, from Mortal Kombat that could steal souls like Shao Kahn. Fuck that guy. He was in my
soul
chat
sucker on
yesterday.
this motherfucker.
He was in my chat yesterday when I was first going off saying he'll pray for me. And I didn't even look.
He's a piece of shit, dude. He did the same thing to me. Like that guy's literally one of the worst guys. Anyway, go ahead.
He's telling me to pray for me, like whatever. I'm praying for you in my chat. Well, I'm just telling people how I'm having a real human emotion. I'm feeling something on stream, which they really don't like. I guess whenever you like step out of line, it gets weird.
Yeah.
I don't know the culture, the vibe in that VC. So that's why I left. And I was like, what's happening? Where's my friend group at?
Well, they
Where's all
talk
the
about
women in
Fuentes
the
running a
First
cult,
of all,
which he is,
like,
but I mean, they are too.
But where okay, we had women in the VC. I would go in there, you know, on a Saturday night, get a little litty. I see a nipple sometimes, you know. It was like a bar. It was like you know, chicks there. It was cool. It was like dudes, bro, all fucking hanging out, man. It's awesome. And now it's just one chick, and it's Liana, and she sucks. And I'm like, what did happen? Why did we make this trade? I'm slowly realizing we made a bad trade.
Also,
Because I don't even want to see Liana's nipple. She's gross.
She's old
Good.
too.
Jimmy
Like, what the fuck?
Miguel,
Like,
Yeah,
$1
she's like
on
ancient.
Rumble.
Like okay,
Tyler
like
is
do you
Killstream
understand what I'm
co-host.
saying, right? But I'm like, Warski, you got a bit.
Warski could have done a lot better. Like, I'm
He
not even
could've-
a
I don't
Warski
know.
fan, but like, what in
I
the
don't
world?
know.
Like,
Somebody make that make sense. And also, Liana is a known clout demon, Twitter reply girl, like Z.
dude, Diorio turned her down. Tommy C turned her down. Like, what?
Yes. He like Andy. You just got the scraps of the commentary community, dude. What are you doing?
And there's another one that I'm
bro?
forgetting. There's seriously was like 3 or 4 of them that turned her down, and she was psycho. I showed all this stuff on stream. Of course, they try to bury it, but like
she tried someone told me she tried selling like DMs she had from Tipster to Keemstar.
oh yeah, it was Tipster. That was the other one that turned her down. Yeah, it was Tips. Big Tipster said no thanks.
Wait, what?
Like, what the fuck? I'm not
Tipster
kidding.
Turned that down?
Yes, that was the other one I was trying to think of.
Oh no, because the thing is too is like, who is she think she's fooling with this AI? Because like, if you respect your man, like she uploaded a photo of them together, and Andy's face looks fucking weird because of the filter she's using on her face.
Oh, dude,
So
hers.
it's like we can tell. Like, do you respect Andy at all? Like, this is embarrassing to upload this to Andy. How are you gonna be the host of like the Kiwi Farm show, Kino Casino, and then like you're doing all these dumb things to line up the dominoes for your life to fall? Like, are you not learning from your own show covering this shit? Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't invite a meth head Twitter goblin looking clout demon from Australia. Like, if you're importing pussy, make it good. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
Make
what
it
I'm
good.
saying. I look, I'm not obviously not a Warski fan, but I said on air, can he do? He can do better than this. I know he can.
Yeah, but
like,
even you can look at the situation.
Yeah, be honest,
and be like, what's going? Like step outside.
well, fuck,
you know,
I can
the
do a
innocent and be like,
lot
what's
better
going
than that.
on?
You've seen me. Like, I don't even know. It's hard to do worse. Like, I don't. And it's not even like
Any
she's
of us
old
could, Ralph.
and you know.
I can't think
fat,
of somebody
but, like,
in this sphere that couldn't do better.
me
I'm having
either.
a hard time. Like maybe like Ricky Berwick or something.
Yeah, well, because
maybe he'd have a hard time pulling that
yeah.
because he's crippled. I don't know.
But he's got money. Like, even he's pulling better pussy than that. I think. Like,
dude, you're right.
yeah,
Yes.
dude, he's definitely pulling
Ricky
better
Berwick's
pussy.
good ass.
Yeah, he's
Turn my
pulling
mic up.
ass,
It's pretty
dude.
fucking loud already. I thought. Let me turn up in the software. 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. Just keep talking.
But-
yeah, so okay, but like I was asking someone to make it make sense, right? Can you make it make sense?
No,
I'm asking you
I
to
never
try.
could. I never
I'm
understood it.
challenging you, Ralph. Challenge, Ralph. Make it make sense. You can't.
Well, you know what? Andy has a history of settling. Although Sinead, you know, she was a big girl. You know what I mean? But she's like a beauty queen compared to Liana. Like,
she's like gorgeous. Like
compared to
you know,
Liana, yes.
her.
Yeah. I mean, she's a
Like,
big
that's what
girl,
I'm
but
saying.
like she was still pretty in the face and like had a personality
Yeah,
that
but,
you liked, right?
if
You know what I mean?
If you like, fuck it, bro. If you like what you like, I'm not gonna hate on your game, man. If you like thicker chicks, fuck
Yeah,
it, bro.
I think
But,
he
like,
likes
at least
maybe
get a
he-
good one.
But also, I
They think
think
it's
he likes. I don't know. He doesn't like a woman that he feels like is too hot or something. Like he wants to have that hand or something. I don't understand the mentality really.
It's like a power play thing.
Yeah,
it's like, too hot,
I
can't
think that's-
control her 'cause then she'll just move on to
yeah,
another dick. You know?
That's what I think. Yeah, that's
It's
what
just
I
like
think.
he can't have real relationships. It's just always a game to him of who's gonna screw over who. First.
Yeah, and he feels like,
That's literally
well,
it.
if I
It's
look
like he
better than
applies
this
that
bitch,
to all
yeah.
of his relationships. He applies that mentality to all of his.
Yeah, he does.
relationships. He just assumes at some point it's gonna screw up. And guess what, dude? If you think that, it's gonna come true because you're prophesizing it. Like you're manifesting that because you're like thinking it's gonna happen. So yeah, of course it eventually will. Retard, that's how it works. Like, you're setting yourself up for failure every time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Every
I
time.
never had that mentality, and the last girlfriend I had is the hottest chick I ever been with in my life. So I was maybe punching out of my league there.
I can't stand familiar. I haven't seen her, but
the
I'll
Mexican
take your word
chick.
for it.
The Mexican chick.
Mexican chick. Oh,
Yeah.
she's cute.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like, dude, again,
It's
like you
plus
just said,
she's
like, wait, Ralph, you
24
just
years
said-
old. Like,
you
but, like,
just said.
go
I
ahead.
think I could do better than Liana. You
Well, I
just said you
can't-
did. That
I
Mexican
did.
chick. You did literally.
Yeah.
Like, in the past year. Like, come on.
I
make
don't
it make
understand him
sense, though.
selling for. Like, I know we're on this a lot, but like, it seems like she's the root of what caused you to
We're
do this.
dudes.
Really,
It's because
Yeah.
you and I are both dudes, and we get it. It's like, like, there's some chicks that play games and want this and that, and you want to avoid them because usually they just want you for your resources, right, or whatever.
well, yeah,
And it's like, okay, but then, like, maybe there might be a cool chick who watches Kino Casino, maybe.
there has to
and,
be,
like,
man.
Like, is it like an internet demon that has a history that is easily traceable and is public? By the way,
All that shit's public.
By the way,
Plus, like, isn't she like 45 years old? She's 40 something years old. And again, it's not all about age if you find the right woman, like, but she's not the right woman. And I don't know. I don't see. I don't understand it.
it doesn't make any sense. And
I was 38 with a 23-year-old. That's the type of shit I like doing. Like, I don't understand. If you find the right woman, like, and she's perfect and she's a couple years older, like, okay, whatever. But me personally, I'm trying to get a young bitch, right? Like, I don't know, maybe that's fucked in the head. I'm not sure, but like, I don't understand getting a bitch that's about to draw Social Security. That seems a little drastic.
who's Raven? Do you know someone?
Yeah. So that was
When did that happen? Because I'll keep it okay. To keep this perspective, I was kind of around in the midst of the past 2 years, like peppered throughout, and recently the past 5 months. Obviously, I had more spare time on my fucking hands, so I came and like hung out in Discord more with the boys. And after a while, I'm like, wait a minute, the boys no more. The boys changed, man.
Yeah,
The
so
boys is different, bro.
it's
It
just
ain't like
unchanged.
that,
Was because the bitch come
The boys-
around. It's
Wait, no,
it's
here
a
it
story
is.
as old as time.
The niggas, here's what it is. This is a line from some song, and it's like the niggas move like bitches do, and the bitches move like niggas do, and it's all ass backwards. It's like, that's not my world. I'm a guy. This is all feminine and weird, bro. I'm not.
Well,
feminine,
dude,
like,
I mean,
guy.
I hate
I'm
to.
confrontational.
Women come
and they
into
didn't like
masculine spaces and feminize it. I mean, that's his whole.
He
Like,
insisted on being in everything that they did. I think Andy made that after hours, like, he was playing Call of Duty live just so he could play video games without her being there. I think that's legitimately he streams Call of Duty just so he can have a separate server with VC so he can hang out with his friends without her being there, because she won't be on streams. That's where, because I believe for a while he tried his hardest to keep her away, kind of
yeah,
like keep her, like. And
she's not that
eventually-
type though. You can't keep her.
No,
away.
because
Yeah.
she wants to be in the scene. In fact, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but I'm a fan of hip hop and rap music. and
Yes,
also under
I'm
hip hop
very
and rap
familiar.
music.
I remember that.
And
Yeah.
I heard this song today from this rapper I enjoy called RSK Nephew. I shout him out. Listen to him. Look him up on YouTube. He has a ton of songs. They're all good. Trust me.
But
He said, this is like on point. Listen. Not that one. That's a different song. I'll post this hilarious. Hold on. I promise this is funny. I'm on live. She's trying to jump in it. She's trying to make me beef with my bitches. Baby girl, I'm suavemente. I'm hotter than caliente. I'll feed a bitch some picante. Who irreplaceable? Fuck Beyonce. Beyonce should have cheated on Jay-Z. I'm way fresher than Jay-Z. I had dreads before Jay-Z. Guess what? Jay-Z should pay me. J. Cole dreads is dirty. Fuck J. Cole. Nobody I know listens to J. Cole. I do not want to hear no J. Cole. I ain't gonna front. I fuck with that one song. That's back when he had a brush cut. Ever since J. Cole got dreads, I do not want to hear nothing. J. Cole tried to shit on Lil Pump. I like Lil Pump more than J. Cole. I like Lil Pump beats harder than J. Cole. Rest in peace, Bankroll Fresh. I got a Glock the size of Kai Cenat. Guess what's in my pocket? A knot. Guess what's in my house? Thoughts. Guess what I beat? The pot. Guess what I stood on? My block. That's how I feel about this. I'm standing on my fucking block. I'm gonna beat the pot. Fuck the casino. It's Faggotville. And it's like this. It's like, I'm irreplaceable. Liana came in and she was like trying to tell me to shut the fuck up and shit. And it's like, no, dude. Like, that was the one thing, bro. Like, I tolerated her so long. She was trying to jump in our life, Like, it's a metaphor.
Why would
We're trying
she
to have the boys' time? She wants to jump in,
that's out of pocket for a woman to do. I mean, like, for her to even speak to another guy that way, like, what do you mean shut the fuck up? Like, fuck you, bitch. Like, who the
Like,
fuck
what do
are
you want to
talking
say, Liana?
Yeah,
What's
like,
so interesting? Oh, wait.
Yeah, I've not heard anything. She tried to do a show.
yeah.
We watched some of it on air. It was pretty bad. I
Oh,
don't know
she
if you saw it.
did?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I might look into that one. It's crazy.
Yeah, it was her and some trans individual, I'll say, since we're on Kick, and then I don't know, some other slut from the commentary community. Yeah, it was a transgender and a slut.
What the hell?
Yeah, they were gonna have a show.
What kind of joint you're running here? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know.
We can do better. We can do better, people. Come on.
Now, you mentioned, and again, I said this on air, and I've went sober again. It's still early days. I don't want to pat myself on the back.
I didn't have a problem, but I realized that when I drank, I wasn't my best person. So for the sake of my girlfriend, like I stopped drinking in February entirely. So like, yeah, man, fuck that shit. Fuck that poison. Bro.
Yeah, and again, I'm still early days. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I was
somebody out there. Ralph, I'm sorry. There's
yeah.
somebody out there who makes me want to doubt you, unfortunately, because I've heard sobriety stories and I don't
Sure.
want to. But unfortunately, there's a guy out there who's just lying his mouth out.
Doubt me.
Like, I believed it even too until I
Well,
I was there and witnessed some of it.
I'm fine
But
with
if
the
you
doubt.
are doing that, I'm proud of you, bro.
No, but no, it's literally like I had about a month. I had a relapse, yeah, so I have about a week now. So like, I'm not gonna. I don't want to front.
People listening, dude.
Yeah.
Relapses. The thing about them is like you can't treat it like, okay, well, fuck it, then I'm in the shit again. Just say like, okay, I fell off. Get back.
Yeah,
on.
there's no
shame. Doesn't mean shit, bro. Doesn't mean shit.
Just get back on it. Get back on the horse, so to speak. Now
you can sober longer than Warski, I guess, maybe.
Well, look, that's what I was gonna ask you because I saw a clip and I honestly don't. I hate Warski, but I know the struggles of substance abuse, and so I've never actually wished for him to go back to drugs or anything like that on air or off. But Perspicacity clipped him out last week, and it was just like an up close clip of Warski's face, right, like cut out of the stream. And I was looking at his face and the motions he was making with his mouth and like his looking around and this and that. And I said, look, from my judgment, with all my experience with drugs, and I have a lot over 20 plus years, quarter decade, honestly, since I was 14 years old or younger, really, with weed. But that's when I really started experimenting at 14. 25 years. I looked at this guy, his movements, and I said, this guy is not sober. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm not telling, I hope I'm off on my analysis.
Dude, that's the thing about it is that what Andy doesn't realize is that we don't want to live in the world where he's like a fucking cokehead overdosing and shit. That's not what we really want.
I hate the guy, but I don't wish that on anybody because I've
struggled.
struggled.
You know what? The thing is too, is like in my position, Ralph, I should hate him.
Well, honestly, I do. I mean, I'll be honest. Listen, like I hate him.
Does this sound like Andy to you at all? This sounds like Andy to you. So like I got it from a secondhand source, right? So I got upset, but I'm like, look, I'm gonna need somebody who was there in the room to validate that because you said you heard somebody, whatever, say it. So I can't go off of that, but it does sound like some shit he would do and say when he's using substance. He's abusing substance. So supposedly, and I got it from somebody else. I did get it from the source. So I did find out the person who heard it, and they said he was drunk one night or whatever. He was going off. He says shit to Liana to get her wet. That's the phrase that was used. Ugh. I didn't say that. That's the phrase that was told to me. He just says shit like this to Liana to get her wet is the phrase used to me. And he said, roughly, I don't know the exact quote because again, it's hearsay, but he masturbated to photos of my dead girlfriend after she was dead.
I mean,
that's why I preface that so severely with like, again,
I don't even know what to say to that.
Who heard it.
Yeah.
I did find the person who heard it. So just, okay, if you're watching the live stream and you wanted to follow up on that, by the way, because it really upset me when I heard the person say that. It got to me.
Imagine.
I was like, that's my friend, bro. That's my friend, bro. What the fuck? And that's not the first time, right? And listen, we're approaching this scientifically, right? It's hearsay. If I did get a direct source, they did say they were a little bit fuzzy, but he did hear that. And the reason why it's a bit fuzzy is because Andy said shit like that supposedly a lot. To get Liana wet was the words used. Those aren't my words. And so like knowing Andy.
Wait, to get her wet, like hurting, like doing things against you made her wet. Like how bad does she hate you?
Like drama like, shit. Like I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Like
I don't know, dude. I know as much as you do on that one, homie. Like that's some like Norman Bates like psycho shit, bro. Like that's
I know. World. Like I thought I heard it all in the sector. Like and I got some crazy stories too. Yeah, I'm gonna say they not like us, dude. Like I don't know. I've heard some wild shit.
They not like us. They not like us. And when I hit this stream, Ralph, you know what I said?
What?
Bow, bow, bow. Hey, Kyle, do your stuff. Hey, I'm gonna fuck them up. Because they're not. Because Ralph, I know more stuff, dude. That's the
I can
thing,
feel
is,
that.
like,
Yeah.
I want it brings me more pleasure in a sick way. I am tapping into a little bit of darkness in me. I think we all got a little bit of it. I try not to indulge in it too much, but you know what? It's Dark Kyler. I'm wavy, nigga. I'm fucking. This is it. And the thing about it is like, I had a dude. It's just like, how do I deal with that level of betrayal, right? Other than just being
Well,
like,
I know how I would
what
deal
am
with
I?
it. Like
What
you're
am
dealing
I?
with. Yeah, but
Like, what am I doing then? Like, I'm just gonna tell the truth. Like, you like jacking off the pictures of my girlfriend. How about you get a girlfriend worth jacking off to then, you fucking retard? Yeah, I was dating a 21-year-old Norwegian fucking blonde hair, blue-eyed, triple D beauty queen. Yeah, and that wasn't even the point. She was just a cool.
Well,
chick,
no,
bro.
yeah,
Like,
no, that's not
honestly,
supposed to. Yeah.
But you know what? Cherry on top of the sundae, she was actually gorgeous. You know that? Like, I fell in love with this woman, like, with the first time I heard her voice. Like, it was just I was like, who is this? And then I went and I was like, I want to hang out with you and just talk, like, without all the people around, because they interrupt and shit. We just hung out while she was cleaning her computer, and she was shy, so she was wearing a face mask at the time because she said there was dust, and I think she was just shy. Then she took it off because she didn't have pics of her that were like normal. She did like face paints and shit, and stuff online, so you couldn't see her really. Man, I was like, what the fuck? Because she was like wearing baggy like metal clothes too, like like
to kind of hide her
like,
figure and stuff.
Actually, and
some
then,
chicks
like,
are like
so
that.
I was like,
yeah,
but then like I was like, holy, like she doesn't even know how pretty she is. She doesn't even comprehend how amazing she is. And obviously I don't think she ever did, unfortunately, from the results of that. But that's life. Sometimes in life you can make no mistakes in your mind, but you still lose, and that's just life. So
life is cold.
it's a cold game. It's a dirty game, and
it's a nasty business. As a dirty game, and a dirty game, and a cold world.
You're gonna if you put yourself out there
that,
and live
man,
life, you're gonna see. That's the thing, that if you put yourself out there and live life, you're gonna see, like, if you stay online all the time and don't do anything, of course you're not gonna see shit. But like, if you go out there and live life, like you're gonna see dark shit. Bad things are gonna happen to you, and that's just a part of life.
Well, and if you put yourself out there, look, man, I've
it's in the ringer.
Had my heart broken. I've broken other people's heart. Like, it's I don't. If you live in life, man, that shit's gonna happen.
Also, what the craziest part about the whole ordeal is that nobody knows what to say to you because it's such a unique position, right? It's crazy. It's like I'm able to view my position from a subjective view and say, yeah, that's nuts, bro. Like, you shouldn't have to try to even empathize with that, because that's like not an everyday occurrence. So like, I haven't really been troubling people with it too much. Like, I get it. Like, it's a weird, dark thing, man. Like that's a dark subject.
Well, all
so
you can really say is,
I'm
like,
like,
you're sorry. Right? You're sorry to hear
but then,
it.
like, I hear, yeah, thank you. But it's like, and I hear like my friend is supposedly jacking off to pictures of
well,
her,
that's something I just can't.
That's nuts, bro. That's like that's some shit you say when you're abusing substance, right? When you're high on coke, you say some crazy shit or whatever, just pop some shit off in your head, like.
Yes, that does sound like. Again,
it sounds like some shit a thug would say smoking crack. Yeah, like smoking
literally.
crack would be like, I jacked off to his dead girlfriend's picture, baby girl. And she's like, oh, it's so freaky, man. You're such a thug, man. He's like, yeah, I'm bad. I hit that.
And then he's
rock,
saying
bro.
that. First off, there's no excuse for this in any
hey,
direction. But like, he's saying that in front of people, like what? I don't even understand what's going on in this Discord.
Funny? It was funny and privately. Okay, look, check this out. I'm not sure if you can see my stream on my camera.
Yeah, it's on. It's on my show.
I'm gonna take a dab right now, man. Does this bother you, Rob? Seeing me take a dab? Does that bother you at all?
It doesn't bother me.
Can I do that in front of you?
You sure can.
Am I allowed to abuse a little marijuana in front of you?
You can if you like. Yeah.
I hope it doesn't.
I used to have a dab rig. I don't have one anymore.
You know who can't see this and complains about it?
I can imagine.
Liana
really?
complained multiple times whenever I would just dab for the homies, and I show them a fucking fat dab I'm doing. We're just hanging out, chilling, vibing, having a good time. And she complains that when she sees it reminds her of doing fucking rocking the geeking on the dope stick, rocking the fucking pipe.
Chrome taco ass bitch. Boy? Yeah, I can imagine.
Taco ass bitch. Dude, Leon, like, imagine, bro, like.
She's literally from the meth capital of Australia, by the way. I'm not sure if you knew that.
Yeah, she's at a different time in a different place. I'm not sure how it goes in Australia with the slang and shit, but she's fucking anti, bro. She's someone's anti. Like, she's walking on the street, fucking scratching and shit, looking for a fix, selling TV, asking to borrow your lawnmower for a few days and not bring it back. Like, that's her. She's anti. Stealing
metal like out of your fucking air conditioning unit outside and shit. Yeah, that's the type of crackhead. Yeah, I think But yeah, it doesn't bother me. I quit smoking weed a long time ago. Well, about a year ago.
No, but how? Okay, like even if like you had a problem and like you had a substance abuse.
Well, you still can't expect other people to stop using it. Like,
well,
I mean, that's
but
like,
the crazy thing is like nigga, just we're on a computer, just like turn
the screen off. Like I was
on Discord. Like how is cyberbullying real? Haha, just close.
Well, definitely if you were sitting next to her and blew dab smoke in her face or whatever, like that would be one thing, right?
She probably needs some. She probably needs some fucking. She probably needs a big ripper.
It's better than crack smoke. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bro. Like, yeah, is weed the best thing for you ever? No, but it's a lot better than fucking meth, I would assume.
Yeah.
Maybe not this fucking live rosin I'm smoking. This live rosin is fucking like.
Well, you know, I used to do dab hits on air, and then I almost had a Mershian episode one time, and then I love Mersh, by the way. It's not an attack on him, but I almost had one of those. I've had one off air. It's not a stroke like people said, but it's like you get so high. It's like the head rush is so much that you're like,
it's a vasovagal syncope.
Yeah, you like lose consciousness basically.
I don't get those.
Yeah, I've had one.
Syncope.
Yeah,
I get them, but I laugh too hard. It sucks.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm not kidding. I get vasovagal syncope. What's it called? Sorry, I'm stroking out. I'm merging.
Yeah.
Female cop, unarmed. Female cop, gun drawn.
I've had it happen off air, but I almost had it happen on air once, and I was like, okay, I have to stop dabbing on air, because they're gonna get a meme clip.
I don't tend to do fucking huge ones on air.
Yeah.
Like if I'm hanging out Pride, I'll do big booger dabs. But this is live rosin, bro. You can't be doing fucking big booger dabs with live rosin. They'll cash your fucking check immediately, bro.
Yeah, it will. You'll literally.
I want to shout out that Oklahoma is the weed capital of the world. We supply 80% of the world's black market weed, and we grow the best weed ever. Yes.
I didn't actually know that.
Neither did I. I live here. I was talking to a grower, and he was like talking about what the operations are like, and he was like, brother, on our farm, excuse me, on our farm alone, we have like 9,000 people picking plants at a time, like on shifts. Like, how much pot do you think we're manufacturing? Like on that grow alone, we manufactured enough like product to like get Oklahoma high, like for a while, the whole state. So and he's like, where do you think it's going? And I'm like, well, not in my lungs. That's a big problem. You got to fix that, like ASAP, buddy. Because you guys grow some pretty good shit. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, I recently quit drinking, and I used to have a kratom addiction, too, for 6 years. And
I remember you telling me about kratom, actually, way back in the day.
Bro.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about kratom.
Hey, sobriety stories.
But I was such a heavy drinker that I didn't want to use kratom because I was like, I heard it's bad on your liver.
Yeah, it's not good. And the thing is like, I apologize to anybody ever who's seen me before in the past and I recommended it to or anything. It's bad. Don't do it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I recommended it to you. I'm sorry. Like, I can't take that back.
No, but you were doing it actually as a way to replace the alcohol, like if I remember correctly.
Well, but it was that. Well, the problem with me is like I had undiagnosed actual mental problems. Like I've been diagnosed as like fucking like OCD and shit because I have like compulsive tendencies. Like I chew on my cheek, I push my teeth together. I pushed my teeth together so much, like at work and stuff, that I lost part of my jawbone. Like it just came out like a loose tooth out of my gums.
Holy fuck.
So like yeah, it's been rough, buddy. So like I have OCD tendencies where like I'll like rub my foot when I'm talking to somebody, you know, or whatever, some autism shit. So like yeah, I do have problems, but it's like I do like take I have prescriptions. Like people are accusing me of being like mentally ill or because it's insane because it's so sudden and out of nowhere to them. And I'm just like, no, dude, it's just like it's been in front of your faces the whole time. I'm just pointing it out.
Well, yeah, I mean, and plus Warski, I mean, I know him well. We had an apartment together. He left me holding the bill. Like, you know the whole story. I know this guy in real life. I know what he's really like. And when I call him, you know, a snake and all this stuff, I don't just say those things. And people said the same thing about me. I've had everything said about me. Yeah, it is what it is. But he's that type of guy, man. And he thinks he has something better going on. He'll, you know, leave you in the dust. And and exactly, that's just the type of guy he is. Like
his entire thing is just based on distractions. The next thing, and he never completes anything. Like I'm gonna make a game. And speaking of substance abuse, does this sound like the behavior of somebody on a substance? Perhaps they approach you and say that like out of nowhere, and all of a sudden they're making a game, like you know they're making a video game and all this shit, and you're like okay. And like they're doing little things about it and learning tutorials, but they're not actually making a game. So they keep approaching you with it, and you're like having to entertain it. It's like, yeah, dude, you're making a game. Cool. You make them.
Is that anytime recently? Because I remember Warski years ago said he was gonna make a game.
Well, yeah, he's always doing that. But listen, okay, so like, because this person you're friends with is talking about it, approaches you, right? and says, I'll pay you 100 out of the blue. Like, I'll pay you $100 to learn this shit with me and take tutorials. And you're just like, okay. Like, I mean, I'm not going to turn down 100 smackaroonies. Like, fuck me, right? You know, like for 5 hours of work. Okay, fuck it, dude. On my day off. All right. And then, so we get to the day off. I meet up with him. I treat it professionally. I show the fuck up on time. He's not on time, of course. I'm treating it like a job because I'm being paid. Because you know what? Despite everything, I might smoke a little pot. I might get a little rowdy. I like rap music. But there's one thing for sure I supply is I'm a consummate professional. I take this shit seriously. I'm not going to fuck around with your time. So all I ask him in return is not fuck around with my time. So we're there, and we're just learning this shit, and he's all over the place. Like, okay, we're learning this, learning that. He's like, okay, fuck that. Okay, we're learning this. And I'm like, all right, yeah, okay. And it's all stuff that, like, I could figure out on my own if I just play with the program. It's not like I need to learn this stuff. It's just like, you know, they made making games so easy now. It's all I've learned from that is that any retard can do it. You have Epic built into your computer probably. Just download the fucking launcher and use it. You can make a game right now.
I mean,
you can
honestly,
make a game right now.
Yeah,
bro,
I don't even think.
You spent 2 hours of learning shit and bought some assets and flipped it. You can make a game faster than Andy.
Probably, yeah. I mean,
no, not probably. I believe you could. I have full faith.
Well, I'm smarter than Andy Warski, believe it or not. When I'm sober,
you don't have to be smart to make a game anymore.
No, you don't. I mean, if you put the time in and
Unreal Engine 5. Okay, what they do in Unreal Engine 5, right? It's called Blueprint. So Blueprint, basically, what it is like it shows you a blueprint, literally, of like the game's logic. Like if player presses space, that goes to a node drawn out. You're drawing the little line to it to like jump, and you bought the jump animation as an asset off the store. You didn't program the jump. You paid $10 for it with the ledge climb. So going through a game to have a ledge climb, pay $15 for it. Some Indian is selling it on the marketplace because Unreal has a marketplace built into it where you can buy not just assets but game physics like water. Andy paid like $5,000 for like water physics or some shit. That guy's blown so much fucking money on the toilet. Yeah, speaking of addict behavior, he's spending money on me, paying me for 1 day of work, and then never following up on it ever again. And it's like this manic shit where he comes in, he's like, I'm paying you $100 to do this. Learn this shit. Okay, cool. Blueprint. Okay, cool. Whatever. Right? And it's like, okay. And then we never follow up on it. It's just gone. Like, I never hear from him again for like a week or so. You know what I mean? It's like, well,
he always is, man. You know him. Like he always has some big idea that he's gonna follow through with, and it never falls through. Yeah, it's not even. Somebody called him Scamsky in chat. It's not even a scam. Like he thinks he's got this big idea. He gets high or drunk or whatever, and he has this huge idea, and it's gonna be this big thing. Yeah, I'm gonna make a game, and it's gonna be big. I'm gonna make a game. It's like, yeah, okay, right? Like, yeah, right.
Make it.
Yeah,
make it, nigga. They made it for retards now. They made it for retards now. Like the only thing I learned from Andy. Okay. Also, by the way, 5 hours of my day off because I have a day job of my time on my day off, which I take care of people. Like people depend on me. So like, yes, 5 hours of my time. Believe it or not, nowadays it's actually pretty valuable. Yeah. Like if people depend on me and I have a job and my days off, I don't have days off, man. I don't. I take care of my grandma.
I mean, I know
that's my fucking life.
Honestly,
bro. Like, you don't be real with it. That I don't have time to do like lascivious parties in Las Vegas and like relapse on blow and like be a burden to everyone around me. I can't afford to do that anymore because I'm a grown man. I can't. Do I have inclinations to want to do it sometimes? Yeah, I have those thoughts where it's like, man, I could just go call up my old friends and get like some pills and go crazy for a night and never tell nobody. You know, like just swag out for a while. You know, like. Sometimes, you think stuff like that. It's like, I'm a grown man. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'll fucking go crazy. I can't do that. I'm not in a position where I can, right? So it's like...
well, it might be a good thing, really. Like, I mean...
It is. It's a blessing in disguise, certainly. But it's like, if you want me to be honest, like, okay, like here's the angle, right? It's like, why is he doing this? I don't want a career in streaming. I don't want a career online. I honestly, I love streaming as a hobby. It's fun, and it used to be fun. The whole point of Twisted Mind, it was me and Andy like hanging out, having fun, but we managed to turn it into a show. That's what was fun about it. It was spontaneous. Things happened on the spot. We would get like rip roaring fucking drunk. Like it was you just never knew what could happen. We had Rex Jones on one night, and then the next night we're setting our nipples on fire. Like it was an unpredictable, crazy show. It was fun.
I think y'all actually had Rex on first, and then I stole him on the Killstream, if I recall correctly. I can't remember.
I don't even know how the fuck.
Or did he have him on second? I don't remember.
You had him on first.
Yeah, I had him on first, and then Warski.
Well, we would never get a guest on first.
I know, yeah, okay, I did have him on first.
I was like, Ralph, I'd never have.
Oh, you know what it was? Because Warski was on when I had him on. So, yeah, you're right. I did have him on first. Okay, sorry. I try to give you guys credit.
Because, like, because Warski had no like. Okay, like I'm trusting Warski, right, to know how to do the streaming shit. And like I'm a new guy to the streaming business aspect of it, but I've proven that I can write. I wrote YouTube videos, all this shit. Like I can talk on stream. I can talk nonstop if you want me to. So it's like, yeah, I can do this shit. And it's like, here's a question too. Make it make sense, okay? Twisted Mind reunion. Been talking about it for years now. For years, and my reply is always like, bro, I'm here. Like, just hit the fucking live button. Let's just go live. And he never does. It's talk. It's just talk. It's always someday world with them.
Well, it sounds
someday,
like he's stringing you along a little bit.
Yeah, it's just being strung along for what?
Well, if that's the other reason, well, just say no. I'm not gonna do it, or let's do it. Like, I don't understand
like,
why.
What am I waiting for? Like, dude, like we don't need to, like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, or just say no. He doesn't want to do it, right? Like, I don't understand.
It's money in his pocket. We have a cult fan base of people who would donate to the show just for us having a reunion show.
I think so too.
And I don't want to be about the money, but I know how Andy thinks. So, like, in my
well, he only thinks about the money.
Yeah, and it's like, that's cash in your pocket, bro.
Well, that's why he got mad at me in the first place, because I never paid him for his Killstream work. Well, he never asked for any money.
The idea behind that,
but he never asked for any money.
Well, you would host us whenever you
right.
were done,
and provide you guys with supporters, basically. Right.
We didn't need money because we were just helping each other like people should do on the planet.
Right. Well, if he would have asked me for money, well, you know how I found out, because Jen actually and some other people, he was in Discords talking shit about me on calls and this and that. Instead of just coming to me and saying, hey, you know, maybe I should get a little bit of money for my appearances or whatever. Now, I may have said yes. I may have said no. But, like, I already knew that he was talking shit about him. That's why when he started, you know, with PvP and they were kind of... That's why I attacked him, because I already knew what he was saying about me behind the scenes.
Like, here's my whole thing, right? Like, okay, the PvP shit. Like, obviously there's some kind of machination I was not privy to, because then they made a show without me after I disappeared on RV7 for a while with IP2. Yeah. Right? Like, that was the timeline. If you guys aren't familiar with me, I'm not proud of this shit. I did it. I was an alcoholic at the time, but, like, I did go on. I spent 2 weeks on an IP2 RV. It was pretty fun. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Free liquor, bro, and like travel. Like, come on, man.
IP27 was one of the legendary ones too. Yeah. Dude, the RV7, like, yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna say this on there too. I'm a little stoned right now. I'm sorry, but I'm feeling the love right now. Chicken Andy, say what you will about him. He's a piece of shit. He just slapped Alice. He probably fucking deserved it anyway at some point.
I wouldn't care what he did to that skank.
Let's be honest. Okay, can we just can I just say this? Like, is this okay? Is this allowed for me to say? Like, let's be honest, motherfucker. It's Alice, bro. Like, she probably had a slap comment or two at some point down the line. Even if she didn't deserve it in that moment, you know, just give her a little, you know, Sean Connery, you know, a little.
I would pin the fucking medal on his chest, for that these days.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta, you know, whatever happened to Sean Connery type dudes who were like, look, I know how this works. Sometimes you just gotta keep that hands. I'm not gonna, like, on Kick, I'm not gonna advocate for domestic violence.
No, of course we're joking around. We don't support that.
However, there's a comma. They were joking around. There's a comma in that sentence. Sean Connery, all I'm gonna say is this: knew that. It's like in my trash somewhere. Right here. He knew the importance of grip strength. See, like, he knew, like, having these on deck was very important. And I'm not gonna say why, but you can put the dots together, right? You crank that bitch up to like 70-pound grip strength, you're about to be cold cocking motherfuckers across the room.
That's true.
If they deserve it.
My grandpa, when he was 70 years old, would have those things.
Don't do it at all.
Those grips. And his hand strength was crazy. Like, and his hand was like boulders, because he would fucking not Monday Matt boulders either. Like, I mean, because
you wonder how their fingers could bend. Like,
I'm like, holy shit. I remember being a kid and I would pick it up and be like trying to squeeze. I'm like, what the fuck? That's why his hand was so heavy. It was like George Foreman walking around. You know what I mean? Because he was constantly
go get you a switch.
Yeah.
Go get you a switch.
Oh, dude.
He'd be like, oh my fucking god, what did I even do, dude? Like, what the fuck I do wrong, Grandpa? Like,
dude,
that was dude. When I was a kid, like, that's the thing, is like, okay, nowadays that's the problem, is like, where's Grandpa at? So when I was a kid, when I was really being a really rowdy piece of shit and a badass kid, my mom said, I'm gonna call Grandpa over here. And as soon as she broke that card out, I was like, fuck this shit, I'm a normal kid again. I'm sorry I ate the red 40, Mom. I'm sorry. You fed it to me, bitch. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry I ate the red 40 dye in the candy, Mom, and I'm crazy. I want to hurt people now, but you fed it to me, man. Come on. You fed it to me. Like,
now, how do you think?
It's lunchable.
No, some of your early stuff that I haven't even seen from this yet, I guess got clipped out. I retweeted. I still haven't seen it. But to recap, Liana caused this, basically. Is that what you? That's what you're saying.
Okay. So like in this interim of 2 years where I'm dating this woman, who's also a known online entity. So like it's not a secret who she is. If you want to seek her out, you can find her. I'll just let her, the dead rest though.
Yeah,
Lovely
I don't
woman
have
I
any
was
need to do
dating,
that.
you know?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll just leave it there. Lovely woman I was dating. I was focusing for a few
Although
years
they'll
on
probably
her.
do that now. Full warning.
That's fine. That's fine.
yeah,
She,
yeah.
like, what can you do? She's already dead, man. Like, what?
Well, that's true.
Like, what,
Yeah.
what can you do? I've already lost her. Like, what do I have to lose?
Yeah.
Go
Well, I
for
mean,
it. Like, that just
she's
makes
hot.
you.
Who- I
Like, if
mean,
somebody goes
I don't
after
think
her,
this
that
is
just
anything.
makes them look like a piece of shit. That's all it does. It just.
Well, I
shows
mean,
that,
you know who we're talking
know?
about here, so like
I
if
don't
he's
give a
willing to
shit.
jack
I
off
could
to
be-
pictures to her and
I
talk
could be
about that
talking
to his
about-
girl to get her wet, I mean,
I could be talking about fucking James Brown, Andy Warski. I don't give a fat turtle fuck who it is. If someone does that shit, all it is showing their ass. I don't care. Show your ass. That's fine. But, you know.
yeah.
She's
Speaking
dead,
of
man.
showing your ass,
What can you do?
what about PPP? What is his knowledge in all this, and is he like aware of like how bad it's gotten?
I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't know him. I haven't spoken to him that much. I have nothing against the guy personally.
He kind of.
That's the reality.
I was told
And that's how you know I'm
that
telling
he
the
kind of
truth.
stays away
Because
from the
I'm just
Discord
like-
and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
that's how you know I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth. It's like honestly, seems like an okay guy from the interactions I have with him in private. The few ones I've had, don't know the guy. Obviously, you hate him. Can't speak for you, but that's
well,
your
because he's
experience,
lied about
probably.
me. That's why I hate him.
But that's the thing is like I like familiarity certainly could breed contempt, absolutely. But I'm just not familiar with the guy, you know.
Well, no,
Like,
that's
that's just the
fair. Like, yeah,
situation.
if you don't know anything, but I just wondered about his opinion on this because
Okay,
yeah.
look, Ralph. Okay, this is a complicated question you're asking.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say that on air. There's a lot of ins and outs to what you're asking, and I'm not asking. I don't even know like what you know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, what do you mean Ashton saw what? Like what exactly are you like? It was Ashton privy to? Because if you want me to get to the root of the issue of Liana and his involvement with it, and what I think is like, whenever I tapped out of the internet, he was doing Kino Casino with Ashton. It seemed like he was doing pretty good, right? So I'm like, okay, because I like to think I was a good influence on Andy for those few years we spent together. He wasn't like I'm like Andy, yo, chill out on the drama shit. And then for a while, his thread on QB Farms was like dropping down. It was like on the second page for a little bit there. I'm like, see, you're not like we're just making a show, having fun, and not running our fucking mouth all the time. It's fine, you know. Like, look, if you just don't run your fucking mouth all the time in Discord nonstop with weirdos, you can like have fun online and do a show. But guess what? He was like, I'm gonna do the opposite of that while you're gone. Ashton's not gonna like say anything about me. And now what Andy does, the cycle he goes in, is that he kicks out all the normal people who will put up resistance to his choices and make him think about them. Like, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea, you know. And he'll kick them out and keep the ball licker weirdos like Gorgoth, Psycho, OC around, who are scared to even have.
I know all those three, by the way. Yeah,
but they it's weird because like the thing is like we've been hanging out with Andy for years now, at least with some of these guys. You'd think by now they would lose the starstruckness of the E-Slap shit and just realize he's a normal fucking guy. He's a normal guy. Yeah. He is. Like he believe it or not, he eats, breathes, shit, sleeps just like the rest of us. And honestly, if you want to get to
normal
the
might be
matter,
stretching it, but yeah, I know what
well,
you mean. He's a regular.
As,
he's
like,
a real
his
person.
Experience as a human,
just a man like anybody else.
He came out of pussy. He turned into one, and then he's gonna die one. That's that's what it is. Cycle of life for Warski there. It's like a crab, like the cycle of crab where things evolve. Eventually, like for some reason, like the last stage of evolution.
I would just say Gorgoth should probably keep his head down. Is all I'll say.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Why is that? That's weird.
I
don't know.
You see
you may not have caught my earlier stream, but I streamed the hit Super Nintendo game called Vegas Stakes.
Really?
It's like a role-playing game kind of game where like you go around Vegas and try to make your money, like maybe you'll get into a random encounter with a bum trying to sell you a watch. It's a cool game. It's got a lot of charm to it. But it's like, I was in a role play, right? Yeah. I was in a role play as somebody, just for fun, like having fun. There's nothing, to it. It's just having fun, man. It's just a role-playing game on the Super Nintendo, and I role-played as Gorgoth.
Really?
In Vegas Stakes. Yeah, I did, Ralph.
Wow.
I was role-playing as him, but it's for fun. It was just a fun, thing, right? It's just Super Nintendo
just
game.
For fun.
That's
yeah,
all.
I understand.
And in that game, right, you can pick a companion, like to go with you, like a party member, almost an RPG,
It's funny because I hung out with Gorgoth in Vegas.
You did?
Yeah.
Interesting.
What do you think we did in Vegas?
You can pick your companion right in Vegas stakes. You can choose from like 2 females and 2 males, and like one of the females is black. I picked the black one. It just seemed appropriate. I don't know why.
Really, Gorgoth?
You were role
playing as Gorgoth.
Wait, I don't know why. I don't know why. I was just having fun on a stream playing a Super Nintendo game. That's it. I think we should just leave that there. We should just leave that one simmer. We should just let that one just kind of cook. I don't think we should.
Well, I've seen Gorgoth snort up half of Colombia in Las Vegas.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I'm not kidding, by the way.
Why would Warski let his friend do that as a cocaine addict?
I'm not sure, but I could imagine that Gorgoth was back on that if he was in Las Vegas. It's role playing here, of course, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas 6 is a crazy game. I guess they added some like ROM hacks that added some features to the one you played, but I didn't see any blow in mine. But that's crazy that you had that in your game. I should have gotten the upgraded one. I had
the rated M edition, I guess.
You're on that Ralph and Mel edition.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
You went to 1337X and tore it to death. Everyone does it.
I'm just saying.
Everyone goes on Steam and looks and see if a game has de novo, and then you sigh and you don't buy it and wait till it goes on sale. And then if it doesn't, you go on 1337X.to.
By the way, does Gorgoth really think?
Girl.
What does he think? Because, well, I'll just leave it there. He should think long and hard, though.
Girl, by the way,
yeah.
Whoever Fit Girl is, you're doing God's work. You're making 58 gigabyte games into 30 gigabytes, and it takes 2 hours to install. Thank you. My computer really needed that. Thank you, Fit Girl, for your torrents. Because you guys realize that, right? Fit Girl's torrents are meant for like third world brown people to download on the Brazil internet. Because what Fit Girl does, if they're a tranny or whatever, compresses the shit out of the game, but now as a result it's gonna take fucking 3 hours to install on your normal human being computer, like, you know, white person computer. I'm kidding. Okay.
No,
I'm joking. Okay, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Western civilized computer with fiber internet, so to speak, will download it way faster. But as a result, and so will the Brazilians, you know, down there on their fucking Starlink, they'll download it faster too. But now you're all bottlenecked because that shitbox of an installer is now doing rapid decompressions on this game that was once 100 gigabytes or whatever the fuck games are now to like 38. Your computer is just like shit, because that like yeah, you compress the shit out of it, but now your computer has to untangle that shit, and it even says in the installer limit installer to 2 gigabytes of RAM. There's a reason why, because like that's for Brazilians on Starlink on their shit boxes from like compact Versarios or whatever. Yeah, let's go back to Andy. Okay, fuck
I was gonna try to steer it back myself. Gorgoth doesn't even matter, but I send out a little smoke signal for him there.
I think that's why I brought that up, is I was trying to change the direction a little bit.
It's okay. You know? Don't worry. He's got something coming his way. We don't need to talk about him tonight.
Hey, you know what's funny though about that? Let's talk about the truth and facts, okay? You might find this hilarious. Yesterday I was having a similar stream to this, right? A little bit, where I was just airing my grievances, telling the truth. Because I don't know about that, but like I don't see anything wrong with telling the truth, because honestly, if you know, like I wasn't doing dirty shit for those past 2 years, and if I was, I'd be stopping them from fucking doing it. I would say, no, Gorgoth, don't put half of a fucking 8-ball up your nose. That's a bad idea. You're Christian. You're a nice Christian boy. Don't do that. Like, that's what a friend would do, right? Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. Gorgoth's granddaddy wouldn't like that. He sent me a song from his granddad one time too. I'm not kidding. Anyway,
I don't want to get into that.
I'm just saying. I'm just telling you that happened. That really happened.
That's your words. I mean, that's fine.
Those are my words. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
That literally happened.
I'll hear it. If you show it to me and hear it, then I'll hear it too. But like, I don't know.
I could probably
find
it in my email really quickly. Yeah.
But basically though, you find this funny. He told me that he's praying for me.
Yeah.
What exactly am I doing, Ralph, that you see that I need to be prayed for? I'm just sitting in a chair talking to people.
You seem blessed.
I'm not going to Vegas doing fucking Diddy parties and whatever the fuck. I'm not doing that. That's what, dude. I gotta be careful, man. I'm really towing that line, but like, I said it on Twitter already. Diddy parties in Vegas? What the?
Damn, the baby oil and everything.
Holy fuck, boys.
Well, that jives with what I know about the Gorgoth.
Like, again, all these people are friends, right? Friends. Friends don't lead you off a fucking cliff. They don't do that. And I was not about to. I think that's kind of why I think that's kind of like I was ousted, I guess, soft ousted by Liana telling me to shut the fuck up with her stupid ass bitch shit, is because I wasn't falling in line. I think she knows I wasn't gonna fall in line. So I think she just saw me as a threat, because eventually I was going to realize what was happening around me. Because I'll be honest with you, the past 3 or 4 months, I've kind of been in a haze. It's been rough. Like, you know, so like I've been in those DCs hanging out, and like I noticed it was shit, but it's just like, okay, well, my whole life is shit now without my girlfriend. So like, this is just what my life is. This is how I perceive my friends now, because I just see the world through this dark lens, right? I just chalked up to me. The problem was me. I was talking too much. I was too excited to see my friends. I was lonely because I'm on paid administrative leave right now. I've been for a few weeks. I've been paid to hang out with my grandma. It's awesome. But like, yeah, the only company I have right now is my 82-year-old grandmother. Like, yeah, when I see people my age, I'm gonna be a little bit chatty and excited to see somebody, because it's just like, hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up, person who knows like what X.com is,
right? Yeah,
you know, like
some of your own interests.
Doesn't call Elon Musk the Twitter guy or whatever, you know, like, and watches Newsmax all day. Which honestly, out of all the cable news, I will pick.
That's
Newsmax.
probably the best, out of the bunch.
I'm gonna give the Kyler seal of approval on Newsmax. One of the guys on there is actually wickedly funny. I was having fun. I forgot his name, but he's actually pretty sharp.
They're much better than Fox News. Yeah, I was about to say than Fox News these days.
They're funny. Like the guy on there was just ripping zingers on him on a normal fucking you know, like news show, but he was just laying into them like, yeah, they're complete dumbass, and just like, you know, throws it away. I'm like, I like this guy. This guy's got some you know, he's got some gusto.
Fox News.
I didn't know Newsmax was even a thing. They got Greta Van Susteren on there, giving her a job again. You know, that's great, doing God's work.
Yeah, put her back out on the streets.
Put her back out there. Get that. I love
Get back on the corner. Yeah,
I'm using a nice way, a loving way, but get that bitch out in the corner. Like, what does she do? Like,
work that streets, make daddy some money.
Literally the reaction I had to seeing Greta Van Susteren on TV again, I was just like rubbing my eyes in the recliner. I'm like, is that fucking Greta Van Susteren? And I'm like,
I was going to say, I haven't seen her in a while myself. Like, I need to turn on the news
back out on the corner
more often.
Where's she been? She's in trouble. Where's she been? You know what I mean? Where she's in trouble. Like,
I'm old enough where I remember her first face from the 1990s. So that's I'm old enough to remember what she used to look like.
I remember being so young, and my dad was like explaining to me like a dog bit or some shit. I'm like, why is her face like that?
Her face was fucked. She definitely made the right decision. Her face was like really fucked. She was like one of the original reporters on the O.J. Simpson trial, and that's where she first got known. Now, Warski wouldn't know about it.
She deserves her flowers. I mean, all
yeah, for sure. Yeah, she does.
All flowers to Greta Van Susteren.
She does.
The only good Greta, I've heard of another Greta. She's kind of a cunt, it seems like. So, you know, I don't know, fuck her. If there's going to be a Greta, I prefer that one. Let's go with her.
That's fair enough. Now, you mentioned earlier something. I just jumped in at this point. You were talking about some type of recording or log, or like I just started listening at that point, and then I called you. So like I don't know what that was in reference to.
So, I need to get. So I'm gonna say this on air. I recorded. I knew, because this person said we're going to say this eventually. We're looking for the right person to give this information to.
Right.
So I fired up Audacity, and they told me, because I knew that they're just gonna tell the story again. So I was just saving them the breath. We could get the person right here, you know, in Discord. He's in my server, and he can say, yeah, it's fine. Go ahead and play it. But
well, you know, if you gave it, say, to a third party who lives overseas, you know, you don't need any permission either, because that person is international citizen, where those rules don't really apply either. If it came to that, I'm just saying if it came to that.
I will say this.
Yeah.
I will say this. This recording, I called it on my computer. Damn, DJ Smokey, why are you stockpiling all those nukes? That's the whole file name. Damn, DJ Smokey, why are you stockpiling all those nukes for? You know, like,
I'm just saying, if it somehow came into somebody's
we're
possession,
gonna legalize nuking. We're gonna legalize it. You know that? This is the fucking movement. We're gonna legalize the nuking.
I'm in favor of legalizing it, actually.
Because if I can smoke weed legally in my state of Oklahoma, and we make the best weed on the planet, and Amsterdam stores advertise that they sell Oklahoma weed because it comes from that fucking red dirt that I came from, then you know what? We're gonna legalize recreational nuking. My nigga,
maybe
nigga.
Nothing wrong with describing what may be in a recording. As far as I know,
we danced very close to that fire a few minutes ago when I changed the subject. We danced very close to that fire, a juicy fire.
I see.
A fire that you may not see the full illumination of, but maybe you see the flickering of. I think I hear the flickers.
Yeah, I think I can see the flickers.
Let's tread lightly in the land of giants, my friend. Let's tread lightly in the land of giants, because maybe you want to hear something.
I do,
before we divulge anything, you know.
Really? Maybe.
So I don't know. The whole thing too is like, why is Josh? Let's bring it back to fucking. Let's bring it back to fucking Kino Casino. Why is Josh Moon going on this show when he knows that like he can see the thread and see Liana and knows it's a ticking time bomb? Like, what is? Because
he doesn't care about anything but like more.
Is it just like he's like just
yeah.
fuck it, whatever? Okay, I understand.
And he plans on sucking up all their viewers or money and support.
He should
when they implode, like they inevitably will when Warski's involved.
He should do that.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. He's smart.
Yeah, that's what he plans.
That's a good
exactly
idea.
What
That's exactly what I would do in his position.
And then he'll report on Warski's downfall and all that, and take all their supporters. Yeah, that's what he plans on doing. Man, DSP is pretty smart for going over there too. Actually, even though I don't like him, but
my phone's going off a lot. What's up with that, man? My phone's going.
Disheveled Human said it in chat. Josh will use them and toss them when they self-destruct. Yeah, that's his plan, I think. He doesn't care about Warski, of course. I mean, why would he?
But here's the thing, though, right? Here's what I don't want this to turn into. It's just like, oh, how convenient! All of a sudden, Andy's enemies are flooding him with information, because that optically, that looks shit. When all I want to do is just be honest, you know, like that's all I want to do. So I don't want people to come in here with like a motive or like manipulation, trying to warp something. I want to make sure everything that we state on here about Andy Perez is the truth.
I've never said a lie the whole time I've been on here.
Exactly. I haven't either. And I'm not saying you have.
Yeah.
But I feel like this
they like to do the kayfabe shit. Like, that's not me. Yeah.
They love the kayfabe shit. They love like the wrestling. But like, I want to make it very apparent to everyone watching that this is the best gamers. See on the screen down the bottom? Guaranteed. So we're not going to lie to you. A good gamer doesn't lie. All right. And we're playing the game really hard right now. Oh man, we're gaming. We got fucking Tony Hawk tricks. We got SSX Tricky, Garibaldi. We're gaming so hard right now, my friends. This is the best gaming. Andy, you want to start that gaming channel? Guess what, nigga? I did it. Here it is. The best gamers guaranteed on the planet.
Oh gee, we're taking it back to Gamergate days here.
No, dude, this is a metaphor, because whenever I spit the truth, I'm doing like a Tony Hawk trick. Whenever I say something honest and reveal something dirty and dark in the light, I'm like doing a flawless Garibaldi run as extra tricky. Like it's like how a rapper says like I'm killing the mic. I'm doing this. When I'm streaming, bro, I'm cooking. I'm fucking killing it, and that's what I want to do. I just want to say my shit and say what I want. And that's the whole problem, is that I've been trying to stream. I've been trying to do stuff. I've been trying to get the ball rolling, but no one puts me the fuck on. The people that are around me, right, that can't put me the fuck on, right, and my friends aren't putting me the fuck on. Guess what? The only person in the last 4 years that has put me the fuck on, tried to even put me on, give me work, anything, guess. You'll never guess who it is. We both know him, but you'll never guess. It's in our circle. You'll never guess who it is. Like random, like he did that, really?
Probably yes. Jesse.
No, it wasn't Jesse, but you're, a little
wow,
bit, yeah.
Trying to be big-hearted. Yeah, I don't like him.
It was kind of tangent. It was fucking Lulz, bro.
Really? Lulz is a great guy.
Lulz wants me to join Nate on the Late Show with him.
Yeah, Lulz is a great guy.
But you know what?
Really good heart. Yeah.
And he said no. He told me he's evil. He's evil, and I'm like, okay, why? And I'm like, can you explain why? And it's like, oh, and then like they never could really say why. And I guess allegedly when he was drunk, he said something crazy about like 11 or 12. I don't fucking know. And it's like, yeah, the guy who's known on IP2 for screaming the N-word in parking lots and people's mail slots said something unhinged when he was drunk. But fucking, okay, great, call the fucking news. I don't care.
Yeah, who cares? Okay. Nate's also a great guy, by the way.
But that's not evil though, right? Yeah, that's not evil. Because they were saying like he was evil. Because whenever Lulz came up, and I don't know why, like they were like saying he was like the worst of the worst. Like
Lulz is a great guy. Now he's done some wild shit, but like whatever. Like he's a IRL streamer. They do wild shit. Like,
he's one of the most entertaining IRL streamers to fucking do it. In my opinion, he always put himself out there and like did the shit. I've been in there. I've been in the hot seat. I've been in RV. It's hard. It's actually hard to.
How is Warski gonna say that about anybody? Honestly, on God's green earth, when he bullied Sinead into an abortion, and we both know that's true. And so like.
I don't know that's true.
Well, I do. He said it on air. Okay. Like it's out there.
I just don't remember that specifically. Okay. I'm not saying you're lying or wrong. I'm just saying I don't recall that.
it's out there.
For me, from my perspective, right? I know he vaguely had an abortion at some point. I didn't hear much about it. But
Well,
he's
talked about it on air and made a song about it and said he would do it again. And like, so
to be honest with you, I wasn't watching Kino Casino.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, he's admitted to all that. Yeah.
I haven't watched too much of the show. Like, I'll catch it once in a while. It's a pretty good show when they got guests on and stuff. If it's just them together, it's really bad. Because honestly, like when I watched it, like just look at the show objectively, right? Because I know you hate Andy and Ashton severely. But just looking at the show objectively, right, if you see it, Ashton's constantly interrupting and talking over Andy all the time, right? Like, you see it, right?
Well, because Andy's a retard.
But it's like,
he's usually high, too.
How do you not know that? How do you not, like, see that? Like, you're not, like, Andy thought he was bringing the talent to PPP and bringing him up, and, like, giving him shine. That's Ashton's show. Ashton's more, like, hate him or not, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Talk. He can run his fucking mouth on the camera. Let's be, people will watch it.
Warski's always breaking his flow too, by trying to jump in as well. And it's like, dude, just shut up. This is the moneymaker anyway. Now he's telling a lot of bullshit, honestly, but he tells it in an entertaining way. It's a ripoff of me.
You can look at subjectively and say like, yeah, I can see it. Right?
Yeah,
objectively,
yeah. I can see it because he's aping me. Yeah, I can see it for sure.
What about Andy? To take that same critical thought and apply it to Andy, tell me what's going on in your head.
Well, Warski only values his name and his length of being in the scene, and so and he'll say the amusing retarded thing every once in a while that people will laugh at or whatever, or like that the dumber people viewing the show can identify with, honestly, just to be real with you. And so his values in being like the common man retard, lowest common denominator representative, that's his value. And then his name value being in the scene. So, because
he despite everything, his name does bring an audience.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's true.
Well, so after I brought him back from the dead, and he was getting 20 viewers before I brought him back from the dead. But
hey, Ralph, you know who was one of those 20 viewers were? It wasn't even 20, Ralph. It was 15 or 12.
Yeah, I brought him back.
Yeah, and
big mistake, by the way, but
I was one of them because you know what? There is something in Andy. There is something there. Like there
I never.
It's getting dimmer. It's getting dimmer and dimmer every year. I don't know who this guy is anymore. I don't know.
Well, he used to be a little more intelligent as well with his interjections, his low IQ interruptions, as JAF would say. But like, I talked about, but look, that sounded like a complete insult when I said that he represents the lowest common denominator retard, but that's not always
you
bad.
Can frame it. It's that, okay, what Ralph is explaining is like a show business concept.
Yes,
it's the everyman. It's the relatable guy.
Right, yes. That's correct.
Like in a video game, right? Your character has amnesia, so you're learning the world through them. You relate to the world through the character who doesn't know anything.
Yes,
it's like every JRPG.
That's right. Well, that's what I was talking about. So sometimes he would be on my show when I'll be doing an interview, and he would ask a question that, like,
the common man would ask.
That somebody that didn't know anything about it would ask, and it's like, okay, that's money, right? Like, that's actually great. Yes, You're reminding me of what originally he brought to the table. He was the everyman. He was he asked questions like if a woman was on and she was a politician, for example. This didn't happen, but it's like maybe it's an example. Like he'd ask her bra size, like right,
I'm like, come on, like, hey, exactly. I could do him. I could be Andy.
Yes.
I can do it. I could just talk with my false vocal cords like him for some reason, like fucking like Steve-O. Like Steve-O. I talk like Steve-O for some reason because I don't know how to talk my vocal cords.
Yeah, but that was his value, but it's gotten lower and lower. I don't know if it's degeneration or just like, I don't know. But yeah, he used to be really good at that. And now every time I see him, he's just doing the Ashton and the clap and the ha ha ha, the totally, completely fake laugh. And like, I don't know. It's made him money. Like, it works, I guess. But like, to me, he's a shell of what he used to be, honestly.
Okay, so I have an update on the clip.
Thanks, Respecter sent $5 while it's true PPP is the show. Andy holds the keys.
So the person who released it, or the person who says it says, I prefer if he didn't play it, but if Iron wants to relay the information, he was there too.
Godwinson all about it
I won't read this part,
the failed palace coup
but yeah,
PPP
I respect that. Yeah, 100%, brother. Yeah, so the permission we have right now is that an individual named IronWolfSpear has permission to come on here who was there and witnessed it, an eyewitness, to relay the information. So that's what we have now. We have permission for IronWolfSpear. So IronWolfSpear, if you're watching, I'm sorry I banned you in the chat immediately. I just thought you came here to start shit. But yeah, you have permission, bro. You just got.
It's been a while since I've talked to Iron Wolf, actually, but I know him.
He's one of the people I was told was literally Hitler, and they couldn't explain why. And then like, it turns out like it was just because like he wouldn't kowtow to Liana and like be a yes man to Andy. That's literally it. Like most of the people I recovered in my own server now, like my old friends basically who were just kicking it. It's cool.
I wouldn't expect him to be the one to stand up, honestly. No offense to him, but also I got a super chat. I'll just read it to you since it was talking over you. It says, while it's true PvP is the show, Andy holds the keys. His channel, I don't like the word, but his supporters, monetary supporters, his show, etc. He threatens PvP all the time and told Perspic and Godwinson all about it when they planned the failed palace coup that PvP backed out of at the last minute.
So how IronWolfSpear, can I tap you into this? Ethan, do you have Discord by any chance?
Yeah.
Can I invite you to the server real fast? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not crazy. It's not a gay op server. Anything I've said in there.
It's fine. I don't care.
It's not gay.
My Discord doesn't matter to me.
I'll probably burn the bitch down anyway. Who cares? Fuck it. Let me see. How do I invite people?
I'm starting it
up. So the audience can hear Iron, but Ralph cannot. Okay, there's a link. Discord's interface is the worst shit ever. I swear to God.
Okay, so where did you put the link?
How do you is there a text chat in here?
You should be able to text this number, but
fuck me, man. This is so gay.
Yeah, I know. Google Voices, the interface sucks. Yeah, hit the message. You see where it has.
I can text you from here.
Yeah, text me. Yeah, text me the link.
Hold on, I'm boomer teching it, bro. Come on, Iron, chill. I promise, Iron, you are unleashed in a minute. I will unleash.
Oh, he's gonna go off of me. Yeah, we're not.
No, he's not. He's not. Okay,
he used to watch my show all the time, actually. But
I think that's you. This most recent call I got. I texted it to the link to you.
Okay, let's see.
I hope to Christ I did that right. Otherwise,
I have it.
Okay. Otherwise, some random motherfucker has a link. Like, I don't know who that number is.
No, I have it.
I don't know. That'd be kind of funny if it wasn't you, though, huh?
Okay.
Okay, all right, bud. I got you.
Yeah, that's me. Okay, so I can join now. Let me see.
Yeah, you can get in. You can get in the green or what the fuck you want to do.
Oh, okay.
All right, man. I'll see you in a second.
All right. See you there.
All right, everybody. Welcome, boys and girls, to my friends, to the show that never ends. The best gamers on Earth, guaranteed. We have one of the best gamers I know, IronWolfSpear here. IronWolfSpear, for context, if you guys missed that, we had a bit of a boomer tech moment. We had to get Ralph in here, all of us together. We're all in the audience. People have been accusing me of whatever the term is, honey dicking. I'm not sure if that's the right term, the audio. We can't play the audio because I'm doing this right. I'm not just gonna be a piece of shit and just dump it out there. I'm doing this by the book. So the person who I got it from has given me the express written permission in DMs to have IronWolfSpear relay this information to everybody. Now, I don't want to keep delaying this, but I'm going to take a fat piss. So Iron and Ralph, if you guys want to talk for a minute, introduce each other, maybe give some background, perhaps.
Well, we know each other.
Yeah, we know.
Well, maybe the audience, like maybe some
okay, we can do that.
Maybe the audiences don't know Iron, perhaps. He can introduce himself, tell his background, how he knows Warski.
I'll tell you how I know. Okay, I'll tell you how I know. So I know him because he used to watch my show. He would send in super chats and he would call into the show. Quite often, actually, would call into the show. So it's been years since I talked to him, but. Yeah, I talked to him many times. He's been around the sector ever since I can remember, really. So at least since 2018, right? Maybe.
I mean, dude, it goes back to the hospital stream thing you did. At least like.
Oh yeah, that was 2018. Early. That was before the Killstream blew up.
Yeah. I was already watching. Cause look, dude, I don't take it personally. Like with the me and you thing in the past. I watch whatever I think is funny, and you're included in that. Now. That's always how I've been. That's always how I've been. I watch other shit now, but it's like I just like watching shit that's funny. And I know Kyler, for years, like he was one of the people who was saying that, we were just friends. Like I'm not a yes man to anybody. That goes for anybody. I've never been like that. And I just basically that's what caused me to get like this crazy thing with Andy was the fact that I was like, hey, I don't really agree with this. On a personal level, if you want to do that on your show. Sure, but when it came to stuff being just friends, because I wasn't even involved with his show like that. Like I called in on his show once, I think. Like and you know, I told a funny story about like somebody that also is in the sector, and like that was it. Like you know, I have a real life. You know, I got my own things going on. Great. It's been great the last year.
Well, that's good.
And,
yeah, I never had
it.
Like, we said some shit back and forth. I think on Twitter or some shit.
Yeah,
like,
the only thing. Yeah, the only thing I'm gonna tell you is unblock me on Twitter because like I might have like sent this to you as a joke. What he's talking about because I wasn't even in that video he's talking about. I came in near the end of that call.
Yeah,
link
your Twitter or send it to me on DMs and I'll unblock you. I couldn't find it right off. I have too many people.
It's like I wasn't even really that bad to you.
Nah, you weren't. Honestly, I was. Yeah.
Like, and the thing is, you know me. A lot of people that you like and don't like know me, like because I just watch your stuff. It's not because like I'm, you know, I'm just some guy. I'm just a guy.
Well, you know, you were hanging around Warski and you said something to me on Twitter, and I was like, all right, fuck this guy.
Yeah, but you know, I say that shit to everybody. It's
yeah, like, no, yeah, it's not a big deal. I didn't take it seriously. But I did want to ask you one thing.
I'm back, boys.
Why? Before we get into this, what happened with Bibble? The truth of that story.
Well, look,
because I know you know. That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
See, that's the thing. Bibble had a thing with them, and when it came to me and Bibble actually talked.
I got you.
Before the drama with you, like fully went out with me or Andy or the whole sector, right? You know, like Bibble just told me, like, hey. Regardless of Ralph or Andy, just don't tell anybody your personal information. And you know, if they dox you, they dox you. And like, I never really had a problem with Bibble. I thought he was stupid, like a really dumb guy, like a slow guy. But I never really had a problem with him. I don't know what was the thing in relation.
Well, they ran him off the internet with his personal information, basically.
Well, I didn't know anything about that. That's
okay, all right. I was just.
I heard rumblings of. Okay, so this is something that occurred. By the way, sorry to interject, but this is something that occurred while I was gone. Like the Bibble stuff. Like honestly, after that shit happened with the YouTube channel, I was like, man, motherfuck the internet. This is gay. Like I'm out. Like you know what I mean? That's what kind of I forgot. But yeah, that's kind of what triggered my like. If this could crumble before my feet, this thing I've worked so hard for, it's not worth it. I'm going to go outside and do something tangible because at least that I have a fighting chance of keeping. It's not just a random chance of disappearing. Anyway.
No, well, that makes sense, honestly. And Swan Kelly is so wrong. Bibble did not do anything to that channel. That was a complete falsehood. But anyway.
Okay, wait. Okay, so as someone who worked on the channel, Ralph, and I'm not coming at you adversarially, I bring those subterfuge or any kind of like.
Well, he told me off the record he didn't. Like, so if he was doing it, then like.
Okay, Ralph, but like I'm gonna ask you though, let's use the razor of critical thought here to really shave down to the meat of the issue, right? Because as far as I'm aware, there's 3 motherfuckers on the planet that could have did it, right?
One of them's Andy Warski, though, or gave somebody the credentials to do it, right? Like,
I mean, man, like, yeah, knowing.
And Andy, it happened during the fucking fight. Like, I don't know.
I know, man, but it's just like all I'm saying is like, I'm on block. Look, I'm Keemstar right now, man. I'm on block T with my fucking hands.
I mean, look, like, he could have lied to me, but he had no reason to lie to me off.
I have nothing to gain. I have no weapon, man. I'm just telling you, like, that's the way I see it. If it wasn't me, and man. Nobody say it was me. That's fucking retarded. You're dumb.
Well, no, I never would think it was you.
Some people did insinuate it. I told him to go fucking pound sand on the eye of the fucking cock for saying that.
But I'm just saying he would have told me off air, like in my opinion. But I don't know. Who knows? Man, like really, but like I'm just saying.
What kind of Montreal screw job is this?
I don't know. Like I said, all I know is what I know, and
look, I'll add some light to it because I was kind of told information from Andy.
Frosty Toad sent $3. I miss Bibble. That's why I
look,
hate
Bibble's
Andy.
not the smartest guy, right? He's kind of
why do you think Bibble's dumb though? Like I never got that.
I don't think he's dumb. I don't think he's like smart. Anyways, the point is, he really wasn't involved in that channel as much as like Kyler and Andy
I can tell you.
And I think like a lot of people said at the time that we're still there that
we iced him out because he wasn't putting in work. That's what it was.
Yeah, he wasn't doing the work, so he probably was just upset. And
I'll tell you. Okay, if no one knows, has this story actually ever been like subjectively told on air?
I don't think so.
Okay, so basically, I came in and like. It was like okay, I'm being hired as a writer, right? And I'm a constant professional. So I'm coming into this, I'm getting dressed, sitting at my computer, I got my water bottle, you know, and I'm looking at what they're working on, and it's like the writing skills of a 12th, like almost a 12th grader. That's too much. What help me think?
4th grader. There we go. Yeah. Okay. 4th grader. Okay. Let's dial up. Okay. I'm giving too much here. Gas on that one. 12th grader. Fuck no. Let's try 4th grader. And I was like, this is like a 5th grader's book report, bro. What is this shit? And so I had to rewrite all these scripts and shit and like salvage them because it was just like a child wrote them essentially. And I rewrote them perfect. If y'all watch the videos, maybe I wasn't the best, but I like to think I did a pretty good job at it. You know, better than what I fucking walked in on. I don't know who wrote those scripts for a fact. I think everyone was kind of passing the buck because they're embarrassed because I was talking so much shit on a fucking shitty ass script. You know, it's like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Well, I smell a fart and I didn't do it. Who the fuck made this? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I came in here and it smelled like fart. Who farted? You know, and everyone's like, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. So I don't know who the fuck wrote those scripts, but they were like embarrassingly like childlike writing skills. And then Bibble was also doing like shit where he would copy and paste things from articles, but instead of like doing the lazy,
I mean, that I can believe.
Yeah. Like he would do this shit where he would like copy and paste parts, and instead of rewriting it in his own words, like if you're gonna plagiarize, at least do it smart, you know, like not 5th grade book report. And like I'm not sure if it was Bibble doing that, but I know for a fact Bibble did like plagiarize a few times, like straight up. Like in a scripts, I'd catch it and I'd be like, "What the fuck, bro? We can't do this shit," you know. And then he would disappear for months. We'd have meetings, we'd show up, we put the fucking work in, you know. I'd write for 8 hours a day, treat it like a job. I streamed with Andy, twisted my shit, you know. I was burning the candle at both ends. So the way I saw it, yeah, Bibble should have gotten any of the fucking money because he wasn't like it was my scripts.
Yeah, look, I don't know the whole ins and outs of that.
I'm telling you,
I just know Bibble was trying to actually stay neutral between me and Warski, so this doesn't make sense.
For that channel, and what happened was initially they went in on it 50-50, right? Because the idea was that Bibble do have to work it. Bibble didn't even do 7% of the work, brother. I'm telling you. Like,
look, I don't know. Mine, yeah, I believe you.
Because he wasn't around. He stopped coming around. Because like he wasn't there. Right?
I have no reason to doubt that. I'm just saying. Because I doubt that he deleted the channel.
He would disappear for months. He disappeared for months, right? Yeah. And then you come back and be like, "Hey guys, what are we working on?" And it's like, we're like 2 videos ahead, bro. What are you talking about? Like, what are you working on? Where you been, bro? Like he wouldn't communicate. He wouldn't. He would just show up and be like, "Okay, let's work." And it's like, bro, that's not how like this works. This is a job. Like I'm here every day writing. Where are you? You're like, we're like I'm out here on my block, brother. Like I'm here on my block, standing on my shit. Where the fuck are you, bro?
Yeah, and fair enough. Look, I don't know all the ins and outs. I take your word on it. Like I just know
that's the truth. I have no reason to.
I don't think he deleted the channel, and sorry that changed the topic. I thought Iron knew something about.
You're good. You're bringing it back because like this whole story coalesces back to like the atmosphere of what the channel was like. So was there animosity there? Was there motive there for Bibble to do it? 100%. Do I have the smoking gun proof that Bibble is the one who did it? I don't. All I can do is wonder. I can't say for a concrete fact that Bibble did it because I'm not God. I'm not omnipotent. I'm omniscient. Maybe Andy did it. Maybe.
Well, wouldn't Andy have the motive to do it as well, though? Right? Because he's making money with the Kino Casino, pretty good money, and he could kind of cut you off by deleting that channel and then just have it him and Ashton and kind of ice you out and not have to worry about any side projects.
But that doesn't make any sense, though, to me.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Wait. You're right. Okay, Ralph, what you're saying checks out with Andy's behavior and what I know now. What you're saying rings true. That could have definitely been the case. I'll say that.
It could be Bibble. If he lied to me personally, I don't know. I would be shocked. Like, he had no reason to.
But again, the reason why you're defending Bibble so hard and you're like, I don't know, is making me wonder now about your scenario. But I don't want to get stuck in the.
I'm just telling you like, off air. I mean? Even he denied to me, and so
I'm just considering all options. Because again, the situation was so fucking weird, right?
Yeah, it was.
It was timed.
It happened while we were live on air. Yeah.
It was like Racism Iceberg with Johnny Rebel songs. You know, I was there. It was pretty funny. I will say, whoever did it, that's pretty fucking funny. I'm not gonna sit here and cry about it. Like, yeah, that was a funny fucking prank. Like, that was a good troll. Like, yeah, whoever did it uploaded Racism Iceberg and shit and like Slavery Iceberg and it was just Johnny Rebel songs. That's funny. So like whoever did it like had a good sense of humor because while I was fucking very furious that my work and it was crumbling before me, that's pretty fucking funny. I'm not gonna lie. And you know some of the like look. Johnny Rebel, his songs are a little rowdy.
They are.
Some more toe tappers though. Like music's music, man. Like if I hear the groove, like I'm gonna groove with it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Some of those I can't sing along to them in public, but you know, hum the rhythm. You know, like,
I'm just saying, Warski. If you think about that motive too, I don't know.
We need some bangers.
I can't really say who would do it, but
is that a controversial statement? Johnny Rebel, he made some bangers.
I just put that out there, and people can think about it. Like, I don't know for sure what happened, but he would have had to lie to me. And
okay. I will say this too, because I don't want to sit here and say, "Oh, you're full of," like that's bullshit, Ralph. I love my friends, you know. Like, I don't want to be that guy either. So it's like what you're proposing and the scenario you're proposing.
It's at least plausible, right? Like,
it's entirely feasible.
Yeah.
Entirely. So like, I'm not gonna sit here and say, "Oh no, Ralph, Andy would never do that." Andy would totally do that. Yes, that completely rings true now. Because the thing is like that's the difference between then and now. Is like I'm not gonna be like Andy wouldn't do that. He's my friend. No, of course he wouldn't do that. And of course it was Bibble. It was Bibble. Bibble had to do it. So now,
you see how easy he can make it look like it was Bibble too.
Yes,
right?
And it's like it seems like there's a lot of manipulation to stop things from happening. You know.
Anyway, just my thoughts. But let's get back to the call. Sorry that I diverged things.
We tied up a loose end. The Bibble list has been tied up. If he didn't do it and they targeted him and did that shit to him, that's crazy. That's unhinged. Yeah, but whatever.
Well, anyway, just my thoughts on it, and I talked to him a lot about it. And anyway, I shouldn't have changed the topic.
I'll just state the facts. If Bibble didn't do it and they ran that campaign on him and chased him offline with his personal information, that's psychotic. Because if he didn't do it, then why? Just let sleeping dogs lie, have that feud, you know, whatever. But they chased him literally off the internet.
Well, because he was still coming on my show, and even though he wouldn't attack Warski directly, he was like a great benefit to my show and just my universe that I had over there.
And that was that his great crime, is that he was anti-Warski at that point. That was.
But he wasn't even anti-Warski. Like, he would never talk shit about Warski.
You know what I mean? Like, it's enough. You know what I mean?
But
like, there's a
just coming on my show is enough. Yeah, I think so. Honestly,
like this, you know, for example, like the first stream I did after this, I just called the stream like going live. I didn't say anything. Just let it happen, because I learned that if you just let these people do their shit, you let it happen. You don't have to like sabotage them. You don't have to kneecap them. You don't have to like gay out.
All I want to say about it, I'm gonna say one thing. So if Bibble,
you're here. Sorry,
if Bibble did do it, he probably had a reason not to tell Ralph, because Ralph probably would have just dropped it later on. And I think, to be honest,
you know what?
That's true. That's fair. But
I say
with all due respect, don't think so.
With all due respect, fuck Bibble. With all due respect to you, Ralph, fuck Bibble. Hey, what about that juicy gossip you came here for, Iron? Let's spill it.
Yeah, I know.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah.
All right, look, okay. So before I say, I want to preface something before I even say it. I could have said this like a year ago now, and I didn't want to, because it's like at first when all this stuff happened, I'm like, there's been so many Vegas trip. Ralph had his, Dick Masterson was there, and I never got to go to any of them. So I'm like, you know what? I've been cool with these guys for a few years, some of them more than others. And to be honest, half the trip wouldn't even have happened if like a few people DM me that went. And one of the people is that the video Kyle was talking about was they don't want to go if I don't go, because like people were actually kind of nervous about an individual, a whale, that some of us know about that was there.
Don't do this insinuation and innuendo shit. Just name names. Say who it is. Who's the whale?
So like the trip, Metachromacicus. You guys remember that guy?
Yeah.
I don't know his name. I forgot. I'm not doxing anybody. I'm just saying he was there.
No, don't dox nobody. But like,
I'm not doxing
that's his chat name. Yeah. That's his chat name. Who cares?
So
he donates tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
We know
he invited me, Andy, a few others. And some people were like, do we want to go? Like, this guy is a little weird. Even when he, there was no problems. This guy's a weirdo. But whatever. I was like, okay, I'll go. And then people were like, okay, we'll go if I go, because they felt a little bit more safer with me going.
Yeah, you're kind of a chill guy too. Yeah.
So whatever. There's a reason for that. But I'm going to tell you my perspective of what the main juice is, because it was a week. The whole trip was like a week. I was there for I was chilling with him for like 4 days, but I was there for like a whole week in Vegas. And it was cool. I had a great time. I've been there before. So in the beginning of the week, everything was normal. There were some few moments with Andy and this crazy guy, Metachromacicus, whatever the fuck his name is now. And, we could talk about all of that. But honestly, for the first few days, it was fun, except the part that anytime we hanged out afterwards with PPP, we were limited on moving more than less than a quarter mile, because he would be out of air, walking down the elevator. Going down the elevator, he would be out of breath.
I mean, he's a big motherfucker. Yeah.
How big is he in person? I've estimated 500 pounds.
Fantastic question, Ethan. How big is this big motherfucker really?
Just in person,
give us a scoop. He's a pretty big guy, not just in weight.
Yeah, he's tall too. Yeah, but
is he a big guy for you?
But you have to be enormously heavy and fat to be that tall. He's 6'3" or 6'2", but like he's like enormously fat. Like,
would it hurt if you took the mask off?
All I know is that if he fell on me, and I'm not the biggest guy, I'd probably break my leg. But I don't know. I always stayed out of his shadow. I was not even like. There was one time me and him hanged out because. This is when so 3 days in, I partied too hard. I was drinking too much.
Wait, I was too, bro. I was there, like I was a demon, bro. I was kicking back.
No, but I'm talking about the Vegas trip. So in the Vegas trip, I got sick, right? I kept doing like edibles and beer and all that, and like
the weed's so good in Vegas. Yeah, oh my god, it's the best.
So
it's better than California. I don't doubt it, but like. The weed source are way better than California. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, so the first few days awesome. I made like $800 that week on blackjack, so I was happy with the money I pretty much spent. I got back because I like to play a little bit. I don't play like a lot. So I think Gorgoth came in like half the week as well. He showed up halfway into the week, and all of us were like, okay, we got to go do stuff now that everybody's here. And it has to be PPP approved because we couldn't go like, do anything physical that much. Like we were thinking to go into like a theme park, but he wasn't allowed.
No,
whatever. He was banned already from there. I don't know. But anyways,
banned already. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, King Backshot, for subscribing for 1 month.
I just caught that.
Okay,
Anyway,
so
go ahead.
We'll just get to the meat of it.
Can I pay pig like Kino Casino for a second?
Yes.
Dig deep in your pockets. I'm gonna make Iron stop talking until I get 25 subs. Donate money ironically. We're grifting ironically. It's a joke, but really do give us your money, though. I don't know how this works. Like, is this a joke still, or are we grifting or what? I'm lost. I'm lost in the grift tunnel. I don't know what's real anymore. Ralph, help me.
Well,
Aaron,
come back to the light.
Okay, wait. Okay, no, content. Focus on the audience. Content, audience.
Right.
Give them what they want. Yeah, don't grift.
We'll talk about the main thing, and then we'll just talk about the small shit afterwards, because people want to know the main thing.
Yeah.
And again, I had months to say this after all the shit that he tried to say to me. Look, at the end of the day, me and him didn't even go argue, but I basically told him, you can leave. Look, my server is like just to play video games and talk because of how like the Liana thing caused. She basically was subverting the sector on our part, I guess. Right, she got kicked out of like 100 Discords already.
109 Discords.
And look, to the audience, that might sound crazy.
No, probably literally 109. Yeah,
but it might be 100. Like, I made it 110. Let's be honest. I made it at least 110 now, so you might up those numbers. She's really racking in those numbers there.
Yeah, so because I didn't placate to Andy's demands, like they basically rent running and crying, huffing and puffing out of my server. So I'm like, yeah, dude, like I'm not gonna give this meth head special treatment. Like I don't even know her. Like if she says something, she started talking shit to someone. One of the females Kyler was talking about, because we had all kinds of people, dude. It was chill.
It was hopping. It was like a bar. It was kind of like a dive bar on like a weekend with like a band playing. It was a cool atmosphere. We were all drinking and shit, smoking, having fun. That's what I like to do. I like to smoke a little, drink a little, chill out.
Yeah. So she started something with some chick in there in my server. And then they went at it, and then I didn't ban the chick, and then they just ran around crying, whatever. And since then, I never.
Yeah, because it turns out Liana being around other women in Discords, it turns out you would never guess, is actually a huge fucking problem for everyone involved, including like tangentially us now, because this is where honestly a lot of it stems from, is Liana not being able to coexist.
Well, because she's jealous, she's ugly and old, and
yeah, she's busted and ugly and like meth. She's all like, look, meth. Honestly, if she didn't smoke that fucking tweak her whole 20s or whatever, she probably wouldn't look too.
She might be decent,
but man, look, man, you smoking on that fucking dope stick, man, it does damage to you, bro. But besides your neurons, it does, free radicals, man. They're not good for you. Anyway, sorry.
All right.
Health lesson with Kyler. Don't smoke meth. In case you didn't know, don't smoke guys.
So the reason I even said any of this has nothing to do with Vegas, is because since that day, which has been a long time ago now, they've been talking about me nonstop, calling me Hitler 5.0. I don't know where the rest
That's
of them
the thing. They're
at.
making this guy out to be like he is like the doxer slaughter of the century to me. Like he did something horrible, but they can't tell me precisely what he did horrible. So I'm just kind of like, okay, it's vague, Like,
yeah.
It's this weird talk about Iron, and they do this to a lot of people that they kind of like consider persona non grata.
Well, that's called.
Like Vols, for example. Vols is evil. I'm like, okay, yeah, he has done some crazy shit on stream, I guess, but like, why is he like evil? Like that's, because they were even comparing him to Baked Alaska, saying like Bake's better now. Bake's better now. He seems like he's getting better. Like, what do you mean? He just what?
And you know what, Andy? If Andy's listening, you could thank Psycho because he's the one that 20 million times basically tells your shit, saying, "Oh, we're talking about you in the server because." I'm like, well, I haven't talked to you in months or whatever. And you're like, why are you talking about me? He's like, well, because, Liana always brings you up. I'm like, but what did I do to that bitch? Like, I don't know. So they've been talking about me nonstop for like half a year after the whole drama. At least half a year. The Vegas trip was like around a year ago even. It's been a little bit over a year. It was like you remember, Ralph, when the Northeast was like on fire because of Canada?
Yeah, I do actually.
It was around that time.
Oh yeah, I remember that actually. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I'll tell you something funny about that. So
and those clouds were like coming in from Canada. Yeah.
My flight got delayed. I missed the day.
Well, somebody that I used to know lives in that area.
Yeah, I got stuck at the airport for like 8 hours. So I'm like, fuck. Whatever. I still got there. I still made it because I was like, look, I'm hanging out with my friends. This isn't about clout. No streaming. Nothing. No show was gonna be done. No promise of anything. It's just hanging out with some bros, right? At the time. So I get there, and at the end of the week, Gorgoth, right, the virgin, the born again Christian, the one that is telling all of us he's gonna pray for us because
he told me yesterday whatever he's gonna pray for me.
So he's so sinless.
Wait, dude, I've seen him snort coke. Are you kidding me? Like, anyway, yeah.
Let me put this in perspective real quick. Yesterday he was in my chat and I was finally breaking free of the conditioning. I'm breaking the conditioning and like going off the fucking I'm becoming a house inward as opposed to a field one. In fact, I'm actually out of the house. I'm Django Unchained, bitch. Fuck with me. So like he came in my chat trying to do, oh, you're having a mental episode or whatever. You're like trying to Kanye West me saying I'm like having a mental episode. It's like, motherfucker, I've been more stable than I have been in months. I'm showering every day. I'm wearing fresh clothes every day. I look good. I smell good. I feel good. Do you, bitch? Do you?
Yeah.
Liana smell good? Probably not.
That
bitch coochie smell like Dookie. I telling you.
I would be
shocked. Go to Bed Bath & Beyond. Tell that bitch to put that shit the fuck on.
I would be very shocked.
Spray.
I would be
like, god damn, bro. Like, so he comes in here, right? And any Christian would know, right, that before you remove the moat from your neighbor's eye, you should definitely check on the plank in yours. Definitely consider that. Definitely. Quietly.
He's just full of shit, dude. I know his game. Like, I know some. Like, he's just.
Look, I don't know.
Go ahead. Let's finish your story.
Yeah.
But keep that in mind, chat. Keep that in mind when he says this.
I got my own story.
Keep that in mind when he says this, because this was yesterday. This was fucking yesterday. Keep that in mind, chat.
All right.
Let me finish. Go ahead.
Pray for me, by the way.
All right. So we, at the end of the week, we went to like some cool event thing. Like I forgot what it was called. And then the night of that day, I was sick already. I was sick like 2 days, and I'm like, listen, I can't go to the club. I'm sorry. Gorgoth got upset. He was crying about it. Everybody else went except PPP. PPP didn't do anything really with us except watch a hockey game because it required walking more than like 10 feet down the road.
He's Canadian too. It's hockey. I mean,
and like we had to like lift him on the back of a truck, on Gorgoth's truck. He had a pickup truck.
I know. I've seen it. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got a rental. I got like a nice sedan, right? I'm like, oh, everybody should be able to fit in it. He got in and the vehicle started tilting. And, but whatever. We made it back. Thank God. We had multiple cars. Otherwise, we wouldn't, none of us would have been able to go.
When you have too many niggas in the back where the pushes the muffler down the ground and scraping it. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So I basically, this is my perspective on the night's event. So the story of the video, the recording, whatever, is a little bit more, but this takes place at the suite we were at. Now, let me remind you, this suite is like 3 rooms connected. It's huge, right? The guy that fucking got it, Metachromaticus, he balled out like more than he should. I think he was calling his credit card company by the end of the week. But that's how much money he spent on the bullshit, whatever. Like,
so not only is he spending money on like just donating nonstop to the show, massive amounts, he's blowing like stacks and racks at the fucking Vegas thing. You're saying, right? He's extending himself severely.
So this is like so this is like the fucked up part. He was crying and bragging about his poker skills, and he lost. Like, we had a fun poker game. He lost that one and cried for like 30 minutes until the point where he basically scared Andy. Like, Andy gets scared easily, right? Like, Ralph, you said that he cries.
I've seen it
firsthand too.
In real life.
Yeah, and I was there a week with him. So there was a whole week of that, right? Like, the whole thing about last thing before the story, because this has to do with Andy. So, and this was said in the video. So I wasn't even there, but whatever. So like at the second day we're there, Ralph, right? The second PPP's not even there yet. PPP's not even there yet. But we already got the room and everything. It's like 6 a.m. and you're on vacation. You're not trying to wake up at 6 a.m, right? Yeah, and we all literally drank like a bottle each. And so we're all like, me and Renig had one of those, we had our own room, right? Yeah. And it was like 2 beds. It had a cool ass shower, had a mini fridge, all that stuff, like mini bar. So we hear screaming from through the room. And I'm like, and then Renig wakes me up. He's like, yo, yo, yo. And I'm like, what? And then I start hearing it. And then I go check it out. It's Andy screaming on the phone at like 6 a.m. West Coast time, crying about this meth head cheating on him or going on a show and cheating on him. And he basically is like, I know she's cheating on me. I know. Oh my God, I love her. And mind you, this was like their first week of dating. So, because the timeline's a little weird, but this is around literally might have been their 1 month they were together, and he was crying about it in the middle room because the other room was Medicare Masochist room. He had this, he paid for it.
Yeah, he got the big dog. Yeah.
And then the middle room was huge, and that's where Andy was sleeping, like on a bunk, on a cot. They brought up a cot because like
they'll give those for free.
Yeah. So, but all I hear him screaming, I push the door open, the connecting door, right? Because I'm not gonna go around. So I open the door, and I talk to him I'm like, dude, what's wrong? What the fuck? Like, yo, like, did your mom die? Like, no.
Yeah, you thought something serious.
Yeah. I thought, because I'm like, dude, this is like our second night. Nobody had problems. We went to get food. We got drunk. We're watching the game. We played some slots. I was already I was like playing blackjack with Renig, a guy that was also there. And he could attest. He's the one that's the video, right? That he said it. So I'm saying, this is my perspective. So we talked him down. He was like super freaked out, like mental. And at some point I hear Liana on the phone, and I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, dude, like, what the fuck? What's going on? And then like, he's like, well, and then they hang up. He finally calms down. I'm like, dude, we're in Vegas, bro. Like, get over her. Like, whatever's going on, deal with that when you're done. Like, we're having fun. Like, dude, this is not the time.
Go fuck somebody else in Vegas. Like, what the fuck?
Like, I just, we're gonna have fun. Like, we're gonna have fun. Like, whatever you want to do, I told him, whatever you want to go do, we'll do it. Just fucking, like, who cares? Like, if she's doing it, only God knows.
Well, you know how many hot bitches are in Vegas? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So okay. So, and this is why. Look, the story is basically Andy and some other people, including Gorgoth, fuck black hookers. Right. We'll get to the end how that happened. But that happened. And the other person said it. They said they were there. I was disgusted by it.
Real quick, I want to interrupt real quick. I'm sorry. If you follow the official Kino Casino Twitter at Kino Casino, you'll realize this show is actually a multi-dimensional experience. You may have actually seen rumblings of these black hookers I mentioned earlier. I did that on purpose to look crazy, like I'm just saying some nonsense, but it's true. I told you guys, the truth is crazier than you know, and we haven't even.
So wait, let me ask. Did they fuck the black hookers together, like, as a group, or?
Okay. So hold up. So they went to the nightclub. Medicare Masochist spends like $6,000 on the booth and like bottles. I wasn't there because I was literally dying. Like I was sick.
You said.
I was drinking NyQuil. Yeah, I was drinking NyQuil. I don't know if I caught COVID. I think it was just because I was hungover the first 3 days. Like, I drank like a bottle a day, like in 3 days, like 2-3 days in a row, and then I think I just got sick from the edibles. So I told Gorgoth I couldn't go. He was upset. He was crying about it. I'm like, dude, everybody else is going except Ashton. Apparently Ashton stayed in the middle room, because they got his own bed. Because I was like, I don't know where he's sleeping, but you got to get 2 of those cots if you want to fall off.
Yeah.
And they did. Like, he had to sleep on 2, otherwise he would have fallen off or broke it. And and say what you want about Medicare Masochist, but even he was like, if you guys break anything, I'm not paying for it. And they got 2 just to be on the safe side. So Ashton stayed.
Wait, can we bring it back real quick? you can pick any hooker in Vegas, right? Like I don't know how that works. I've never been to Vegas,
Well,
never bought a prostitute. So like you have to pick people later, I'm assuming. You can choose them. It's not like you just go to the hooker dispensary and you just get what's on the shelf.
To find in Vegas.
Like, oh sorry, all we have is the dude looking dyked out fat black one. Sorry.
Also, you can just drive out of Vegas to Clark County and it's totally legal. There's like fucking whorehouses literally. Anyway, whatever.
You can whore in Vegas all the time.
Yeah, well, they have whores in Vegas.
That's the main idea, though, right?
Technically, it's illegal in Vegas, but there's whores all over there. Yeah.
But that's the main idea, though, right? The takeaway is that in Vegas, you can
pick whore, Latina whore, white whore.
You can go to Moonlight Bunny Ranch, like the TV show, HBO, and get what's her name, Sunset?
Yeah. In Vegas, dude. Like when we were going down the strip,
they'll try to pick you up on the strip. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we were walking.
You could fuck Air Force Amy.
We were all walking down the strip, like half the strip.
That's old heads out there, sorry.
Yeah,
they're full of hoes, dude, and a lot of them are super hot.
Hell
yeah.
You could fuck Air Force Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what makes someone do that. If you're gonna, if you're paying for that, like, and you really want to pay for. By the way, one of these chicks had bigger shoulders than me. And I mind you, at that time, I was losing weight. I was like 10 pounds overweight. I was like 40 pounds overweight before that. 10 pounds overweight. I was like, okay. I'm actually working out. There was that whole thing with Cog. He wanted to fight me, and it was the time when I was already working out. And what ended up happening was Cog didn't want to fight me when I was still cool with Andy. Whatever, I would have knocked his ass out. I was like, I'll fight him for free. He's coming to New York. He's coming to the U.S. I'll fight him. But so I'm like, so I'm gonna get the perspective. I'm sick as a dog. I'm sick as a dog. I see Rene come in through the side door because he's sharing my room, and he's like, whatever you do, don't go in there. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? Mind you, I'm sick. And I'm like, oh, how'd it go? It's like 3 a.m. I can't sleep anymore. I'm drinking like fucking NyQuil, Dayquil, whatever, trying to feel better. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, don't go in there. And I'm like, I have to go in there. I wouldn't even not go in there.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, I actually want to go get something to drink. So I go get some water or whatever. I wasn't drinking liquor anymore at that point. I was sober for like already 2 days. So I was sober 100% when this happened. So I don't want anybody saying I wasn't. I go get like water or soda or something like that we bought. And I open the door and I see two black women. And I close the door immediately. I go back in the room and I'm like, are we getting robbed?
That's my IronWolfSpear. Classic Iron. Sees minorities and immediately assumes danger. You racist. You disgust me, Iron. How dare you? These lovely ladies tonight just trying to make honest money. They're just trying to make an honest living, Iron.
I'm sick, right? And
How dare you?
If you guys are expecting me to save you guys, I'm sick. I can't do anything right now.
You are sick. You're right. Yeah, you're racist.
So, oh my god. So Redick started laughing. He's like, no. And he's like, they're from the club. And I'm like, what? Okay. So I go look. I go get the drink. I'm like, one of them looks at me. And the one that looked at me was like, a little mannish in the shoulders. I'm like, either this chick is doing some kind of.
It's some buff black bitch. Just say it's a buff ass black bitch.
Yeah, the other one looked like a normal black chick, whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, mind you, this whole week, I'm thinking I'm hanging out with people that, they say all these things online and in private. And I'm like, I was about to leave. I was literally going to start packing. I'm like, I'm going to go get my own room. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't want to see any crack. I don't want to see any of that. I don't know what's going on. I'm out of here.
What kind of crack are you talking about, though? You mean ass crack or wet rock? What are you talking about?
Wet rock.
Oh,
I'm like,
fuck,
I was like,
because it sounds like you could have possibly seen both at the same time. Maybe.
No, because they just came in. They just came in. So this is what happened.
We're not there yet.
So I get my drink, and I'm like, I see Andy coming in, and they're talking, him, Gorgoth, and PPP's like, PPP looked whiter than he already does. He was white as a ghost. He got, at least, I'll give him credit, he got nervous too. He probably thought we were getting robbed. But the thing is, he couldn't go
in there. He thought
that big hoe was gonna eat some of his food, probably is what he thought. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
All these Nazis just think these minorities are here to rob.
There's only so much to go around, and he's got to keep his blood sugar up. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So I go back in the room.
Wait, sorry. The way you described Ashton's life as like a survival game, like you have to constantly seek out calories to live, like there's a meter in your eyesight constantly. His life is like arc. He's like a candy bar meter in his corner of his eyesight all the time. It's constantly draining. And we see it going, he gets nervous, like his blood sugar gets low, gets white. He's like, I gotta eat food now.
Yeah, it's like the red screen, like when you're taking
because
damage
he's so
and shit
big,
in the game. Yeah,
his body has to like expend so much effort just to live, exist, blood pumping, heart beating, and breathing and stuff, just that to exist under all that fat. His body needs like a whole pizza in the morning just as
it has to. All right. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay.
We're having fun. We're having fun.
We're having fun, yeah. And I was like, what is going on? What happened? So I talked to Reinig, and what I basically find out is that Reinig went to go do his own thing at the club because they were really pathetically boring. They were scared. They were sitting in the booth not talking to anybody. They weren't dancing. They weren't doing anything. They were drinking. And apparently Gorgoth was like crying at the club. Because he basically told everyone he's never been with a woman and that, he's such a loser and all that.
True.
And Metachromatic's great idea, a married man, says, I saw these black chicks. I'm going to bring them over.
As you
so
would.
He brings over the black chicks.
A normal thing to do, yeah.
Yeah. And mind you, like Reinig and I think, Andy was also apparently talking to someone there that wasn't black on top of the black chick. So, very, very faithful to Liana, as he said in the beginning of the week when he's crying like at 6 a.m. screaming, right? That, oh my God, I can't believe she's cheating on me. What a fucking whore. Oh my God, I would never do that to her. 5 days later, apparently doing the same thing.
Oh man, that's kind of wild. I don't know, man.
I know.
That's really fucking crazy. Andy Warski did that?
Yeah. So
wait, the same guy that cheated on Sinead in front of me and Dick Masterson and Gator and Coach Red Pill in Knoxville, and then lied about it not to her face, but on the phone, like in front of us all, and we woke up to that slop hound pine cone girl laying in the fucking middle of the fucking floor. And made him kick her out of the fucking
they slept
condo.
Hard for her, huh?
Anyway,
all right,
yeah, they slept really hard. They slept overtime for Pinecone Girl. Holy shit!
Right. So I'm gonna say I might have been at least someone that kind of caused this to happen, even though I wasn't there, because at the beginning of the week something else happened. Right before PPP came, it was just me, Reinig, Metachromaticus, and Andy. And Gorgoth didn't show up and PP wasn't there. So we're obviously have our one night to go out and literally walk around. And the whole idea of that night was to go pick up on some chicks.
As you do.
So,
Sure.
So Andy kept wanting to smoke. So we had to go get cigarettes or
smoke weed or cigarettes?
No, cigarettes.
So he's not sober off of nicotine. He said he wasn't vaping anymore or nicotine. That's a lie. There you go.
Dude, he had like a whole, like half a carton.
Dude, he never stopped smoking cigarettes. I know him well enough to know that. God bless.
But he did say that though. Okay, I'm just saying for the record.
Yeah, he did. Of course.
We're collecting lies.
Because he can't ever keep it like. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So look, the reason I'm not even afraid of this, people have seen my face. People
afraid
know
of
me.
What?
Like I'm talking. I'm just saying the truth.
Casino fucking hit squads.
Yeah, I don't know, but what I'm trying to preface it. Like I'm not shy about who I am. I'm just a regular dude, and they know my life to an extent because I trusted some of these guys. And not like, like Kyler, I was cool with him. He knows me. Reinig knows me. A lot of these people that watch all of you guys, like Ralph, Medic.
You've been around, bro. Yeah,
we just watch. A lot of us just still watch. And, we even hear funny stuff that you still do, Ralph. Like, none of us really hate you. Like, I don't hate you. At the end of the day, it's like, oh, shit talking on the internet and then move on.
In fact, I think the whole culture is gay, honestly, of like, I hate you, you hate me, scandal. It's just tiring, bro. It's just make stuff.
Well, it gets old. It gets old for the audience, too, I feel like, a little bit.
Yeah, they get fatigued on it, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, now we're getting to the part about what the hooker thing, right? Because a few things happened. So Reinig says he was hanging out with them, and then he came in the room when he heard that prices were being negotiated with the hookers. And he was like, I want nothing to do with that. Good night, guys. And he came to the room. That's when he came in. So I was like, what's going on? He said, oh, dude, they're going to fuck him. I'm like, don't go out there. And I'm like, no way. I look out there, come back, and then we're talking. And he's like, well, what happened? Like, how'd they end up here? Like, do they not know who, like, what the fuck? I thought we weren't like for, I was like, I'm not for this. What the fuck's going on? And he said that
Who is for it?
Medicare masochist, a liberal, right? Married man, very very devout as he claims to be.
Libertine,
brought these women, and he paid for it. He paid for it because he was fine. He was bankrolling everything, right? Except what people were paying for themselves. Like I was paying for my shit. He paid for the room. And by the way, I didn't want anybody paying for me, so I got the rental car for me and him because he wasn't driving. So I'm like, I'll drive you around. It's like you paying for this nice room. I could at least pay for like $800 car, like for the week, right? And I did. Renik had his own car, and Gorgoth came in his like shitty pickup truck. Yeah, so we had multiple cars.
I know where he's from. I won't say it, but go ahead.
Yeah. So, I got the car trying to be a fair guy. And whatever, he barely fit in it, but he does. At least PPP did not. But anyways, so the prices were being negotiated, and it was like $750 or $7 something. I'm like, no way, this is happening. Who's gonna do it? What the fuck? Why? Like, what? I'm freaking out, thinking like, what are they doing? Like are they drunk? Yeah, but they're also sober. It's like they were cognitive. It's not like Andy was like tipping over. They were all cognitive. I'm like,
so they were drunk, but they were also pretty lucid.
Mind you, I'm sober.
They were cognitive.
Like, are you serious? Yeah. So what ended up happening is that they fucked them. I didn't leave the room. I actually locked the door and put the chair against it. I'm like, they still might rob us even after they fuck them. I don't know. So I was like, let me just close the door. So I closed the door at like 5 in this was like 2 a.m. So like 5 in the morning, I hear a knock at the door, and I'm like, oh my god. Rene's passed out, but then he kind of woke up. I don't know if he woke up fully. Medicare masochist uses one of the keys. He had the keys for all the rooms, right? The side keys, how like the rooms are connected.
Yeah. I know.
Every room has its own door.
Yeah.
So he comes into our room at 4 in the morning, and you know what he does? He goes like, Iron, are you awake? But he calls me by my real name. He's like, Iron, you awake? I'm like, what? And he's like, oh, I'm gonna take the cards. I'm like, what, to the room? He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take the cards to the rooms. I'm like, okay. And I think he came out when they were getting their freak off just to make sure none of us walked in, because then the door stayed locked. Right, and he took the card, the key rooms. Right,
so nobody can. Yeah.
Yeah, at like 5 in the morning. So they were fucking these black chicks, all of them. They were all like whatever.
So
they were
wait,
doing,
so who? So was Gorgoth, Warski?
Yeah, okay, yeah, and we'll go into details.
No, wait, who the names? Wait, no.
Gorgoth. No. Okay, so Gorgoth
masochist
was definitely doing it.
Yes.
Medicare masochist because he paid for it.
Yes.
And he was participating because the reason why he was doing this, not because I think he was just a degenerate. I think the only reason he even wanted to do this is because Andy was going to do it with him. Because
it was like a gay.
He was trying to be like a wild boy, trying to show off. Like, I could be a fucking crazy guy. Like,
and then PPP went back to his home, which was like an hour away at that time where he lived. And, he stayed in that room. He didn't come to our room. He didn't say, hey guys, can I just sit here? Like, I don't want to watch that. No, he stayed and watched what happened. So I don't know if he was jerking off.
Wait, who stayed and what?
PPP.
Really?
PPP. Yeah, because he didn't come to our room. And the door's locked. And he didn't go home because I saw him that morning too. So I'm like, when we finally got up, because it was like the last day we had to get out of there, when we all finally got up, he was still there. So, and then we went to get breakfast. Now, mind you, at this point, I didn't really know what happened. But me and Gorgoth got separated. We went to because everybody already left. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So we met up with them like 20 minutes later because we couldn't find them. Gorgoth wanted to park on the strip. I'm like, dude, we could just walk there, whatever. We went in his car. He wanted to go in his car. So during this time, Renek tells me, yo, you're missing it. He texts me. He's like, you're missing it at the fucking, we're at the restaurant. I'm like, what's going on? They said that, Gorgoth like couldn't finish the job or was so like boring that the hooker was on her phone while he was just basically lying on her, and that supposedly PPP was calling the hooker's
wait, all right. Okay, this is starting to sound a little crazy. Okay, that's insane. That's nuts, right?
It got to the point where apparently Andy was trying to help him out because Andy is his homie. Right?
Sure, okay.
He's trying to help him out. He's shaking the hooker at her ankles. Like
what?
trying to get basically trying to help Gorgoth the retard figure out how to do this.
Whoa, buddy!
That's what I was told from the person that heard that.
Ashton,
and PvP was, and PvP's reaction was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe we paid for these Aunt Jemimas." And I'm like, because he can't stop thinking of food, so he obviously refers to the black hookers as a food product.
Okay, wait. Okay, the glasses are coming off for this. Okay, I'm sorry.
He kept calling them Aunt Jemima. I did. When I finally got there, I did hear him say the Aunt Jemima part. But that is true. I'm not bullshitting. I'm like, okay, like whatever, weird.
Hey, chat, what'd I tell you? The best gamers, guaranteed. Look, here we go.
Dude, this is real gamer hours.
We're playing it. This is real gamer hours,
Now, look.
Who's up?
Is there any photos of these people that? No, because I'm not trying to. First of all, I wasn't trying to. Yeah. But if anybody wants to say that this trip never happened and that we weren't in the same room together, there's videos that got taken and posted, of us just hanging out. So if anybody wants to say I'm a liar, we could show some stuff. And like I said, people already know what I look like, so I'm not. If somebody's gonna face dox me or dox me, it's like whatever. I don't give a fuck. Like my life is great. I don't care.
Okay, chat. Also, I'm trying to add in a little bit of texture to the audio, some background, ambient audio music that helps me focus too. If it's too loud, if the levels are fucked up, just let me know politely, please. I'm sensitive.
There's something. Look, okay. There's something that happened that is cool. That wasn't this, and I'm not even.
No, this didn't sound too cool. So again, Medicare. Wait. Just to recap. Hold on. Medicare Masochist, Warski, Gorgoth, PPP, all in the same room with black whores and all involved in some way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And mind you, Medicare Masochist came from outside the room, not our side door, because I locked it and I put a door against it, a chair, wooden chair against it. He comes in from our door and tries is waking me up, right? Because I'm barely sleeping. I already been sleeping all day. I'm sick as a dog. Reneg wakes up, I think, too, but he basically just says, "Iron, I'm taking the card keys." I'm like, "It's too early. Why do you need them? Like, how am I gonna go in?" He's like, "Oh no, don't go in there. I'm just taking the keys." I'm like, "All right, dude, whatever. Take them." I didn't want to argue with this guy. I'm like, "Dude, I'm in the bed. Like, I'm not trying to argue with this guy creeping at 5 a.m.
Like, who cares?
Yeah. So he took the car keys. Like, mind you, why would he do that at that time? I don't know, unless shit was going outside, in that room. I didn't hear anything. I put on my fucking, my headphones on. I was like, nope, I'm trying to just get better, trying to get out of here. It's the last day. Reneg was disappointed. He's like, I can't believe someone I knew, would do that, would stoop that low. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, dude, this is fucked. And I don't know. I feel like the only reason he did this was something happened at the beginning of the week. Now, I'll say it. I just want the other person to say it's true because they were there. And there's a picture of it, too. And there's nothing to do with black hookers, by the way. So I'll say that story. So the reason why Andy had the inclination to at least get some kind of action was because somebody actually did it the right way at the beginning of the week and got laid by a bombshell. And I think he was upset about it for a day after that.
He's the type that would get upset about that, right? Because he thinks he's the shadow group.
And he did it kind of as a passive aggressive. He made passive aggressive comments about it for a day, to the point where I'm like, I get it, dude. Whatever. And I said, look, I'll be your wingman. So basically, on the first night, Andy tries to call me out. He's like, look, Iron, you're cool, but he's like, you always talk this shit about having chicks, and all right, whatever. I'm like, what do you mean if I'm talking shit? Whatever. So he's like, oh, you should do it, because they kept trying to say, mind you, before the night PPP came over, maybe because also Andy didn't want PPP seeing him possibly cheating, but I'm obviously at this point, he knows that. Yeah. So he was like, okay, when PPP wasn't there, he was like, let's do everything, because he knew. I'm
just gonna comment real quick and say that it seems like a pattern with Andy. It seems like once he feels like he's in a social situation where his inhibition limiters are off, he just goes nuts. Is that how it is with him? He's in private.
Well, that's the thing. He only did it because of what happened before that, and I was like, because I'm like, he was talking to some chick that wasn't the black chicks at the club, and he was trying to bang her. Whatever, and obviously the chick didn't want to come back with him. She was like,
yeah, he's a retard. Yeah, why would she?
No, so you can buy me drinks, but I'm not leaving with you.
He's a simp.
Well, a lot of women will do that. They'll take the free drinks, but I think
Andy's that guy.
Yeah.
do that,
so okay.
I've
So the
seen him
beginning of
do
the week.
Yeah.
So beginning of the week, Andy basically called me out in front of
Great
PPP,
point, Ralph.
Reneg, and Medicare Masochist, saying I'm like basically a liar about being smooth. So I'm like, all right, let's, you know what? We all need to go downstairs. We need to go smoke. Let's go see what's going on downstairs. Let's go play some tables or whatever. So we go downstairs, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna prove it to you. And I told Andy in front of Reneg and all these people, I'm like, just point to someone and I'll talk to them if they're hot. It's like, and I'll show you it's not hard to talk to someone. Mind you, it wasn't about picking them up. It was just like,
Just
hey,
to talk to him.
like,
Yeah.
go be social. Because unlike Andy, I don't have like his problems like with his, you know, his background, his PTSD about women or his stuttering or his, you know, awkwardness. Like he felt he had to do stuff after something happened. And it was
just
like
all
the whole week
confidence.
after.
You just start talking to women. It's really not that hard.
Yeah.
But anyway.
It boils down to confidence.
So we're hanging out, we're all smoking, and then they point to some like chick. I'm like, oh, she's like, you know, okay, she looks pretty cool. So I go talk to her, and then she comes up. She actually comes up with us to the room. Mind you, I was there by myself talking to her first. I'm like, hey, you want to go hang out? You want to go party? We're like, whoa, we have the suite at the Bellagio. Oh, she's like, oh, you guys are here? I'm like, yeah. So obviously, like, this is like the most like expensive resort in Vegas or whatever. So we were at the nicest one. I told, oh yeah, we're in the suite. Like, you want to go hang out? Like, what are you doing? She fucking comes with us. I go talk to her, and then they're looking at me like, no way. Now, mind you, I'm not fucking, you know, I'm not Matt Damon. I'm not Tom Cruise. I'm not any of these people. Like,
you don't have to be though. That's the thing. Anyway,
you don't have to be. Exactly. You don't have to be.
These people don't understand.
The whole reason,
yeah.
So the whole reason I even talked to her is because Andy dared me to. So I was like, I was there to hang out with my boys. I wasn't there to get laid. I wasn't there to, oh, let's go rob the casino. No, I was there to chill. That's it. And drink. And like, you know, we finally, some of us talk all the time. We play video games, right? We talk when we have free time, when we're not working full-time jobs, whatever. So we finally go hang out in person, IRL. We're having fun. But he wants to keep bringing it up. Iron, you need to bring the bitches. I'm like, what about you? I'm like, he's like, well, I'm in a relationship and I don't. I'm like, oh, okay. Then why are you asking about the bitches? So then I go talk to the bitch. She comes up with us. Andy's being a complete weirdo. Now he says he did that on purpose to make me look good. I'm like, dude, I don't need you to make me look good. I look good on my own. And I'm like, you're making her weird. You're making her feel weird, right? We're all on the table. She only wanted to drink water.
I was just pretending to be retarded. You see? Like,
yeah.
It's a ruse.
So at some point, I basically pull a big dick move. I pick her up. We're all like having a good time, and I just take her to the room, the room that me and Reneg are sharing. And basically, Reneg slept on the couch that night. I come back like hours later. And then after that, there was some need when we're not watching a sports game, we're not going to the bar, we're not going to the casino. There was some need for him to wanting to talk to someone. Because somebody, like, he was thinking that he was going to look cool in front of everybody the whole time just because of him being him. And that didn't happen. And so he obviously had some weird inclination to either passively, aggressively say, fuck you, Iron, I can't believe you talked to that chick after I told you to and got banged her. And you didn't have to pay her. I'm like, well, she did look a little snooty. So I'm like, whatever. And I don't talk to her anymore. I'm in an actual relationship. I was single at the time, unlike Andy. I was very single. So I was cool about it. I'm like, if it happens, it happens. You don't go to Vegas trying to get laid. You go to Vegas to have fun.
Exactly.
If it happens, it happens. Now, for Andy, it wasn't going to happen unless somebody else paid for it. Because he was like, by the way, Andy, claims to make this much money. I took all the guys to eat breakfast at like the expensive diner in the Bellagio.
I love the Bellagio, by the way. It's so nice.
Dude, anyway, it's so nice, dude.
I love the Bellagio.
Andy, claims to make so much money and all this shit.
I ate at Jasmine at the Bellagio where they cook the Peking duck right at your table. Anyway, it's so nice. But
and the pussy is comped on the pay pig's dime, everybody. Medicare Masochist has all the black, fat dyke pussy you could crave.
Now the chick that I banged was like a Russian chick that was like 5 foot, 90 pounds, like C cups, blonde hair. I'm like, dude, she had that quiet, cute voice, like some girls have. I'm like, oh my God. And she was cool. Whatever. And like I said, that happened the whole week. I'm hearing it from Andy once a day. Like, So I'm like, okay, then let's go to the club. And then that idea got kept brought up around. Gorgoth wanted it. So then they do that. And I'm like, if I didn't do the dare, maybe they wouldn't have done that, because it's like they can't leave Vegas without, in his eyes, he can't leave Vegas without doing something, cool, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, he was a cheap fuck too. But I didn't care. I brought my own money. I thanked Metachromacicus. I'm not a leech. I'm like, hey, thanks for getting the room. I got the car. Which was kind of weird, because he also disappeared one day. I think he went to have his own cardinal activities, and I'm asking him, do you need a lift? I'll drive you. He's like, oh, no. I'll be back in a few hours. I'm taking an Uber and it's far away. So maybe you're right, Ralph. Wherever that place is, I think he went there.
He might have went there. Yeah. Because
he took an Uber. Yeah, he took an Uber because obviously he didn't want me knowing.
There's all kinds of whorehouses outside. It's in the county, right? So technically prostitution's illegal in Vegas. But there's whores everywhere. But
let me get my notebook. Hold on, wait.
But in Clark County, prostitution's legal. So there's legit brothels and shit. Now, I never actually went to the brothels. Nobody believe that now, but I just know the law there in Vegas. So.
Well, I've been to Vegas, and I've been the part where people drive from Cali to Vegas, because I've driven once from Cali to Vegas. I don't know anything else about Nevada.
I fucked a porn star in Vegas, actually.
Well, I've heard that.
Yeah, but yeah.
Well, so see, that's what I'm saying. So it's a very depraved guy. Mind you, he just had a kid, and he's married and all this stuff. I'm like, dude, out of all the people, why did you do it? It's you don't have to do it. But he wanted to because Andy was doing it and he paid for it. So of course he's gonna do it. And I was cool to these guys. Even though with the weirdness, right? We had a $20-$40 game, the boys, right? Because I'm like, okay, Ashton doesn't want to go anywhere. At least let's go buy a card set with a poker set, right? At the gift shop. Let's at least play some poker at the table for $20-$40. Mind you, Metachromacicus is spending $8,000, $10,000 at least, and he's crying about $20 because it didn't go his way. I'm like, dude, okay, it got to the point we all playing poker, and Ashton basically he basically mucks the cards, right? He doesn't show it. He basically folds, right? And Metachromacicus wasn't doing that great at all until he did one. He was doing okay a little bit in the poker game. And then he wanted to see the cards, but that's not how it works. If you fucking fold it, you don't have to show it, And he basically went on a 30-minute tirade about saying, it's actually the rules. I can't see the cards. You guys are wrong. All of us are wrong. I'm like, we're all telling him, dude, why don't we just move on? You don't have to show it. That's why you fold it. He gave up the pot. You won the pot. Move on. Because he lost the whole time after that, and then he lost badly, and he got upset to the point where he started screaming at Andy. Now, Andy, I will say this. Andy was trying to calm this fucking brute down, and he puts his hand out. Mind you, I'm sitting between Metachromacicus. He's on my right, and Andy's on my left. Andy puts his hand out, saying, "Are we cool? Are we cool?" But he's getting scared.
Oh, he pulled the "Are we cool?"
Metachromacicus doesn't shake his head.
Oh.
What a fucking piece of shit. I'm like, dude, we're playing for $20, and this guy's spending $12,000 on just being here, and then another 10. On all kinds of dumb shit.
Down the fucking drain for no reason. There were no usually whenever you piss money down the drain, right? Get a drug addiction. Have some fun. Put some shit in your arm. Smoke some shit. Oh,
and by the way, I was wrong. It's outside Clark County where see, I've just fucked a fucking porn star in Vegas. Wasn't for free necessarily, but so I don't actually know where the brothels are. So I'm glad I got that wrong.
Like a hooker. There you go. If you're gonna piss money,
she's a porn star, basically a hooker. Yeah, go ahead.
So whatever. So that was that weird card game. After that, we're all oh my god. And then Andy and Rita and they're like, I'm so glad you came, Iron, because he for some reason he was kind of scared of me because I told him, hey, I'm not getting pressed by anybody. We're gonna have a good time, right? Are we fucking gonna have a good time? And he's looking at me yeah, of course. Now, I said, it's he was trying to make things go his way too, and I'm like, look, I get it, you paid for the room, but it's dude, just have fun. Nobody's telling anybody what to do. You're not doing that. It's not no.
Like everybody had their own. We
So
spent
basically,
there a whole
like
weekend.
he had this like grand vision for how this was gonna go in his head if he threw enough money at it, and it wasn't playing out his way, and he was mad about it. Essentially,
Yes, and
like he
that,
had
the
this
poker
like
game,
idea in his head. He was gonna be the big guy with the money. He's gonna come in, be cool. Everyone's gonna think he's a cool. He's gonna buy friends, basically. Is what you're describing.
Yeah, and the fact that like look, he bragged about Chinese poker, and then and none of us knew how to play. We're not gonna go play something we don't fucking know. I was like, I don't know what the fuck Ching Chong Ming Chong means. I don't know what that means.
Fuck all that shit.
So I play regular blackjack. That's my game. I don't claim to play poker. I don't claim to play Texas Hold'em. I play blackjack.
I know how to play Texas Hold'em, but I don't go play in Vegas because there's sharks out there. Yeah.
Oh hell yeah. Hell yeah. So the funny thing is, at the middle of the week on Wednesday, he kept trying to get all of us to go, and we're all drunk. We're like, no, we don't want to play Ching Chong poker. I'm sorry, no. Gorgoth goes with him. Gorgoth's like, I don't really have that much money. I don't want to blow that much money, but I'll still go. I want to have fun. I'm like, okay, go have fun. Gorgoth, mind you, Gorgoth comes back with like $900 that he got lucky off playing with him because Medicare Massacre's bankrolled for him to play a little bit. Medicare Massacre's lost like $600, and Gorgoth, that never played it, came back with like $900 on the Chinese poker variant, whatever they were playing. Fucking Medicare Massacre was fucking moaning
what
and
a
crying
fucking
about
mark
it for a day.
he sounds like, dude. Like he sounds like the biggest mark of the whole story. Like this isn't.
It sounds like he's living his life with a VR headset taped to his fucking head. Where is he at, Mars?
Dude,
God damn.
I was like, good for you, Gorgoth. I'm like, good for you. Like, how'd you do it? He's like, oh, well, I didn't know what I was doing, and I won because of some weird rule. And mind you, Medicare Massacre is explaining to all of us all the intricacy. Oh, dude, this game's so easy. We're gonna beat the casino. He lost like $600, and
he got shanghaied. At Chinese poker.
Literally,
yeah. And I'm like, good for you. And you know, there's this other weird thing. So with him, after the poker game,
someone's calling in, boys. Wait, if you go on my screen share, we got a caller. Who do you think it is?
I don't know.
You guys want to hear the caller? You guys down for that or no? You want to keep it going? Oh,
wait, let him finish and then.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck it. That was just
So now we obviously
Chinese
know the big
poker,
story. We know the big story. We're going to the meat and potatoes now of it. So, right, Chinese poker game happened. He got upset about it. But when the first poker game, the $20 poker game, happened at the room in the main room, after he lost, right? And the funny thing was, Gorgoth, I think, also won that game because at that point, Andy, PPP, and Reneg and me were trying to throw because they're like, dude, I don't want to play anymore. Like, this is so cringe. PPP kept asking, we can all return everybody's $20 back. You think that? And Medicare Massacre was like screaming like, no, we have to play. I'm sorry, but we have to play. I'm like, all right, whatever. We played. At some point, I just kept like fucking throwing. I'm like, it's $20. Who gives a shit? I lost on purpose. Reneg lost on purpose. Medicare Massacre doesn't lose on purpose, thinking he's going to win. And then he loses. And he basically just says, Gorgoth, you know what? You can have it. And that's pretty much how the game ended. So Medicare Massacre didn't like how it ended either. He goes into his private room and he doesn't come out for like 3 hours. It's silent as a mouse. We're all like asking him, are you okay? Are you okay? Mind you, we also had plans that night to go out somewhere nice, right? And
because this guy is just taking nonstop financial damage, right? Left and right. And he's just had it. He's not having a good night. He's not having the night he envisioned. He's just not good, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the scene here, right? He's very not good.
So we're all like, okay, we're all gonna wear suits, right? Like we all like nice suits. I got a nice vest on. I'm like, all right, we're gonna go somewhere nice and fancy, whatever. That was the plan. Even Ashton tried to dress up nice, and you can't really get a suit on that type of physique.
True.
But he tried. He wore like a nice cap or something. I don't know. And 3 hours later, he comes out wearing the same khaki shorts he was wearing since he got here. And I'm like, dude, aren't you going to change? He's like, no, I'm going to wear this. And I'm like, okay, right, whatever. He didn't pay for the thing that we went to either. We all paid our own tickets. We all like split it, right? Because we're like, all right, we're all going to do it. We're all going to do it. But he came out like so seething about a $20 poker game. I'm like, dude, like get over it. Like I told him at some point, like, shut the fuck up. And I'm like, dude, like have fun. Or like, or you're just going to kill everybody's mood. I told him that. And like in the beginning of the week, I pressed him too because he kept saying some weird shit like about what he wanted to do over the week. And I'm like, what we ended up settling was we're gonna be here a week and there's like 5 of us. Why don't we all just pick an activity to do once a day and we all go do it if we all think it's cool? And that's what we did. Like Gorgoth's idea was to go to the club at the end of the week. My idea was to go play blackjack or poker, whatever, and we did. We all did. Some of us went to play slots. Everybody else had an idea of doing something. But he wanted to do very specific weird things, and I'm like, nah, we don't want to do that. So this whole week is going by, and the thing with the hookers happened. Gorgoth was crying the whole time. After the hookers, before the hookers, there was this other thing, right? The last day, it was just Renig had to go. I stayed. I was gonna go stay there a whole week anyways, and Gorgoth was like, "Oh, I'm not leaving till later." So he came to hang out with me. He basically told me, he said, "Oh man, I'm so upset." I'm like, "Why are you upset?" Like, mind you, I already know about the black hookers, so I'm just trying to pretend like I don't know. I'm like, "Why are you upset?" He's like, "Well, it's like I wanted to do other stuff," and I'm like, "What? Like what?" He's like, "Man, I kept telling Ashton and I told Andy I wanted to go to Denny's. Like it's my favorite thing," and I'm like,
"Denny's."
Oh, Denny's? Okay. Why didn't
so
you
we
say
had
anything?
this autistic idea,
of them all eating at Denny's.
This sounds heavily autistic.
Yeah, and he told me it was from like a movie he saw, and I'm like, dude, Denny's is okay. It's like I don't even like.
He thinks his life is a movie. That's what the problem was. You were trying to get funky and groovy, and then he was thinking his life was a movie, and it wasn't matching.
Dude, Gorgoth is one of the weirdest motherfuckers you could ever meet. You know this already, but like no,
I know.
Anyone who has assisted sex with Andy Warski thrusting the black woman's hips onto your body, you're a weird motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, and he was.
Can we
just
put it in perspective? Losing your virginity by having Andy Warski wiggle a obese black hooker's body on you. Because you're soaking, you're not thrusting. You ain't got no thrust. You ain't got no back shot game. You ain't got nothing because you're a virgin. You ain't never done it before. You ain't got no practice. You ain't got no back shot. You ain't got no pull out. You ain't got nothing. This bitch is bored. You're a baby boy, man. And Andy has to come in and do the job for you. How embarrassing is that, man? And that's crazy too, by the way. Andy doing that? That's nuts. Like, can I make that sink in? Like it's cold outside. Let that sink in. Andy was maneuvering this woman while his penis was inside of a hooker. That's nuts. Like, am I living on planet Pluto? Am I?
This wasn't even something that like Warski was saying to Renig. It was PPP. He was the one, like, because he was just watching. Of course, he saw everything. He had it fresh in his mind.
The watcher. Well, he's so fat. We got to give him a little bit of a break. I mean, it's a big effort for him to get up and fucking move out of the room, honestly. So,
Like, that was the mind-blowing part of the whole story to me. Like, yeah, we get it. Medicare Masochist is a fucking retarded, like, autistic sped. We know that because he spends all of his expendable cash on two, like, Canadian retards on his stream. We know that. We can see it in the top donor list that he's mentally ill. Like, holy shit. And he thinks his life's a movie. It's weird. But, like, I just want to reiterate. They had a Diddy party. They had a freak off. Like, guys, hello? Like, that's nuts.
Like, like the first, 3 days, it was like
they defiled a virgin.
They
defiled a virgin.
It became
it was a black
party.
ritual. It was black. That sounds like black magic shit. They defiled a virgin with a dark-skinned woman of the night. Not that her race matters. Of course, we love everybody here on Kick, We're good guys.
We love everybody, and it's like, look.
But she was chocolate. She was dark.
I don't understand. See, that's the thing, Kyler.
She
don't
was
understand.
chocolate.
The whole week, right?
It's literally eyes wide shut. Yes, it is like a white party. Whatever the Diddy does, it's literally a freak off. Like, how are they gonna criticize Nick Rekieta for whatever the fuck Nick did? Like, do some blow? Okay, well, yeah, they do. They all do it too.
Well, I mean, compare April to like these. I mean,
April's a fucking catch compared to Liana.
Liana, not just Liana, but like compared to like the linebackers, they were fucking while PPP sat in the corner. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
what's going on?
Yeah. So
what are they putting in the water in Canada, bro? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Because wait, I want to point out too. A lot of the weird motherfuckers involved in this story, the weirdest are Canadians. Osir, Riley Shore, Canadian. That's all I'm gonna say. Cause I'll dox fucking Osir all day for what he said about my girlfriend in private. I especially hope that motherfucker burns in hell. Like, fuck his mother to death. That's why I think about Osir Riley Shore. Fuck him.
I mean, the thing is about that is that the only reason Andy even has him on is because when he called me the puppet master, the manipulator, Hitler. But when the whole break off happened, because everybody got sick of Liana, right? Kyler, you weren't there for that. Everybody got sick. I'm like, dude, nobody wants to deal with that. I basically put my foot down on my server And since my server wasn't like, oh, I'm not gonna ban anybody for for talking shit. I'm like, no, we're just hanging out here. Who gives a shit? So what happened was, Ozier, I was already sick of him.
Oh, we can go on Ozier. We got some funny stories on Ozier.
Yeah.
But
I was already done with him. I'm like, dude, this guy's like autistic, retarded.
You saw, but it took me a longer time.
And that's fine. But the reason he banned what the fuck, Andy banned Ozier before you did or any of that. But the only reason he unbanned him is because everybody left, everybody was done talking to him, and he had. You think Andy wanted to be alone with Liana, with Psycho? He had to have Ozier, even though he told me, he's like, I never want to talk to this guy ever again. And then when the break off happened, right? He invites him because nobody else is obviously going to talk to Ozier except Andy, and he basically got stuck with him. But he hates you. He hates him, and he's still sweeping it up for Andy. I don't know why. Like, imagine the guy tells you he hates you, and the only reason you're allowed to be within him, his radius, is because nobody else wants to talk to him. Like, not Ozier. Nobody wants to talk to Andy. Nobody wants to be his friend anymore. Nobody, like, because Liana or whatever. And the only Ozier puts up with it is because nobody wants to talk to him either. It's kind of crazy.
Ozier's one of the weirdest motherfuckers I've ever come across. That motherfucker's X-Files, bro. I mean it, because whenever I became Dango Unchanged and I'm off the plantation now and I'm just telling the truth, which is literally all I've done tonight. By the way, that's it.
Yeah,
anything done, it's the truth. I'm sorry.
And this goes for anybody. Look, Ralph. Besides you, like I talked to Jesse. I'm cool with Kyle. I've
have I ever been known to be a liar in private, Iron? Have I ever kept my word?
No, and I haven't lied to anybody, dude. I'm just being myself, and it's like sometimes my interests change. But
hey,
it's like,
and Iron, I want to
cool.
point this out too, because the people who made this really wise, they noticed this pattern is like I came to the same conclusion they did. Separately from them, because I wasn't allowed to speak to them. They're evil, they're Hitler, whatever. I came to the same conclusion about what was going on, entirely independent of them. And when I finally snapped out of it, and then they said, hey, what's up to me? We're friends again now. It's like, oh, wait a minute. He came to the same conclusion that we did independently of us. That's just further corroborating that this is like a weird, like, pay pig cult thing. Like, Diddy Party, Eyes Wide Shut. No. It goes deep, bro.
Yeah,
like, maybe they were filming for blackmail.
Assholes wide open instead with PPP in the scene.
Starfish wide open. You have your own friends. Everybody has friends.
Sure.
Whatever. Like I don't. But let's say a friend of yours is struggling financially, right? And he let's say he has an addiction to black hookers, right? And you're his friend. You're like, maybe you should stop spending money on black hookers. You just lost your job.
Yeah.
Right. A friend would tell them that, right?
Sure.
So Andy being a mutual friend of both of these other people, one of them is Psycho. Psycho lost his job, whatever. And mind you, he's giving Andy like thousands of dollars that, whatever.
He should keep for himself.
He's depressed. He's depressed. Like he's borderline shit phase when he's donating the money. He doesn't even do it like cognitively. Right. So one of my mutual friends with Andy and this guy said, hey, yo, maybe Psycho, maybe you should cool it off tonight. Like you just lost your job. Like, in this economy, it's hard. Like, stop donating. Andy hears that, and instead of saying like, "Yeah, I'm gonna send the money back because I'm obviously doing fine," he doesn't send the money back, even though he kind of said he was kind. He didn't say it literally, but he implicated like, "Yeah, I'll take care of it once the show's over, guys." Never send them the money.
Of course
back.
not. Warski ain't sending no money.
And the guy
back.
that even said like, "Hey, Psycho, I'm concerned about you because we're friends." That guy got banned. Smegosaurus. He got banned for just base, and then Andy basically threatens to dox Smeg, and he says personal shit that nobody knew about him because he went after Andy's main gimp got told some kind of logical advice like, hey, maybe you should take it easy tonight, And it's like it tells you how much at that point.
Warski's the type of nigga that was still out of the church collection plate. Like that's the type.
Not even, bro. Not even.
Just take money out
just
for the hell of it. Like that's the type.
He'd be walking around with the fake one.
Yeah.
He'd be doing that kind of shit.
I'm telling you, man. Like people don't even get it. People don't even understand like what this guy's like. Anyway,
he's not just taking money the collection plate. He's made up a system where it's like a fake one, and like if you question why the donation plate looks different now, you're now like a weird person who's ousted from the group, and
now all of surrounding him are yes men who just don't give him critical thought, which is why Liana's there. Because I guarantee you, dollars to fucking donuts. If I wasn't trying to focus on my real life with my fucking girlfriend and didn't come back to this fucking mess, like I can't. It was like I came back to children playing house and making a mess everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck y'all doing, dude? Who's this bitch?
But see, that's the thing, Kyler. Did I tell you before your show? Did I tell you anything? Did I say, hey, Kyler? You know, I'm like, dude, Kyler's living his life. This drama, you know, whatever, it's over. You know what? But Andy was making threats of doxing my friends, and he's probably gonna try to dox me or whatever. And it's like, and I'm like, you know what? Fuck him. And it's like, whatever. Like, you know what? At the end of the day, you stand on nothing. You're gonna implode, and when PPP basically beats the shit out of you because you're scared of everybody, you have no courage. You have no spine, and you know, there's a reason he got knocked out. It's because he doesn't have any strength.
He didn't train.
You know?
He didn't train for the fight. Okay, you want to? Okay, let's go back to the fucking fight. You want to hear some shit about the fucking fight that I have inside knowledge on? Okay, one, he has this really gay hatred of Sam Hyde because Sam Hyde like bullied him or whatever. Of course he did. You were on blow the whole time you were in the UK. You were drunk. You were fucking some chick. You weren't training. You weren't taking it seriously at all. No wonder you got knocked the fuck out in 30 seconds because you didn't train for a fight. Like what the
Sam Hyde big legged him? Is that what you said?
Yeah, he hates Sam Hyde. Like he has a seething hatred for Sam Hyde, and I'm like, well, why? What's up? He's like, and he's like, he's a jerk. He's like an asshole. And so like now that I know how Andy operates and how he quantifies like jerks and assholes, it's just he didn't treat him as like an equal or a peer in the field because he wants to be respected by people, but he's a fucking joke. That's the reality of it. He wants the respect of his peers. He's never gonna get it because the things that he does to acquire it are actually the things that undo him and don't get him it. He doesn't understand that. He never gets it. Ever. That's the truth of the matter. He's gonna be honest about it.
You know, the funny thing is, Ralph, when the fight happened, right? There was this big Discord that Kyler was talking about when there was like 20 to 30 people that don't exist anymore. A lot of those people got banned from Andy the day after he got knocked out because one made a joke saying like, "It's okay, you'll get him next time. Hopefully, you'll last 40 seconds."
That's funny.
He banned them. Then he started banning people left and right. He came on the server like within an hour after the fight.
Iron, you can spin that into a funny story. It's almost like a real life comedy movie. It's like, yeah, honestly, guys, like I fucking got knocked out. The reality is, I was fucking high. You know, I was fucking bitches. You know, that could be funny. You could turn it into a funny thing, but he doesn't have. He's lost.
He came in the call.
He doesn't know how to be funny anymore.
Yeah, he was moping, and then he started crying for a little bit, and then he left the call. Mind you, it made us all sad. We're all like 20, 30 of us just heard this grown man cry after he got knocked out.
Why was he crying? Why would he be shocked?
No.
Why would he be shocked that he got knocked out?
He cried and then took like a month off the show. He couldn't even. Oh man!
Look, I get it. I'm not gonna look, Ralph. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Like, I get it. Like, you know, whatever. It sucks. Getting knocked out. You cry, whatever. I get it. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and kick a man when you're down.
Man, you can't cry. Come on, man.
But I mean, okay, you're right.
No. You cry in private.
Yeah, no, for your boys. Like, what the fuck? You don't cry in the corner in the bathroom.
If you really feel some type of
way, you don't go on a Discord call with 20, 30 people.
You're right. You cry into a bottle of Jack and you're alone in a corner and you never tell nobody.
You know where to find me. Are you kidding me? Like,
that's not. You're right.
That. Oh my god.
That's not a good idea.
You know what, dude? Nobody was planning on doing it. Nobody did that, and it's like
they should have.
Because I don't know. Maybe there is one. I didn't do it, but I'll tell you what.
Hey, you know what? I'll put it this way. A good reason for a grown man to cry sometimes is like thinking that your girlfriend just turned her camera off, but she went to sleep, and in reality she hung herself, and that's what she was doing. That's the reason to cry. And then hearing her parents find her body the next day thinking she was just sleeping in because she was still in the Discord VC with you, and hearing them scream and stuff and trying to give her CPR, hearing them say that her lips are blue over the thing, you know, that's the kind of thing that would make somebody cry sometimes. You know, like, honestly, dude, you didn't train for the fight. You didn't take it seriously. You told the whole world you're training, just like you're coding 12 hours a day on a video game. You're working so hard on everything all the time, dude. We're so convinced. Bullshit, bro. So you're crying over a fight you lost versus a guy who's a known actual boxer. Like, get real, bro. Like, what'd you think was gonna happen? Like, you're gonna have that magic Andy Warski energy and get in there and know how to box.
Dude, his stance, I've seen 1,000. Iron Wolf's probably a boxing fan too.
He's never picked up a
fucking. I mean, dude, his stance. It was clear he was about to get knocked out just by the way he was, just his whole stance, and he was fearful. You could tell he was scared immediately. Like, it was just. disaster.
Like, see, that's the thing. At that time, I wasn't that far from him. Like, I'm originally from New York. I don't live there anymore. I moved out because it's such a bad place now. But I even told them, I'm like, dude, I will take time off of work. I actually been in fights. I've wrestled in high school and college. My first college, because I went to college twice. But my first college, I was like, I wrestled. Let me go. I said, let me go to Toronto. I'll go to Toronto. I'll fly over. And he told me, like, the guy he was training with was good and all that. But what I think happened was he did not take an actual hit. Like, he claimed, like, oh, I got punched in the stomach. But I don't even think he had full sparring at all in the training. He didn't spar with anybody. Like as a contact, not like to, practice the movements. No, like I don't even think he like actually let somebody give him a chance to hit him. And that's why he was so surprised that he got knocked out afterwards. He's like, oh, I actually never took a hit. So obviously, when this guy punches me, I'll at least be able to recover from it or realize what the fuck's happening. And yeah, he's just, look, he might have physically done push-ups and all that. He trained.
He definitely went to the gym a few times for sure, yeah.
But the thing is,
but boxing training isn't going to the gym.
That's, you got to do sparring, man. You got to get some sparring, especially not and never fight.
Dude, you got to get that fucking dog in you. Whenever you're in a combat sport, you got to see him as the enemy.
Exactly. If you can be the fittest guy ever.
Yeah.
But if you don't fight, it's like Ralph
would have
probably had a better
you,
shot because at least he's been in fights.
Well, yeah, and who's that fat Mexican dude that won the heavyweight championship? I forget his name. Is it Andy Ruiz? I forget his name now. Not Andy Ruiz. Who I'm talking about. It's not about necessarily like being in the fittest of shape, like if you know what you're doing, but
it's like, I mean, if you have the fear, he has the fear in him. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, like, you could tell by his stance, dude. But like, how he was egging up,
and that's how it's always been. Like when I wrestled in high school and college, where I remember my coach telling me that when I first started, he's like, dude, stop. Why are you having your hands in your pocket? Like, you have your hands in your pocket. Like, you got to get over that, and you got to get like pushed down. You got to get hit. You realize, okay, dude. It's just a hit. I'm not going to die from it. And yeah, he tried, but it's like, dude, he didn't really try. He didn't really try. Whoever said
it's obvious he did it once he got in the ring, man. Like he told me he was doing blow. The reason why he was wearing sunglasses in the big press conference where Sam Hyde did the Candyman shit is because his eyes were bloodshot from the night before of debauchery of blow and drinking and fucking women. Yes, he told me that. That's not me hearsay. He literally told me the reason why he's wearing sunglasses. We could pull it up right now. The day's thing, whatever, press conference with the Candyman or whatever. Like,
I mean, look.
Persnick said he was escorted to that press conference in a wheelchair, and he also said Sam Hyde screamed at them in the lobby. I
believe it. Because it's like, why would Sam Hyde respect you, though?
Wait, the lobby thing did happen because I remember Andy telling me with, it was one of the calls with this other fucking faggot that doesn't show up anymore. He did tell us that they were pressed in the lobby, that they bumped into what's his name, the guy he fought. They bumped into him in the lobby. They bumped into Sam Hyde and somebody else. Like somebody he said actually yelled at him. He didn't say who, but he said, "Yo, you guys, you can't believe it's crazy what's going on here." And the thing, like everything you're not supposed to do before you're getting in a fight.
Well, yeah, you don't fuck, you don't do drugs.
You don't fuck, yeah, you know.
It's your legs, man.
You live clean somehow.
Has he never seen Rocky? Like, what the fuck? You don't fuck before the fight? Like, what the?
You're giving away your essence. You need that in the ring, bro. Come on.
Yeah, and it's your legs, especially not like 2 or 3 days before the fight. Like, what the fuck?
And you're giving it to some like UK whore. Like, come on, man, have some standards at least. Like British bitch. Jesus.
And like he doesn't have any courage. That's all I'm gonna say about it. That's the only reason he'll never win a fight, no matter how much he trains or tries to make. He doesn't have any courage, because when shit hits the fan, just on a social level with him, like,
dude, Iron, you know how long me and Andy have been friends for, right?
Yeah,
you know our history. You know, the last thing he said to me was when I invited everyone to this server that we're in, because it's not a secret server, there's no hiding, we're all allowed, we can all talk. He was allowed, Leon was allowed, and I said a whole bunch of shit at first that I said in public to on these streams that is not secret, that I air my grievances. I tried to do it in private. I even invited Andy. He came in, and you know what he said?
What?
Take a wild guess. Like imagine, because you know, Iron, they all have this brainworm where they all talk like their own PR firm. Like press 9 if you saw it.
Oh,
you feel that way.
Like I'm sure he said something like.
So imagine the culmination of our friendship. Everything, and he's losing it right now in front of him. He won't. He can reach out and grab it right now. I'm saying, I'm right here, Andy. Just talk to me. What's going on, dude? Because this is not normal. You know what he says? He says, "I hope you find what you're looking for." The gayest Hallmark thing ever. And motherfucker, nigga, you jacked off over my dead girlfriend's pictures, you fucking psychopath. You said that in the server to get your girlfriend wet, you weirdo. Like, you're weird, bro. You're a freaky ass nigga. You're 69 God.
Diddy parties, white parties, freak offs, eyes wide shut. What's going on? How dark does this go? Are they doing like Aleister Crowley black magic shit, like defiling a virgin in the most horrific of ways? And then whenever the magic wasn't working right, Andy had to make sure it occurred. And he's like, no, we have to do the ritual. That's what that's like, bro. That's psychotic. Am I wrong? Like Andy's reaching over.
Well, PPP was involved with that. What was that? Devil's a Nine cult or whatever the fuck. Chick.
What?
Yeah, fuck. Devil. I can't remember the name. Maybe.
Man, I hate the devil. It always comes up somehow, man.
I'm not kidding, by the way. That one chick that he was trying to bang or whatever.
So wait,
anyway.
so let me
Order
tell
the
you
Nine
one
Angels.
More story.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Order the
One more story, right?
Angels.
Mind you,
Yeah, sorry.
I had the opportunity.
That's like Kung Fu, huh? The nine
Angels.
For Ralph, all right? Yeah. I had the opportunity for months, right? For at least about 5 months to dox Andy, not only where he was at, but where he lived. Because I went to his house.
Yeah.
Right? And but you know, me and these guys are friends for years, right? You would think, oh, you're inviting me because first of all, we're picking him up, right? He's not driving to Vegas where he lived, right? He lives like an hour away from it. Well, he did. He doesn't live there anymore. But I'm not saying where it was. But we went, okay, we're going to go pick up Andy in PPP. We're going to go pick him up in one of the cars. And I'm like, oh, you know, Andy's like, yo, I can't wait for you to get here. I want to show you the studio. You know, I'm like, oh, that's cool. You want to show me around, whatever, right? We're going to hang out there. You know, I get to his house. I'm about to get out the car. And Rena gets a phone call. And he says, oh, it's from Andy. I'm like, what? He says, oh, you can't go in the house. I'm like, what? Like, well, okay. Weird. He just said to go in. So I'm like, oh, and he basically tells me that Ashton basically yelled at him because, you know, he knew who I am.
Bro,
Ashton knew who I was, right? And he said that nobody can come in, even though people have been there. There already been like 2 Vegas trips before the one I went to, Ralph, right? Like with them,
yeah,
right? With some of these people, I only went to the last one that they had that I know of. Because obviously after the Black Hookers, I don't think anybody else wanted to go back, except maybe Masochist and Gorgoth. But when I got to his house, he's like, "Oh, you can't go." Ashton yelled at Andy. I'm like, "What?" And like, yeah, I can hear him yelling on the phone.
So you're telling me Fat Ass lives in Vegas, actually?
No, not anymore. They live together. There's a reason though why he didn't want me to go in the house, even though I already know where you live. Like, why? Like, what do you have in there? What are you hiding?
Tell us.
So I'm like, and I tell like, Rena, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? He literally said he's gonna show me. Like, I think he also said that, oh, maybe they were gonna do a show, and I'm like, I don't care. But he's like, yeah, maybe we could do a show. Maybe we could bring you on. I'm like, whatever, maybe we'll see. So I just wanted to see the studio because he said, oh, it looks cool, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I basically find out that Ashton has a girlfriend, and that, you know, and I'm like, oh. Well, congratulations. Good for him. I'm surprised anybody would voluntarily be with him. I mean, congratulations. Right? Mind you, I have no issues with Ashton. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, why does he not? Is he like, what's going on? Like, whatever. So I find out that he doesn't want anybody to know about it. And I'm like, look, I get that. And I didn't say anything. I'm like, all right, whatever. I just told Andy, hey, dude, I thought I was going to see studio. He's like, oh, yeah. He's like, well, Ashton yelled at me because, you know, she's there right now. And they live together or whatever, and she's built like a potato. So I'm like, he's embarrassed. He's embarrassed. The really morbidly obese man is embarrassed that his girlfriend's a potato.
I mean,
and I'm like, really? Like, I mean, I didn't expect her to look like Megan Fox.
I mean, look, niggas got some money though. I mean, throw around the first time in his life. You think he could pull something? I mean, come on. I'm out of pocket.
Look, I'm like, you know what though? Like, I'm like, hey, whatever. I just said, I let it go. I said, whatever. And, you know, I guess the funny thing is Andy already doxed Pete Ashton's girlfriend by mistake. Like he doxes everybody else.
Oh, really?
By mistake. Yeah, because we're hanging out on Discord. Andy, and mind you, they're already living together. Now, Ashton, I don't know if Andy knew this. He kind of did. And, you know, when we used to hang out, Ralph, right? We'd drink, we'd talk, we'd watch movies on Discord, whatever, play video games, you know, normal internet shit. Yeah. But some of us also had webcams, so, you know, we would talk, you know, it was a social thing, right? We all talk. So Andy had his camera on, and the potato walks through the door in the hallway, and we all see the potato.
And we're like, who the fuck is that? Like, is Andy like, is he getting? Is that Pineapple Girl? Like,
no, can you? I'm not sure if elucidate's the right word, but I want to use it upon the potato. Like, what exactly about the?
You're talking about Val's girlfriend level, or like what?
Yeah, like what? But the potato-ness was it that they were retarded looking, or was it that their body shape was that?
They were just okay. They were short and fat.
Like, let us be very precise with our language here, Iron. Okay, this is important stuff. We gotta make sure we get the critical facts right, man. Okay, this is journalism.
Like,
I'm professional.
I didn't talk to this person. I just saw them, right? Like and the thing is, the last day, me and Gorgoth were hanging out. We ran into Ashton and his girlfriend because obviously all the rest of us left. Like we were still going around the casinos, and Ashton, you can see him from a mile away. We saw Ashton, swear to God, from like 200 yards away. We were at the Caesars casino, the Caesar one. I don't know what it was called. The
Caesar's Palace.
Caesar Palace. There you go. We were at that one. And Ralph, you know how people can go and bet on sports and watch it there, like
sure.
on nice
sports
sofas,
book. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was there.
I think Mr. Rouse familiar.
Yeah.
You talking to a motherfucker's been in Vegas like 10 times. So yeah.
I think he's made a few wagers.
I don't know what the area is called because
it's a sports book. Yeah, it's a sports book.
Sports book. Yeah. Like I said, look, I play blackjack. I occasionally bet. I'm not that degenerate. I'm not
I hang out with the sports book. It's usually where I would chill because I mostly gamble on sports.
You want to jack the blacks, don't you? You racist.
I play a little blackjack, a little slots, but mostly sports book.
Yeah. So me and Gorgoth were walking, right? We see, and he's like, "Oh shit, look, it's Ashton." And I'm like, "What?" We're 200 feet away at least, and we see him like basically sitting, and then we see, "Oh my god, that's his girlfriend. That's the girl. That's the girl." And he's like, "Okay, let's go over there." I'm like, no, what are you talking about? Like, do you remember what happened? So I'm like, we didn't go up to them. I'm like, no. At that point, obviously, I didn't want to talk to them either because I'm like, Andy's not here, and I'm like, after the whole blackening,
it's just bad vibe.
I told Gorgoth. Gorgoth had like that tear in his eye. Gorgoth had that tear in his eye for not seeing his hero, his fat hero, and then I'm like, no, dude, they're like on a date or something. Let's go. Let's leave. And the funny thing about it is that
like he wasn't reading the vibes, I guess. He wanted to see his internet dad, and he's
like that.
But the thing is, mind you, this place is packed, right, Ralph? Because it's the Vegas, it's the Golden Knights game, the final game or the second final game. Like, or a lot of there's like hundreds of people everywhere, and we still spot Ashton from. Forget about where's Waldo. You say there's Ashton, and it's like you always see him, no matter how far you are. If you can see him from eyes distance, like it's crazy. Dude, we saw him like surrounded by people on a couch, behind a couch, and we still spotted his fat ass. It was kind of funny. And then obviously his potato was right next to him. She looked small compared to him. Yeah, I don't think I could bench the potato. That's how heavy she was. I don't know what the weight scale was, but Andy showed her on camera in front of like 10 people, and then she freaked out because she probably noticed the Discord. Right. She was walking in the hallway, and I'm like, Andy, who's that? And he's like, oh, never mind. No, I'm like, okay, well, we already know who it was. I'm like, either you're not banging her. And so I don't know, he's ashamed of her, or I thought it was first a privacy thing. I'm like, dude, like she's not coming, right? No, of course she's not coming because it's supposed to be a guys week, right? But it's just, he's ashamed of his potato girlfriend. That's it. Yeah, I mean,
I mean, like, look, if you can't proudly, stand by your woman, then you're not standing by anybody, right? That's what I'm saying.
The most I used to be able to bench was like 220, and that was like at my peak physicalness. I can't lift over 200. She was over 200.
Andy would never show Liana on stream. That's for goddamn sure.
Now let me ask you.
I'll stand on the block for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you take April Anderson or? Even after she'd been ran through by Emholt or Ricada, either one, would you take her? No disrespect to her, by the way, we're on air. But would you take her or would you take the potato?
Oh, wait, what's her name? I have to look
April
her up.
Emholt's. You don't know the whole Ricada?
No, I don't. Like I said, I'm not really interested by. I'm not interested in lawyers. I know about the Ricada stuff. I'm just not interested in lawyers or.
I'm talking about the hot blonde. Like you didn't.
I'm not interested in lawyers either. I'm interested in trash fucking TV, and it's the best trash TV I've seen.
I'm just saying they dedicate a lot of time to April, a lot of time to Emholt and Ricada, and I'm just thinking.
If you like trash TV, man, that was the best shit
I'll say
ever.
this. There's 2 girls I've seen. Wait, somebody sent. Oh, I have a picture. Okay. You know what? Yeah, this chick. What the fuck? somebody sent me a picture.
Oh, they sent you a picture after I mentioned it.
Yeah. Hot blonde. Okay, Netonin says the hot blonde, aka Minnesota 4. Okay, that puts things in. I know you're trying to insult April, whatever, but that puts things in perspective. Those Minnesota 4 is outdoing these clout goblins by not even trying.
Dude,
like I would easily take her any day.
I don't know
over
who this
these
is,
people.
Ralph, but I'm like, dude, you have to be like borderline autistic to pick the potatoes. maybe you just like potatoes.
Well, he is very autistic, so that might make sense actually. But
yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, Ashton, if you see this, by the way, I didn't ever break the news that you have a girlfriend. In fact, that's one of those things Andy would say all the time and say, don't tell anybody, don't tell anybody.
Not just
don't
because
tell anybody.
she showed up on
so,
camera.
It's not even real. Ashton, think long. Look, man, I know you're a smart guy in there somewhere, but think long and hard about this. We might be breaking the news live on air, and I didn't even say it. I just noticed casually that we went there. So I'm like, think about the guy who allowed this to be known. It's not us. Think about it. We're just the faucet. We're just the valve for the steam. You know what I'm saying? Where'd the steam come from? Who boiled it? Buddy, it's a snake in your own house. It's a guy.
The call came from inside the house.
The call's coming from inside, my nigga.
Yeah, we heard you screaming at him. We heard it.
I'll be right back.
We're like, what the fuck? We got weirded out by it. I'm like, dude, what's going on? And then he's like, I don't know. He hangs up, Reneg, and we're just waiting there. At some point, they come. Now, sadly, I had to get out the front seat because Ashton wouldn't fit in the back of the sedan. He couldn't. So it was really cramped on the way back. I'm like, dude, I don't know. Why do we, like, whatever. Because Andy's sitting in the back with me, and Reneg's driving because it's his car. And he has a decently, sized car for, like, any normal person, like, would fit in it, no problem. This guy, like I said, he was causing the car to tilt over. That's fucked up, but it's true. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But it's, again, Andy's the one that put it out there. It wasn't me. Everybody knew about this potato, and it's like, dude, at the end of the day, nobody really would have cared as long as you made it bigger than it is on your own. Because if you just told this bitch to stay in your room and I could have seen the studio, none of us would have known. What do you think was gonna happen when you yell at Andy and then I ask him, like, hey, you said you were gonna show me the studio. What happened? You think he was just gonna say, oh, I changed my mind? No, he's a coward. He said, Ashley didn't let me because of his girlfriend. And I'm like, oh,
also Andy also just always just tells everybody shit, like, at the drop of a hat. Like, that's just how he is.
Yeah. I'm like, he wasn't gonna tell me no. I'm like, why would he say, like, no, he changed his mind right as we're hanging out at the beginning of the week? We're literally picking him up to bring him to the suite. So I'm just like, and he basically ratted him out there. I'm like, oh, I don't care. I'm like, who the fuck is it? I don't care. Like, I'm like, is it a dude? He's like, no, it's not a dude. He's just, he doesn't want it. I'm like, all right, whatever. All right, let's go. And I let it go. I was like, dude, I who cares, right? It's like, whatever.
Yeah.
And then we went, that's when the week started and going and going and going. I'll tell you a funny story. Now, I wasn't there, but Reneg was there, and Ashton told me, because we all met up together. So one of the days when me and Gorgoth, again, I got stuck with Gorgoth, but he finally showed up. And he was so weird about, he was so weird about his car and parking near the I'm like, dude, just like we can walk it. They're already at the rest. We took the car and they walked it. And I'm like, how did they beat us? And I'm like, oh my God. And then whatever, we got almost lost. So we had to go, basically, we're all going to meet up at some casino inside, a diner inside of a casino, right?
Yeah.
At one of those resorts.
Yeah, sure.
Because we're going to eat. It's the morning. So apparently they already beat us to this place. So they start eating without us, like little fuckers, right? Whatever. Ashton, Reneg, and Andy was there. Me and Gorgoth were, and Metachromaticus was also there, I think. So apparently Ashton wanted to get like a shake or something, milkshake or whatever, something like that, right? And he got pressed by a black guy, and nobody did anything about it. And the black guy stole his drink that he just bought outside of the diner, and nobody did anything about it. And he got pressed by like a crackhead black guy, homeless guy, and he took his milkshake. And I was like, when we got there, I'm like, there's no way that this happened. He's like, dude, it was happening. He's like Ashton couldn't wait to get to the diner, or he already bought it, or he bought it and left. I don't remember, but I wasn't there when it happened. All I remember is that they said that some black guy saw Ashton like everybody else from a mile away.
He's smart. He knew when to shit. Oh my God.
He went up to him. He took his drink from his hand. It's like, it's still. I don't even think he took a sip out of it yet. And he just basically does like some noises of some sort to him, like, "Ooh, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing." And Ashton just like, what's my drink? And he didn't do shit. The black guy leaves. I'm like, you guys didn't beat him up? Like, you guys would have had all game to fucking all ground to take, stomp this guy out. He just stole his drink. I'm like, I was there. I would have done it. Or I would have said something. At least nobody said anything.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, the security showed up. I think they were gonna make him give it back. And Ashton was so scared. Dude, Ashton was red when I got there. Like he just had a heart attack because he didn't know. Like he's like, oh my God, I'm gonna get beat up by a man or whatever. Right. Yeah, from a crackhead. And I'm like looking at dude. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, no, I'm fine. I'm like, oh, you're red. And he's like, no, I'm fine. Like this huge, this guy's like twice my height and 3-4 times my weight. And he was scared of this crackhead. And then the crackhead didn't even do anything besides take his drink. And then he just like kind of yelled at him. Because I heard the yelling. I heard the yelling as I'm walking towards the place. So I guess he bought it before they got to the store. And then I heard some guy yelling. So maybe I might have seen that black guy.
Fat motherfucker had his shake pre-ordered. That's what you're telling me, that they had it ready for him waiting.
Because he couldn't wait. So they took the drink. They're standing in the middle of the fucking walkway because it's the store or whatever, the diner, the casino. It's in the building. We're in the building already from what had happened. The security comes and they're like, "You want your shape back?" And then Ashton's like, "No, I'm scared." And he didn't. And then he let the black guy. He just basically told him, "Get out of here, get out of here." The security was like, "Get out. Like take your shape, go." Because I'm like, you already took your shake. You don't have any dignity to give anyway. So, and I'm like, all I'm there is I finally get to the table, Gorg. I'm like, dude, why did nobody press him? What are we doing? Or what are you guys, cowards? Like, what the fuck? Like, you guys talk all this shit about these certain people and groups and demographics, and you guys had an opportunity to fucking stomp somebody on good faith, and none of you said anything. None of you did anything.
I didn't even say anything.
Like,
yeah, it's like, what the fuck?
They didn't go like, what the fuck? They were like, they didn't say anything. And then guess what? When he ordered to drink at the diner when I finally got there.
I mean,
he ordered another.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna assume another milkshake.
He drank it before he left.
He had the milkshake. I was gonna say, I already know.
He drank it before he finished. He made sure he finished it before he left. Oh my God. Oh man. I laughed. I was like, this is such a great time. Like, you know what? I was like mad for him. And at some point, it was like, all right, they don't care. I'm not going to care anymore about the trade. I was like, let's go find him. Like, let's do something. We're in Vegas. It's Vegas. Nobody knows. Like, nobody knows us.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. That's the whole.
Yeah.
And you got to stay on your fucking block. You can't get bitched out.
Yeah, it's crazy. So.
That's gay.
There's some things that some people want me to talk about, to bring up to Kyler, and I guess Ralph, you might have an interest in it in regards to Liana.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So apparently there's like a playlist of some sort of some videos people made of her showing the stuff that everybody tried to tell Andy about this dumb bitch before they even got together.
And of course, everyone that told him, he pushed him away, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he banned everybody that told
not
him.
Like explicit videos or anything. Or...
Yeah, videos. Like the funny thing was, after the drama, Ralph, some people, I'm not going to name names, some people asked me to personally talk to him. I'm like, dude, I don't care anymore. Like, I don't care. Like, fuck off. Like, there was still some semblance of trying to keep the group together. Like, but I'm like, dude, I don't give a shit. This bitch left my server. I didn't ban her. She cried because I didn't ban someone else. Like, I don't want people around me like that. Like, dude, there's enough fucking woke, like, fucking cryberry people in real life. Like, I don't want to be surrounded by those people. I don't care if she joins or not. So they were trying to get me to tell him, like, hey, you should break up with her. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to tell another dude to break. I'm like, he should know to break up with her. He should know, like, to move on. Like, fuck her and dump. Like, that's, by the way, when he first flew her over, before, I think it was before or after the Vegas trip that I went on, he, just like everyone else he's ever talked to, he has the gall to say this in front of people. And I'm like, dude, if people were recording the shit you were saying when you just started talking to her, he was recording, he basically said, oh, she's flying over, I don't, if this doesn't work out, I'm just going to bang her and leave her. I'm like, oh, I really don't care. But somehow he ended up with her. I'm like, dude, why would you tell us that? Like, it worked, that's something that if it doesn't work, that's on you. Why do you need
Well, just
to tell
keep that
us
in your
you're
mind. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
You don't
and he
say
told
that.
us that. And he said that before with some other girl he used to talk to when I first met him. I don't even know who that girl was. And he was just saying, like, I'm going to bang her and leave her. That girl broke up with him, realized, you know, I don't really want to do anything with you. And, you know, he was upset about that too. So I'm like, but yeah, why are you telling people, like, the girl that you care about so much now, in the beginning when you were about to just fly her over, that you were just going to get high with her or whatever? You know, he said, you know, I do a little bit. I've been sober a year, but I've done, you know, I do a little bit.
That's always his thing, by the way. Yeah.
You know, the thing is, look, I'm an idiot for believing it, right? Because I never met up with this guy in real life. You know, I hanged out with, you know, these people. You know, I was like, you know what? I took him at his word. I'm like, because, you know, besides the internet drama, I was like, when we were offline, you know, I don't have a show. I'm not part of anybody's show.
Right.
I never.
You
really
are now, bitch.
But and even when I did go on, whether it was
Welcome to hell, motherfucker.
Show, yeah, whatever. But when I used to talk,
Okay.
it was just like, you know, hey, say a bit and leave and appreciate the show. So when we were offline, I took him at his word. Like, why would you lie to me about it? Like, why would you lie to anybody offline about it? Like, you're telling everybody online, I'm so proud. I've been years sober. I've been a year sober.
Which he's not.
Which he's not. And by the way, the
He should
hospital
refund
thing, Ralph,
everyone who donated from like a pity party sobriety lie donation train. He should refund all of them personally.
I called
feel like
all this, by the way. It's obvious.
did,
I mean,
you
somebody has this experience with drug use. It's obvious he's not. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll say something else about it. Kind of fucked up. It's like, it's sad because, you know, they're stuck together, Ashton and Andy. And to be honest, I don't think Ashton's standing him. I think you're right. I think he's saying he's gonna leave him soon. Yeah, but let me tell you what happened. Right, like they're both fucking cowards. Ashton almost apparently died. That whole hospital thing was.
Oh yeah, dude.
Funny
I saw how bad he looked when he came back, and I was like, this dude was really sick. Like,
yeah, he almost died. I don't know if he had a heart attack, but he
would have been a
basically
shame.
borderline. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, Andy came in saying the same. You know, I don't know. Again, for some reason, you have the need to tell us stuff that you never follow through with. He's like, that's it, guys. I was there on his side bed. That's it. He knows when he comes back to the apartment. No more fucking chips. No more this. How long do you think that lasted? He's like, I'm putting him on a diet. I'm gonna force him to eat. He told him, I'm gonna force him to eat healthy. I think he tried, and I think Ashton bodied it. Because that lasted no more than a week. He was like, I saw him there hooked up on these wires, and I was scared.
By the way, speaking of eating healthy, let me go grab these tortoise real quick that I just had to look at.
Hell yeah. I was just thinking about a snack myself because I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. I may have smoked some pot while I, you know, took a piss. Sue me, because according to Keto Casino, you can't do weed and function. I guess like if you eat edibles, you turn into a Vutech USA, and like you're a faggot for consuming substances or something. I don't know. Like they always like, oh, it's the weed, because it's the weed. It's like, no, you guys are retarded. Like you guys can't handle drugs. If you can't handle pot, you're an idiot. You shouldn't even drink caffeine or sugar. If you can handle weed, weed's the weakest of like all the drugs, bro. Like just if you can handle weed and it gets the better of you to the point where you are eating edibles and shit and like you're freaking out and tweaking and shit, you need a new drug, probably like pixie sticks. I recommend those. Like if weed gets the better of you and like you're like treating it like, oh man, I'm off the weed, like you're gay, like you're a faggot. Like if you can't, like I'm just saying, like if you shouldn't probably do weed at all. Let's be honest, it's not good for you. It's a bias. But if you can't handle that,
like
you're a fag.
No, he shouldn't, because dude, like he couldn't handle liquor. Like
no, he couldn't, because whenever he drinks, he drinks too much, and whenever I drink too much, I just go the fuck to sleep. But he gets like manic and starts going on rants. And back in the day, it was funny because it wasn't directed at anybody. But I haven't caught him drunk at all recently. But from what I've heard in hearsay, whenever he does get drunk, he's like paranoid and weird now, and like freaks out. And it's not funny. It's just
I mean, he got caught. Like, you know, you weren't gone for this, but there was like supposedly an incident. There was an incident where I think Ralph might actually know this because this was when you were gone, living your life, whatever. There was an incident where he got caught drinking on his Kino Casino show, and Ashton pressed him about it. We almost had behind the scenes. There was almost another Ashton. What was that faggot that he was friends with? That Canadian guy that he used to do a show with, Ralph? Surfer.
Yeah, Surfer. Yeah.
So behind the scenes, there was almost another Ashton and Surfer moment between Andy and him in regards to Andy drinking.
Really?
And
now, when was this?
This was like, because remember, Kyle was talking about it. They were accusing of Andy back then. before the drama, like he was drinking a lot and whatever, he was on drugs, and it got to the point where it affected the show, and they argued, and then behind the scenes they almost had like, and because they lived together, Ralph, they lived together.
Yeah.
Like, so they, after the show, they basically
It was a beautiful
arguing.
love story, truly.
It was, yeah. I don't know about the shit clean. I don't know if Andy has to do that, but I know that they were fighting because of Andy's drinking.
Little poo poo.
And actually put his foot down literally on him. I think because he's so fat.
That happened.
And yeah, that happened.
I believe it.
That happened. So I'm not surprised. And Andy would have taken the beating. He would have he would have gotten beaten. He's a coward. You know, so. That could have been crazy if that happened on stream.
All right, you got any more juicy shit to drop, Iron?
Oh, yeah. There's like a few more other things.
Keep going.
Let's keep going. Might as well.
Okay,
I'm gonna enjoy it.
Enjoy. So we covered the beginning of the trip. Everybody was scared of Metachromaticus. Otherwise, they wouldn't have went if I didn't go. By the way, so
imagine being scared of an autistic freak or retard.
Yeah.
Unless they're like visibly violent. Like if you had like a buck knife hanging from his side, then I'd be afraid of him. But if he's just some retard, I'd be like, what is wrong with you? Why can't you be normal?
Oh, and by the way, there was a verbal agreement at the beginning saying that Andy said this because you know how much he loves Psycho, right? He says, nobody tell Psycho what happens this week. I don't want to hear from him. Nobody call him. Don't tell him anything. He can't keep his mouth shut. So Andy already knew like shit was gonna happen or whatever, I guess, in his head. And you know, obviously he's friends with this guy. He trusts him so much that he told everybody, don't call him. He's not here. We don't want anything. He's not gonna know anything. Fuck, he can't keep his mouth shut. He's a fucking idiot. He said all this shit. And I'm like, we get it. He doesn't know how to stay quiet, especially when he gets drunk. Whatever, right? Psycho has admitted to crazy things while he's drunk himself, and that's a whole different story. But Andy specifically told me and Reneg, because Gorgoth wasn't there yet, and you know, Ant's Metachromaticus, whatever, that hey, don't tell anything to Psycho because he can't keep his mouth shut. He's a fucking faggot. Pretty much. I'm paraphrasing, but that's exactly it.
Listen, I'm not trying to go with hearsay. I don't like that, but honestly, knowing what I know, that I believe it. Like that's 100%.
I mean, Reneg was there. He can.
Well, no, it's because whenever Psycho's not around, they shit on him mercilessly, and I'm one of the few people that try to stick up for him when Psycho would just schoolyard bully him to the point where I was just tired of hearing the same Jew jokes over and over again nonstop, day in and day out.
Dude,
so
I was cool
like,
with
shut
him
the
too.
fuck up,
Like, I felt bad for him, but I was cool with him. I told him, like, dude, just be quiet. Like, you know, stop telling people shit. Like, you're worse than a chick. Like, stop. Like, why do you keep telling people secrets? Like, dude, just shut up.
Because they're gonna use it against you to make fun of you. Yeah, idiot. Like,
and he never learned, and I just gave up at some point. Yeah. So, but yeah. So that happened at the beginning. What else? Okay,
I thought Jews were supposed to be smart.
Anyway, that happened. There was we had another guy come. He was cool. I'm not gonna name his name. He was cool. He was just there only for one night. This cool guy. And he brought some cool people to talk to. Andy tried the whole week to talk to someone. I don't know. He was trying to do this and that. Never had the balls to talk to anybody until the club. But whatever. There was some
loser.
Yeah. But I'm trying to remember something.
Groovman just resubscribed on Kick.
The whole time we were there, somebody was on like grabbing PPP more food. Like we brought food, like I think at some point.
Wait, so we had a designated food bitch?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What? Yeah, because I asked for food. Like, yeah. So me and Action hanged out. This was like the day after I got sick. So the day after I got sick, I'm like, guys, I don't want to go anywhere. Just bring me something, because they were going out. So I'm assuming they're going out for like they're gonna bring food back, right? But then after that, Action was like, I need more food. He ordered Uber Eats and all that. He sent someone to go get him food literally 4 hours after that order. And then I saw him snacking on his personal stash. Like, I'm like, dude, he just ate like 7,000 calories in like 6 hours.
On his personal stash. Oh my god.
Yeah, he didn't share. He didn't share, by the way. He didn't share. We all shared the liquor. All of us put money for it. He didn't share anything, that fat fuck. You know, and he did talk about his stupid Twinkies or whatever the fuck he likes or whatever, ho-hos or snowball. He did talk about that. I'm like, okay, whatever. Yeah, but it was kind of sad. Gorgoth was on designated food bitch after a while because I wasn't going out. I was sick. And I'm like, I don't know, you guys want me grabbing
the
your
fact
food.
that he even had no. The way you're describing, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be offensive. I know you were like in the situation, so to you it was like what was happening. But the way you're describing is almost normalizing having a food bitch at all. That's not normal. That's not a normal thing to do at all. So you're describing the logistics of who's a food bitch and who's not, and it's like that shouldn't be.
We can't normalize this behavior. You're right, actually.
We can't allow this in Trump's America. No.
Yeah, no, we can't.
No.
No, I think if you know, if Ashton comes back to America, RFK himself should deport him.
I don't think they'll let him in. They have a big scale, like a horse, you know, like a truck weighing scale. Yeah. He would just drive up. They would take the gross weight of his body and car, subtract the car from a database they have of how much the car weighs, and then see how much he weighs instantly, and then drop him in a pit. Go boom, like the trap door. Like no. Too big, sorry.
Oh,
this is
all right. One last
America.
thing. This is like the last thing I can remember. It was kind of fucked up. So, you know, what's his name? Medicare Masochist, whatever. I'm not using his real name, so I'm not doxing anybody. I'm not doing that. He lost. He on top of losing the money he was already losing. Faggot. Yeah, fuck him. But on top of losing the money he did lose, he lost a physical chip right in the room that was like $300, right? Whoa. And guess who found it? And didn't give it back right away until it was brought up like hours later.
Let me guess. A liar, a thief, a swindler, someone with not an honest bone in their body. Wow, that could fit a lot of people in that room. I'm not quite sure.
No, there's only 2 people. It was Ashton. He knew. He knew. First of all, Medicare Masochist.
I thought it was Warski.
No, Ashton. Medicare Masochist.
Wow.
Medicare Masochist was going all out. He was gambling.
I was all in on Warski on that one. I'm shocked, honestly.
No, yeah, but he was gambling nonstop, right? And he kept losing money. He never won money gambling. He just lost it.
Well, it seems like he's really good at losing money. He gives it away to Canadians for no reason.
So
he gives it away to hookers. Like, he's good at that.
He had, you know, obviously he lost money, but he didn't lose all of it.
Can I be friends with this guy? Like, hey, Medicare Masochist, this show's cooler. We're the cool guys now. Hey, guys. That's how this works, right?
At least, you know what? The only thing I could do for you is, like, actually maybe give you a chance with a normal functioning woman.
Hey, you know what? I'll say this much. If you go to Vegas with me, you can rub my bald ass head for luck. You'll win every goddamn time. That's not a lie. Pick me, bro. I'll take you to Vegas. We'll win. We'll win this time.
This fucker, he found the chip. I don't know if he went through, but he had it in his pocket, and he pulled it out. He's like, oh, this one? I didn't know this was yours. It's only $300, and I didn't say nothing. This motherfucker. After that, I kept my shit locked. Because I'm like, this
Feisty ass
motherfucker.
niggas.
Yeah, dude. Like, he didn't come into our room, me and Reneg's room. Nobody came in there at all until, like, the end. And that's when we were all, like, packing, leaving. Because they're like, dude, I closed my shit. I locked it. I had the little locks on the back. Whatever. I was like, nope.
Shiesty ass motherfuckers, as I was saying in Memphis.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, you guys already, he's paying for the room all week. He gave them money. He also gave them spending money, I think, to bet.
Yeah.
Mind you, I mean, these are guys that say they make a lot of money streaming. They were the cheapest fucks in the room, by the way. All the rest of us work, like, you know, careers or whatever. We all have our jobs, our real lives, and none of us were cheap. Gorgoth wasn't cheap. Nobody was cheap except the 2 Canadians. That's all I'm going to say. I took everybody out to dinner, to breakfast, and mind you, with Ashton, that was a lot. His order was fucking 3 times bigger than everybody else's. I paid, like, there's 4 or 5 guys, and I paid like over $300 to eat, and like 30% of that was Ashton. Jesus. I'm like, damn, dude. There's like you know, like, all right, whatever. Like, I paid for it, but no, you know, the rest of them, not a fucking lick of, you know, not a lick of thank you. You know, this guy was like expected to be not only paid by the paid pig. He expected all of us to ball out for him. Like, dude, like, we're here, like, you know,
like he was some hot whore or some shit.
Yeah. And I'm like, hell no. Like, Reneg, you know, he bought drinks. He bought drinks for everybody one night. He bought me drinks. You know, he showed me the cool spots because I'm like, I haven't been to Vegas. I'm like, at the time I was like, I don't know, 28, 29. I don't know. And but I haven't been to Vegas since I was like 20, 21 or 23. So I was like, oh, you know, it's different.
Yeah,
you know, we all treat each other. We all treat each other because we're all friends, except we were never really Andy's friend, apparently, because he's a cheap fuck. He expected shit. And then, like I said, then they're stealing from the pay pig, literally stealing his money, his chips. And I'm like, Wow, like
that's crazy.
This guy is weird, but imagine stealing from the guy.
They're already taking him for a ride all the way through.
Yeah.
He's calling credit card companies, pulling his hair out, crying to his wife. Like he's shopping on fucking HomeDepot.com for very strong and thick nylon rope, dude. Like he's bad off, bro. He's bad. And his homies supposedly see this, and instead of like saying, "Hey, just slow it down a little bit. You got to do all shit to impress us, man. We're just hang out," you know. It's, like that's the whole point. We're with each other, having adventures and stuff. It's not about the flash and the show and I mean, whatever. But instead of that, they're just like letting him do it. They're just watching this happen.
Also, usually
and they're stealing from him.
It's insane, dude.
Mind
all the way
you.
around. And the hooker.
It's not like he found it out the room.
No,
like Ashton barely
he
left
knew.
the room.
He knew. Let's be fucking stupid. He knew. Like, let's not play dumb. Like, who are we playing dumb for? We don't know.
And mind you, at that point, I'm like, oh my god, we're gonna have to go. Everybody.
But you know what I mean, Iron? It's like,
Yeah.
who are we playing dumb for? Who are we putting on a show for? Ashton pocketed it. It's not like, oh, he blah blah blah. He's a fucking grimy. He sounds like a grimy. I don't know the dude. Again, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I wasn't gonna go in on him because I didn't know the dude. But honestly, the more I'm hearing about him in private, it doesn't seem like a very nice guy.
No, he's not. Because even before the drama, apparently he was talking shit about me like 3 people. I'm like, dude, I talked to him like one at a time before the drama, and then I saw him at Vegas, and we were talking like normal in Vegas. Like he was telling me about. He brought up his faith, mind you, at Sin City. He had to talk about his faith.
What is with these?
Gorgoth did the same thing, by the way, when I was met him in Vegas.
So,
I was like, shut the fuck up.
By the way, look. He knows. I'm proud of who I am. Like I'm not the best Christian. You know, I'm not the best Catholic, but he knew that. He knew I was a Catholic, right? I had the rosary and everything.
No one is. That's the whole point,
no one
dude.
is.
You're gonna,
but I heard him
point.
talk shit about it, so I pressed him a little bit when we were watching the game because he thought that the Golden Knights were gonna lose. So I told him, like, you know, I'm Catholic, right? And he's like, what do you think about that? He's like, oh, well, you know, I've argued against the Pope. I have no problem against Catholics. And I'm like, oh, haven't you like made videos about Catholics and, you know, talk about, you know, like I get it. We have differences. You're a Protestant, but it's like, you know, what I can educate you, you know, because
right.
you don't know what you're talking about. And then we talked about it, and he basically came to the conclusion like, you know, what I want to do in my life. This is his goals, by the way. This is his goals after his streaming career. You can tell me, Ralph, if you think this will ever happen.
Okay, tell me.
So he told me his future dreams, right? No, a dream without Andy Warski, a dream without internet people, his dream is to go back to Canada, I guess, whether he's in America or not, because he was in America at that point, is to go back to Canada and open up a little chapel and be a pastor. And tell people to do the right thing. Well, this guy's literally gambling every hour, debauchery and all that, claiming to be, you know, always fucking grandstanding on people. He has aspirations to be a pastor at his own church, and I'm like, oh, good luck with that, buddy. They were like in Vegas. Like, what are you talking about? You're not gonna do that. Like,
well, again, I must bring it back to the other point I made. What planet these people live on, bro? Like, what is this? Like, do they live in Space Jam cartoon planet where like Looney Tunes come out of the TV and talk to them too? Like, are they just completely out of touch with reality or what? Like, what the fuck?
I don't know.
I don't think it's very likely for that to occur. He's told other people that shit.
Like, oh, you think so? Why not?
Told other people that I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I think he told Perspic something similar. He always wanted to be a pastor.
Oh, so that's true. There you go.
Yeah, he always talks about his faith with a lot of different people while he's doing the most debaucherous shit possible.
But you know what though? He didn't impress me on, like, he didn't try to question.
He probably thought you slapped the shit out of him if you.
Oh yeah, I would have. Yeah. I would have. And I told him, like, you know, I'm Catholic, right? And mind you, was like, well, tell me what you think about it. And he's like, well, you know, I just don't like the Pope. I've never said anything bad. I just, you know, there's good people, you know. It's just, you know, I grew up this way. And I'm like, oh, yeah, but, you know, I can tell you maybe why you're wrong. He's like, I have the Bible on my phone. He's like, oh, yeah, we could talk about it. But, you know, I just, you know, I love everyone. I think if you're Christian, you're in the right. I'm like, oh, okay. So, you know, I'm not going to hear you, you know, fucking, you know, say blasphemous things. Okay, cool. All right. Then, right? We could, after that, I was cool with him. I'm like, yo, you're not no heresy here, right? Like, okay, cool. Like, whatever. Like, I don't claim to be that either, but I'm like, I'm gonna press him on something he's talked out of his ass many times, and I'm like, let me hear him out. I didn't want to like bother him. I was like, let me hear him out. You know what? It's just me and you. At that point, it was just me and him. They were getting him food. They were getting me food too. They were getting everybody food, and they also wanted to go out. Mind you, Ashton, I was sick at that point. I didn't want to go out anymore, but Ashton didn't want to go out because he had to walk. if we did go out. So the only time he came out is when we were getting in the car. And obviously, you know, the strip is right there. Where the Bellagio is like right there on the strip. Like you don't need to drive.
No, you don't.
You don't.
You can walk the strip. Well, I mean, if you're not grotesquely obese.
He did not walk. He did not want to walk. He did not want to walk. Dude,
you know what that reminds me of? Did you guys ever watch IP2 when that Rent Free guy was streaming? I like watching IP2. I like trash TV and stuff, you know. But there's this Rent Free guy that tried to IRL stream and do an RV and shit, and he could not walk more than like 10 steps without needing a drink of water. He was like pouring
but you
down
can walk
his face.
the whole strip. I mean, it's only like a mile and a half.
And he was in Vegas too. Yes, he was in Vegas. Funnily enough, he was streaming in the same places, and he was like looking for chairs. Like he would have to plan out where he was walking next if there was like a chair or a bench nearby within like 10 steps of him, and it was insane.
But you know what? I will give Ashton credit where credit's due. He did walk one time, and that was because he had to go back to the sports book. He wanted all of us to go back.
I have a question though about PPP. Whenever he moves, right? Like describe his movements. Describe the fluidity of him. Is he very like elephant-like, where he kind of stumbles? Like, is he that kind of fat fuck, or is he the kind of fat fuck who moves around?
He's not graceful, right? He's not a swan. He's not a swan.
Because of course he's a big motherfucker. Like
yeah,
he's 6'4". Of course he's gonna be like a little bit clumsy.
It reminded me of when I saw him walk. It reminded me of Hodor from Game of Thrones, like with the same.
So it was more Hodor and not the whale with what's his face from Encino Man.
Yeah, Brendan but Fraser. Like that's the thing. He did bring it up.
Like once. on a scale of like Hodor to like What's Eating Gilbert Grape or the whale. Like where were we? Like, where were we? You know what I mean? You ever seen those films? By any chance? I mean,
like,
maybe name me some films you've seen.
I think his right leg, like
he's messed up.
Wobble.
Yeah, he's got a messed up.
He would wobble when he walked, and he had the flattest shoes ever because he doesn't wear like regular shoes or sneakers. He can't wear sneakers. He wears some like flats.
Yeah, shoes.
The guy version of flats.
Yeah. Weird. Because he's big ass feet or what? He's so fat or what?
I think so. I don't know. He just
like if he wore it. Because I have a friend named Mondo. Do you know who that is? The internet personality Mondo, the Pelosi pooper by any chance? Okay, well
I've heard of the name, but I don't
he's a fat fuck, and he's really fat. In fact, there's a song that he made called "I'm So Fat It Sucks," and whenever he puts on tennis shoes, the sides spill out. Like he is weird because like the tennis shoe like opens up like a boot. Because
he doesn't have shoelaces. So he has Velcro on his shoes as well because he can't tie his shoes.
Okay.
Because he's super autistic. That's
crazy.
There's pictures of Ashton with the shoes where he doesn't have any laces and that Velcro.
He can't even tie his shoes. He's on the internet telling people how they should be.
Yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
How does that? Can someone make this make sense that this is like the Kiwi Farms approved show where Noel goes on it, but it's hosted by a guy who can't tie his own shoes and a guy who can't even like think 2 steps ahead in his own personal.
Well, Surfer revealed that a long time ago, and then
kind of conveniently forget it. I guess.
Picture of him with Warski, and you could see the Velcro or whatever. Did they ever say anything about esoteric shaggyism?
Andy brought up like a few things from the sector. Ashton, I think, kind of had his 2 cents about it too. But to be honest, like me and Renee, even Gorgoth, we were saying we're not going to talk about any of that.
Yeah.
We were saying like we're here to have a good time, and they made a joke every now and then, whether it was about you, whether it was about esoteric, or I don't even know that. I know who that is, but I don't pay attention to that person. I don't know.
Yeah.
But they like Ashton brought it up once or twice, and Andy brought it up like once or twice, but that's it.
While y'all were on a vacation trip, like just
yeah.
It's so weird.
Like they, because that's the most interesting about Andy, right? Yeah. Like the rest of us know how to socialize. Like Renee got a chick's number at the club, a hot chick. Nice. And everybody else brought a black hooker that they paid for. So like to Andy, the rest of us are normal people that have other interesting things in our lives, and the only thing he's interesting about is the thing he does for a living, which is talk shit about other people that we don't know. So it's like he brought up at the time he was making fun of some guy that did what happened?
You're still here.
I think Kyler lost.
Oh shit!
Someone invited me to a server, like a dumbass. I mean this in a loving way. And then their invite was to the voice channel. You know what I mean? So it didn't take me to the landing page or the text, and I was like, motherfucker, I'm on a show right now. Anyway, that's funny. Hey, we're good.
Yeah. So what was I saying, Ralph? I kind of lost my train.
Oh
yeah, they brought it up. He brought it up. Yeah, Andy brought it up on the first night.
before I picked someone up, we were just talking about life, and he still had the need to bring up like, oh my god, this guy is such a faggot, guys. I can't wait to do another show about him. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, cool. So anyways, so what are you? And then I was talking to Reneg, I'm like about like, hey, yeah, are you thinking of buying a house soon? And because we're all in our 30s, we're all in our 30s. We're talking about life and like, oh, are you gonna leave where you're at? Like, are you going here? Like, I was telling them about my plans, like, and then Andy's like, Andy had to contribute, and he goes like, guys, this guy is a faggot. Wait, we're allowed to say that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just don't be a faggot about it,
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm like, yeah, he was being a faggot about it. And we're all talking about, I'm like, I'm telling them like, I'm gonna be moving in a year. I already moved and all that. I'm like, I'm thinking of going somewhere else. This is going on, and then after that, he never brought it up again because we said we're not talking about it. We said, we're gonna say our names. We're gonna chill out, like we're like any other tourist. That's it. Like, we're not talking about it. Then PPP came, like when he got picked up, or when he came the next day or whatever, because he left and then he came back. What happened? He kind of brought up Surfer like twice. Surfer.
Like, what?
That guy.
Yeah.
He brought him up. Like we brought him up talking about him, like just like saying, "Oh my God, Surfer's a faggot." You guys, when I used to live with him, he was such a faggot. And mind you, at this point, they're not even talking about him on the show. I think maybe he might have been on your show calling in, Ralph, once in a while.
Yeah, every once in a while.
But I think that's why maybe he talked about it, because like we started talking about our lives and stuff, like like what we're trying to do, like like what our families, like a lot of us, I'm cool with my family, Reneg's cool with his, we're all like acting like normal people, talking about our jobs and talking about like what we do when we're not on the internet, because these people are like them, they're always on the internet. Like Ashton can't physically do anything, so this is all he has. And Andy has like the social skills of an autistic child. So to them, that's all they can talk about. When we want to talk about something real, like something you would do, like when you're just hanging out in IRL, it's like, oh, you have to bring it back to that. So he brought up Surfer, and he was like saying that, like proud that he like punked him, and he's like, oh, but he was a faggot. I'm like, yeah, so you live with the faggot?
Yeah, that's it.
Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that the story? Like, okay, like he's like, well,
strange.
Yeah, I said it like that too. I'm like, I didn't say faggot because I was like, so you live with some gay guy? That's what I said. I'm like, live with a gay guy, and I'm like, but you know what I meant, faggot. So I'm like, whatever. And at that point, I'm trying to be like, not mean to him. Like, I'm not pressing.
But I'm like being, cutting it off.
But I'm not his friend. I'm not his friend. I'm Andy's friend before even his. Like I, that's again. And Andy gave us the heads up about him being sensitive. How Ashton is sensitive. Don't talk about his weight. I'm like, I don't think any of us were gonna bring it up. Why? Like, but you had.
It's obviously gigantically.
Like you don't have to say anything. When we got on the elevator with him, I did a little Hail Mary. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I had to. Like, the elevator said 1,000 pounds, and there was like 4 dudes in there. I was like, well, 3 dudes in a whale. So I'm like, I did a little rosary. When we went down the elevator, some poor girl was also on that floor, I guess, with us. She came in with us. She was looking at him like, oh, please don't fucking break. Please, I don't want to get stuck here with this fucking nasty ass looking motherfucker. Like, she was looking at him like,
what a way to go.
Like, no, please. Like, I think she was scared of the elevators, or maybe she was like a little bit claustrophobic because this poor little thing.
It's tight squeeze.
And he didn't make it any better. Like, he had to be in the middle. He would not fit anywhere else because everybody had to go around.
Like everybody's around him too. Yeah, it's like a
like he has his own orbit. He literally made us into his own. So yeah, I don't know. We got down okay, but like I said, we rarely walked out with him. There was a time we actually went out at night, all of us, to go we went on a liquor run, and we had fun because we were like walking around. There was a time me and Reneg were talking because we met up first. When I finally got there, I stayed at the same casino. We weren't at the Bellagio yet. I was at another casino hotel, and he was in his own room, and I had my own room. And
we met up in the lobby. We were like, oh, dude, the most chillest guy ever, coolest guy ever. The next day when me and him were hanging out, we're you know, like you said, there's these hookers all over,
yeah,
right?
there were.
So one of them literally came up to us and Rene fucking pressed, he fucking maxed her out. He's like, get away from me, you whore. Like, I'm like, Rene's got balls. I'm like, holy shit. At that point, I knew I'm going to hang out with this guy. I'm not hanging out really with everybody else. And I'm like, you know what? That's why when they wanted to debate on sharing, like, who gets the rooms and stuff. I'm like, first of all, I paid for the rental car. I'm getting my own bed. I'm not sleeping on a cot. I'm not sleeping on a couch. Like, I put money into the trip too, not just to get here, but like I got a car for everybody, even though there was like 4 cars. But at the time, we don't know who was going, not going. Yeah, so that was kind of fun walking the strip with Reneg, because we couldn't do that with Ashton. And so yeah, we had fun the first few days before they got there. It was funny, but he maxed her out.
Any type of health, the strip's not that long. Like, I walked.
No, it's not.
I had a certain event there in Vegas, and walked from the White Castle, which is like right across from the Caesar's Palace, and just walked all the way back down to the Park MGM, which is on the south end of the strip, where it's connected. Well, it's connected to New York, and then you can walk over to Excalibur and Luxor, and then Mandalay Bay. So you can walk the whole strip, though. Like, that's basically the whole strip from Caesar Palace on down. So
yeah, and me and Gorgoth kind of did that the last night, because I had to go get my own room because they were like leaving. So I'm like, I'm not paying $5,000 just to sleep here for a few more hours. Like, nah.
Yeah, fuck
so
that.
I got my own room, and then we just ended up like, what are we gonna do? Because my flight wasn't for like at least a few more hours. So I'm like, well, I might as well kill some time. And then me and him hanged out for a bit. I played a little bit more in the morning at like 7 in the morning. That's when I won all the money back. Thank God. Because I didn't gamble really a lot in the beginning, because I was there more socializing and like going out, walking, drinking, talking to people. But then on the last night is when I decided to go play some blackjack. I had a Asian lady dealer. It's like 7 in the morning at the hotel. And she, I won, and then she kept wanting me to play, but it was fun. It was cool. I had a great time. Obviously, besides the weirdness, and thank God that I wasn't there. Because, like Ralph, you don't know me that well, but it's like, if I was at the club, you think I would have allowed that to happen?
No.
Like, I would have said look, I'm not going to force anybody not to talk to somebody. I would have been like, guys, I thought we were based. Like, this is not based at all. Like, you guys, not only you guys.
You would have put the kibosh on that. I'm like, hold on,
yeah,
let's steer this in a better direction.
Told them, I was like, dude, I would have told them there's better choices out there. Like, I would have been nice about it, but I'm like, but Medicare Masochist, again, weirdo. Like, he, we just started talking to him like online, but he knew Andy, whatever. But the thing was, when we were there, like, he prefaced, like, he did not want to hear any no words. He didn't want to hear. He got offended about certain words. Just being guys hanging out and talking. He got offended with the N word. He got offended with everything. Like, we couldn't talk. We couldn't make jokes about anything.
Now, who did?
Every word. Medicare Masochist.
Yeah.
Like, he was telling us to basically. He was telling us to be careful. He's like, guys, I'm not comfortable with hearing the word faggot. I'm not comfortable with hearing the word autistic. Please don't say that.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he's a liberal, at least from what he told me a little bit. But then, we're all talking, we're all joking. Like, Ashton, everybody's joking, but he was like weirdly about that. I told him at the beginning of the week, I said, listen, we're having fun. We're here to have fun. Like, I'm like, we're having fun, right? Like, I had to press him in front of Reneg and Andy, and it was just Reneg and Andy, because he was being weird on the day when we picked him up. He was being weird. So I'm like, oh my god! Like, let me give you an example how he was being weird when he got there. We're checking in, right? Ralph, you checked into these hotels.
Sure,
how does it go? You checked into these resorts. You know how it works, right?
Yes.
You just talk to the guy like, no, hey, I have a reservation. Here's my ID.
Super easy.
You need the IDs. That's it.
Yeah.
He had, okay, so we get to the line at the Bellagio, and he's like, he says things that, like, would have gave the staffers probably a chance to call the cops, because the way he said it was so weird. He says, we don't know each other,
we just met, and we use aliases. And I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, what? No. He's like, and then
I'm immediately dialing the fucking Las Vegas PD.
Yeah,
like,
and
no
I'm like,
shit.
No, Ralph, you're calling the Men in Black.
I'm not even kidding.
Tommy Lee
I'm
Jones
like,
and fucking Will Smith there with the mind eraser.
Well, it's like that's something like a bunch of terrorists would say or something. Like, I don't even know.
We are the Men in Black.
Yeah, so I'm just like, what? No. And then he basically he's like, oh, because we're streamers. He said we're streamers, and I'm like, no, the only streamer is Andy. Like, no, we all know each other. Here's our IDs. We gave our IDs. I'm like, the guy at the fucking desk is looking at us like, okay, this is fucking weird. And I'm like, that's the way you get a reservation. Just say, hey, here you go. It's me and my friends. That's it.
That's all
you don't gotta tell them we use.
They don't need to know anything.
Like,
yeah.
I'm like, they don't need to know that. I'm like, what are you doing? I told them,
someone
what are
who
you
never
doing?
leaves the house would do.
Yeah, and I'm like, I told them my name. Like, we all know each other's real names. Like, dude, that's it. Like, why are you saying we use alias? I'm like, dude, they're going to think you're like the Vegas shooter or something. Like, oh my God. And I'm like, either that or you're going to think we're all gay or something. What the fuck?
But some like,
he's like, we're streamers. I'm like, no, that's why I'm like, no, oh my God. Like, because he was trying to find like a code for saying, oh, we have Discord names, because we're on the internet, right? We don't say our fucking full name, we have handles, whatever. But people don't know that in IRL. Really, you don't tell them like that. Like there's even words people use now, like influencer, whatever, like to make normies understand. This guy's like looks normie as fuck, and he's looking at him like, oh my God,
yeah.
do I need to call security? Thank God we got the cards. Like we all had our IDs.
Smaster 33 sent $1 on Rumble.
And
sounds like someone who's never hung out with people in real life.
Me the face, like, I'm so
pathetic.
Glad you're here. Like I could not be alone with these idiots for like a week.
I couldn't imagine.
Yeah, and it just like I said, it went downhill. We're there, and then when he started acting weird at the beginning, before Gorgoth came or Ashton, I pressed him. I'm saying, look, he kind of like nodded to me to press him because he was kind of getting nervous about it. So I'm like, hey. We're here to have fun. I'm looking at him in the face. I'm talking to him. Like, we're here to have fun. Like, I don't know what's going on, but you got to figure it out. Like, we're here to have fun, and that's it. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, are we cool? You get it? Because I don't want to have to say this again. And that's what I told him. Like,
so basically, you were trying to have fun, and you kept like putting the brakes on it. He was like,
yeah.
Like,
and then I kind of gave him that look. I gave him that look.
No.
I gave him that look, and I told him, like, all right, like, I'm not going to say it again. So we're going to have a problem or okay. And then he realized this fucking,
I might get my ass beat.
Yeah. He's never had, look, this guy never had conflict in his life. He, sheltered and all that. So of course,
the exact kind of person who would give all of their expendable income to some weird show he doesn't know anything about online and tries to fit into. Because someone in chat made a good point while you were talking about like his weird rules, and they're like, so basically he doesn't know who Andy is at all then? And it's like, yeah, who is he? If he's a liberal, what is he doing watching Kingdom Casino? How did he discover the show?
I mean, it was pro-vax. I'm like, the fact he brought up the vax, like, because that's what we want to talk about.
Well, of course, they both took the vax, Warski and Fat Ass, but
100%.
No, but
another thing Andy lied about, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who would have thought?
He 100% took the vax. He had to take it to fly to
London.
Somewhere.
London, because you needed the vax to go to.
No, we got it before that.
Oh. Well, at least we know he already had it.
Well, no, he got to fly to see his other girlfriend. I won't bring her out because she's innocent and all. But the first girlfriend he had when I first met him, in Twisted Mind,
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. That was its own story. Yeah, but I know who you're talking about.
She's not important. Just the fact that he went to see her in the States during lockdown, he had to get the shot. He told us, like, I'm getting it, guys. I'm telling you about it.
We did a Vegas trip.
Another pattern ain't behavior.
I had a Vegas trip in September 2020, and we made a big thing. The Gorgoth went on it actually, and a bunch of my other friends and somebody I used to know.
I'm sure he was swinging right after us.
Dude, he was such a piece of shit. Anyway, I've told the stories before, but. Warski was on my show, the Killstream, of course, and he said he was talking about going, and then somebody in chat was like, "Well, you can't leave the USA or Canada and come to the USA if you don't have the vax. Like, how are you going to go to the Vegas trip?" And then he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I got it under control. Don't worry about it." And they're like, "Did you take the vax?" And he's like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." And so he basically admitted to it on air, but he tries to like retcon that now.
Make it seem like he knows somebody. He's like a cool guy who can get through somehow.
Thank God he did not come on that trip, by the way. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, he would have.
But yeah, so yeah, he brought up the vax to us because of his profession, whatever. I'm not doxing him, but he had to better chromatic. First of all, he's proud to have the vax. He's one of those guys that's wear proud vax shirt, whatever, all that stuff. But
again, reiterating, why is he watching Kino Casino? Who is he? What world did this guy come from where he has these beliefs and values, watches the Kino Casino to the point where he's giving them, like, bankrolling their whole lives, essentially, for most part, like, he's their money ticket. They have to put up with this weird shit or else they don't pay him anymore. And they rely on him for money, which is really weird. It's a weird way to make money. That's gay. Like, you're basically a sweetheart. Like, you're basically like handy bitch. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
you're beholden to this guy now. You can't have your.
I don't understand that. Like, that's the one thing I never asked because it's like, do I really want to know the answer? How does this guy come here? Like, how does he?
Yes.
Like, how
does he okay? Is he like a federal agent? Like, what is he?
That's the thing. I'd rather not know the
Who
answer.
Cares? Like, why? Why do you rather know? Who is this nigga? Like, who is he? I don't care. Fuck him. Fuck his mother. How about that? I would fuck Medicare Maska's mother.
Well, I mean, if he was a Fed, I guess they would have knocked at our doors.
Ever heard that before?
But now, yeah.
That's a little number I made.
All right, do we have anything else? I gotta go to bed. Like, it's like.
Yeah.
I'll take calls after this, but yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much the gist. Look, I was drunk. Also, I was not, obviously there was a point where I was sober because I got sick, but pretty much covered everything.
Make it count.
We pretty much covered everything that we know. Everyone knows the main secret now. He's pro.
Reiterate the important things. Diddy Party, Eyes Wide Shut, Vanilla Sky.
Yeah, so Black Hookers paid for and comped by a whale. The whale himself has a potato girlfriend that he's ashamed of.
Leon's insane and ugly and old and messed out.
Yeah, it's he cried at 6 a.m. talking to a meth head all the way across the world.
I'm not sure if Ace had a sober day in his goddamn life.
On vacation, by the way. On vacation, right?
And he had a mental breakdown and thought he was going on Joe Rogan when he relapsed in February. Did we cover that one?
Oh,
yeah,
no. What?
No? Oh, Ralph, I'm sorry, man.
You brought it up before Ralph came on, I think. That the whole thing about him.
I did a little bit, yeah. I wasn't around for that. I came after that. Supposedly, I'll keep it short for you, Ralph. You gotta go to bed and everything. But supposedly Andy relapsed. And like whenever he had to go to the hospital, or whatever, there's like a big month break during February, I think it was, in the spring, maybe this year in Kino Casino. They took a long break, and then he was in the hospital or whatever for something. I guess he got like either he was on a bender and just completely lost his fucking mind, or he got a hold of like these new school street drugs he's not used to with xylazine and shit cut with it,
like pink coke and shit.
Yeah, we know it's like we both know street drugs ain't the same game it was even.
Nah, dude,
ago,
I would not fuck around with that shit.
shit.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Like, dude, getting coke on the street.
Hell no, it's be fatty or fucking xylazine, bro. And so you can imagine, Ralph, that maybe something happened like that. Because either that or he was getting primo shit and he was gagged out of his gourd because he was telling people that he was going on Joe Rogan. He was like going to the moon or some shit. Like he was completely, Rogan wants iron on his podcast. What are you talking about? But so like I'll read the chat. He's still backing it up. But yeah, people who were there, like I remember, like he had to take a break. He's in the hospital, and someone told me he relapsed like privately, but I didn't know the extent of like how bad it was. Supposedly, dude was like geeked, like holy, like he needed to be put in the psych ward. That's where he was. He was in the goddamn psych ward. Like, yeah, perspec. Men in their late 30s doing gangbangs with black hookers with virgin pay pigs while they beg for money every day on off stream. Yeah, that's what it is.
Dude, he was in the psych ward? This
Bro, Ralph, he was so far out there they had to put him not just inpatient rehab, but the fucking psych ward. From what I heard, he thought he was going on Joe Rogan. He was convinced he was going.
Remember, he promised he was going to go on Joe Rogan years ago on Twitter. Does anybody remember that lore? He said in a year from now I'll be on Joe Rogan. This was like January 2018. It was before I even got out of jail. It was like a month before.
Wait. You know what, Ralph? One more thing. It just came. Like this happened. They talked about it on the Vegas trip, but this happened, I guess, before the Vegas trip or right. Somebody could tell me the timeline, so I'm not bullshitting this. He brought up what's that guy's name? This happened, I think, right after the Vegas trip, but we talked about it. Jaden McNeil or whatever, that guy.
Yeah.
So he look. By the way, Jaden, if you hear this, and he's not your friend either. They're using you.
Of course.
They made fun of you and they bragged about how you cried on the phone with them because of the fuck up he did or whatever he did. I don't even know what Jaden did to piss him off. But he did call them. He did call the casino bros.
Leave it.
He did call them on the phone crying. So I'm like, and they're crying. Look, and if I believe anything Andy says about is people, he knows when people are crying because he does it a lot.
Oh my
So I believe him. So he, they pressed him about it, and he's like, "I would never betray you, Andy. Oh my God!" And he knows where they live too. Like he knew about it before any of us did. So he told us they were kind of bragging about it. Ashton was like, "Yeah," but it was Andy that this time talked to him or whatever. But they both were like pressing him, and to the point on the phone where he cried about it and apologized about, I guess, talking to you. Well, I don't even know what he did.
Is that when I was on the like super anti-AF arc, and yeah, he'd come on my show because the show was on fire, and so
it was something like that. Because like I said, I knew about it, but I was like, oh, who cares? Like whatever. Like he wasn't shading on you, but I think because he knew where they lived, they were very paranoid. So they pressed him a lot about not. Because they thought they thought that he was gonna dox them or whatever, where they were at, and they were still stuck there for another few months. So, but yeah, that was funny. Apparently, Jaden cried on the phone with Andy and Ashton in the background.
That was really gay.
They had to talk about that too.
What?
All right, man. Well, bro.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. Hey, IronWolf, DM me your Twitter. Let me.
I did.
Okay, all right. I'll take care of that right after. Thank you, man.
Seeing you, Ethan.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys, Kyler. And Kyler, it's been a while. IronWolf has been just as long, if not longer. It was my pleasure.
Yes, you know what? And, sometimes you just gotta talk to people to understand them. That's really it. And just tell the truth, and it's not that big of a deal.
It's
just
really
gotta figure
not,
the
man.
weird
We
ones
just
are.
had a conversation.
We just gotta expose the fucking freaky ass,
We just had fun. We had to expose the Diddy parties. Like we really.
The Diddy party's crazy, bro. Like we can't. How can I know that and not say it? I'm sorry. How can I keep that information
sounds like
in my
Warski's made some miscalculations here. A lot of them.
Severe.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. It's been a great evening.
Ethan Ralph.
All right.
Later on, guys. Ow! I did that for the culture. I've been tired.
Thank you for watching this clip. This is Perspicacity. Remember to like and subscribe.